Live from downtown Oklahoma City, Oklahoma's own News 9 starts now.
Here at 4 o'clock with breaking news, we have this pretty bad crash on I-240 near Western.
Right at rush hour, let's check in with Jim Gardner up in Bob Mills Sky News 9. Jim?
Well, that's right, Amanda. This involved one car rolling over. They basically had to extract that person from that car, and I don't know if that semi is involved or not. We're still trying to see if there's any more cars involved in this. Now, this is in the eastbound lanes of I-240. It's going to be pretty much right in between Western and Payne, coming on the eastbound lanes on I-240. Right now, like I said, they had one person trapped. I don't know if they've got that person out yet or not. We just arrived on scene, but we got traffic down to 2 lanes coming eastbound. So as you know, Amanda and Carl, during rush hours, we pan up here and look at the eastbound lanes of I-240. It's backed up for several miles here coming eastbound, right between Western and Payne on the eastbound lanes of I-240. A real bad accident. We'll keep you updated. Jim Garpoint live from Bob Mills, Scotty's 9. Back to you.
All right, Jim, we appreciate the update there. We are also talking about the weather because we are tracking the threat for tornadoes and hail tonight. Thanks for being with us. I'm Carl Torp.
And I'm Amanda Taylor in for Bobby today. And while severe storms are expected, David says we also need a brace for what's coming up this weekend. But David, we have storms out there right now.
That's right, guys. Yeah, right here in Oklahoma City, the first storm of the day is in the metro. Our trackers are in far western Oklahoma, and we still have trackers here in Oklahoma City because there's a chance for storms, and that is happening right now. But the bigger show, I think, the air is more unstable out across western Oklahoma, out along the dry line. All right, let's get to it here. Lynx 1, no watch yet, but it's coming, right? No severe thunderstorm watch, no tornado watch, at least not yet, but that'll be coming out here shortly. The big view looks like this. We're talking about rain and storms will start to develop out on the dry line as we get into the next couple of hours here. And that's going to start shortly. They've tried to go up out in the eastern Texas panhandle, but they have struggled just a bit. All right, temperatures right now, upper 70s. We have 80s. How about a 91 right now in Hollis? It is warm. It is hot. Hang on a second here. Bear with me, control room. Hang on, bear with me. Again, the dry line in the eastern Texas panhandle, that will begin to fire up thunderstorms as we get into the next hour or so. So there's your dry line, way west, thunderstorms just beginning to pop way out there. And let me show you what's going to happen here. Another shot. We have storms down in Texas. The dry line storms are just beginning to go up. And you can see that line there. You can see all of our trackers all lined up from northwest to west to southwest, even through central Oklahoma. Trackers right here in the metro. Quiet out west for now. That'll be changing. Showers and a few thunderstorms now coming into the metro from the south. Going to have some very small hail now coming into southwest more. And from that down towards Newcastle. That cell will be lifting to the north. Boncaster's on that. And that'll produce a little bit of wind and some hail. It is getting stronger. We'll keep an eye on that. There's your storm track. We're looking at OKC downtown at 4:15 and Edmond at about 4:38. We'll say Guthrie at about 5 o'clock as it scoots across the city. Future radar, what's it look like? Well, the showers in the metro move to the northeast, but watch what happens out west. Bigger storms pop. Those are supercells, rotating storms. Those have the threat for larger hail, damaging winds, and the tornado threat will be higher on those. Another update coming up. Guys, back to you.
Okay, we'll also talk to you about this weekend's threat as well. Now back in the news, an appeals court affirms the conviction of the man who ran down and killed 3 more high school runners back in 2020.
Max Townsend will spend the rest of his life in prison. He hit multiple kids and killed Rachel Freeman, Yuridia Martinez, and Colby Crum, who were running near the high school. Townsend, who was drunk and high on marijuana at the time, left the scene but was arrested shortly after his truck stalled near the crash. The Oklahoma Court of Criminal Appeals affirmed his conviction today on 3 counts of second-degree murder.
A change we told you about happening with the Board of Education meetings has some people upset. The board says they'll no longer take public comment to minimize disruptions during the meeting.
Yeah, this comes a month after OHP arrested a woman for disrupting state business. News 9's Tevis Hillis says Superintendent Ryan Walters blames organized activists for the change. She has the story.
10 people at random were chosen to give public comment during today's State Board of Education meeting. Many of them were not thrilled with this change. OSDE says that speakers at today's meetings were chosen at random, limited and timed. Also seen on today's agenda, those who were allowed in to speak were not allowed backpacks, purses, or similar items. Superintendent Ryan Walters blames out-of-state activists for hijacking previous meetings. A reporter asked for receipts and proof that these activists were paid paid and sent to these meetings. He said he would show these at a later time.
We'll have to talk more about that later, Lindsay. Go out. Okay, no, I'll answer however I want, Lindsay.
More than a dozen teaching certificates were discussed in today's meeting. Multiple of those teachers are accused of sexual assault to a child, all of whose certificates were suspended. Coming up tonight at 5 in Oklahoma City. Tabazilis, Oklahoma Zone, News 9.
And at the Capitol, House Democrats are once again calling for accountability at the State Department of Education. So this comes amid reports that OSDE did not meet the deadline to apply for federal grant funding.
Our Capitol reporter right there, Haley Wager, joining us live now with a call from lawmakers. Haley?
Amanda Carl, state Democrats have been calling for accountability at OSDE for months now. Renewing that call today, worried that the state may be missing out on some of this federal money and saying this could impact federal grants for years to come.
Federal dollars address critical needs in Oklahoma. Oklahoma school children are suffering measurable losses from this absence of federal support under the current leadership of the State Department of Education.
All right, we'll pick it up from here.
At OSDE to answer the three following questions. Is OSDE following state law in their overall grant process? Number 2, has OSDE appropriately administered federal grants since Ryan Walters took office? And number 3, has OSDE spent federal set-aside dollars or funds kept at OSDE for administrative purposes following federal grant requirements? Lawmakers say these answers to these questions are long overdue. The Attorney General's office told me in a statement today that the answers to these questions would not require an audit, adding that all federal grants are audited each year. Live at the Capitol, Haley Wager, Oklahoma Zone, News 9.
Haley, thanks for the report there. Police arrest a Blanchard man accused of distributing child pornography. The OSBI arrested 19-year-old Kevin Goles at his home this month. He has been booked into the McLean County Jail on multiple child sexual exploitation charges.
An Oklahoma woman is sentenced to prison for scamming a retiree out of $1 million. The FBI says Amber Picklesimmer pretended to have dirt on the victim's family and threatened to harm them if the money wasn't paid. A judge sentenced Picklesimmer to just over 3 years in prison for wire fraud, and she's also going to have to pay the money back.
All right, everybody, we are live at the Bob Mills Weather Center. Trackers are out, Jim is up, and weather team, well, we are in. Storms now coming into the South Metro, not quite severe, but we're watching these. The atmosphere is conducive for severe weather, including large hail, damaging winds. There is a tornado threat. Von Casser's right there. Jim Gardner's right there as well. Going to have some hail with that, moving through more right now, so stay heads up. More severe weather this evening, a lot to talk about in your weekend. Your forecast coming up.
Also, new reaction from our delegates who are working to get the 5 Americans detained in Turks and Caicos back home.
We'll have the latest coming up at 4:30. And now taking a live look outside from our Mathis cam. This is part of our Pike Pass traffic alert.
And this is overlooking I-40 and I-44. We'll be right back.
May 20th, 2013.
When you said it was south of 134th and north of 149th.
It's doing total destruction to every house down here.
I knew it was coming this way, and you saved our life.
And now, over 10 years later, the moment they've been waiting for.
I decided it would mean something if I gave it to you.
See the special gift they gave David Payne tonight at 6 on Oklahoma's own News 9.
Hail-damaged Toyotas are for sale at Post Oak Toyota, and we have reduced prices accordingly. In some cases, the damage is so slight you might not even notice, but you will definitely notice the prices. See postoaktoyota.com.
Well, are we ready for this?
What's next, Grandma?
Hayden, do you want to cut the banana?
Okay, let's do it.
Look at him. Now comes the best part, the Bluebell ice cream. Oh, that's fun. Hey, how about some chocolate? And some sprinkles.
How's this, Grandma?
That looks so yummy. You know, your mom is gonna love this. Don't forget a spoon.
With spring cleaning underway, it's time to take things up a notch with Harry's TV and Appliances. Upgrade your old, sad, and broken appliances with Harry's state-of-the-art KitchenAid inventory. From wall ovens with air fry to virtually silent dishwashers, we've got everything that you need. Or, if you are remodeling or thinking about building your dream home, use KitchenAid's Customize Your Collection rebate and load up on all the great items you need for a great price. And as always, Harry's is here to help you every step of the way.
When you shop at Harry's TV, you also get Harry as a friend.
There's DNA. Then there's heavy-duty DNA. HDNA. It's engineered into every aspect of the GMC Sierra HD. With the pulling power to prove it. Tow hitches of the world prepare for glory. New 2024 Sierra heavy-duty models arriving weekly. Stop by your GMC dealer to make your selection. See your Oklahoma GMC dealers.
I'm Tom Cole, and I approve this message.
America is under attack. President Trump needs a fighter like Tom Cole to take our country back. Tom Cole is leading the fight for the toughest border security law in history, to stop Zuckerberg, Soros, and radical liberals from buying our elections, to stop Joe Biden's attacks on Oklahoma oil and gas, and secure pay increases for our military, to save our country, to protect Oklahoma. Congressman Tom Cole.
Unsure what to do with that ugly slab of concrete, unused deck, or area on the back of your home? Transform it into a beautiful Champion all-season sunroom, screen room, or add a patio cover. Right now, get 30% off a brand new sunroom. Elevate your space. With Champion, adding your favorite room in the house is easier than you think.
Save 30% on a custom-built sunroom your family can enjoy all year long. Call 888-4CHAMPION or schedule your free in-home estimate online today.
Hail-damaged Toyotas are for sale at Post Oak Toyota, and we have reduced prices accordingly. In some cases, the damage is so slight you might not even notice, but you will definitely notice the prices. See postoaktoyota.com.
The big story right now, the weather, because we have a storm in the metro.
We have Chief Meteorologist David Payne tracking it all, and the rest of the weather team is now beginning to file in here at News 9. So what's cooking tonight, David?
All right, guys. Well, we're going to have a number of storms out there. We have one storm here in Oklahoma City, not severe, but it is getting stronger. We're going to have some wind, maybe 50, maybe 55 miles per hour. Could become a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust storm here with some nickel and dime size hail. Let's go to Jim Gardner up in Bonneville Sky News 9 coming into the Southwest Metro. Jim, give us an update on that storm. And that's going to scoot across the entire metro from the southwest to the northeast. Go ahead, Jim.
Well, that's right, Dave. Right now we're over I-35, just about Valley Brook, shooting to down to the Moore area. There's a wide expanse of rain, David. It's starting to rain on us pretty heavy here as it comes across Moore. But again, I haven't seen too much cloud-to-ground lightning. The rain is getting more intense, but like I said, I haven't seen too much cloud-to-ground lightning. But we'll keep you updated. Jim Garpoint live from Bob Mills Cut His Night. Back to you.
All right, nice job, Jim. And it's a we'll call it a lower-end supercell. It's actually rotating some. It has some weak shear in it. But a lot of storms have a little spin, but don't do a whole lot, right? But we need to keep an eye on this as it moves across the city. So Jim's right there. Let's go to the ground now and get an update from Vaughn Caster. And Vaughn, a little bit of a base there. Nothing too crazy right now, but we got to watch it as it moves across the city. Give us an update, Vaughn. Go ahead.
That's right, David. We've got to watch all these in May. But, yeah, not too bad right now, but the lightning picked up again. It was pretty heavy earlier. Now it's picked up again, so this thing could be intensifying right now. So a lot of heavy rain with it. Have not seen any hail. So we're going to keep following it. Back to you.
All right, nice job. So, again, we have this thing covered. We'll see what it does. We're going to track it as it moves on through. All right, back to Links 1, and here's the dry line. Again, it's out in the Texas Panhandle. It's way out here, and this thing is going to be making its way to the east and slowly coming into western Oklahoma. New storm going up west of Hollis. Tom is actually right here looking right at it. That's going up as a supercell, and we're going to see other storms developing scattered up and down the dry line as they make their way again into western and southwestern Oklahoma. Here's what's happening around the metro right now. Showers and storms again coming in from the south. These will not last all evening. They're going to move in, and then they're going to move out, right? A couple of showers trying to go up, going up now between Choctaw and me. This is the strongest storm now. There is lightning with this. It's now moving into west and southwest Moore. It's now going to leave Moore, coming to South Oklahoma City, lifting north at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. Actually moving north-northeast. It does have some weak shear with it. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. A little bit of an inflow notch, a little bit of a hook back here. We'll keep an eye on. And they're going to have some nickel and dime size hail right there as it comes into and across the city. Doing a storm track with that storm itself right now. We're looking at downtown Oklahoma City at about 422, Bethany 427, Jones 443, Edmond 445, and we'll say Guthrie at about 516. Not severe, could become severe. Here in Oklahoma City, 78 degrees. Looking off to the southwest, we have rain beginning to fall here in the metros. That storm comes in, part of our Lucky Star Skycam network, a gusty, breezy southeast wind out there, currently gusts to over 20 miles per hour. All right, temperatures in the 70s, 80s out west, extremely unstable, especially across western Oklahoma. And here's the setup. Showers and a few thunderstorms around the metro now. Watch what happens. We got to keep an eye on the metro here for this evening, but we'll also notice 5, 6, 7 o'clock. Look at the big storms out west. These will be bigger storms, larger hail. And as the evening moves along, that tornado threat actually increases some. You know what I'm going to say, because of the low-level jet. Low-level winds at about 5 to 6, 7,000 feet up that begin to increase when the sun goes down on an event like today, and that causes the potential for tornado genesis, or for at least a higher chance for a tornado. We're going to have a bunch of tornadoes. Probably not, but we certainly could see maybe a couple, all right, as we get into this evening. And then tomorrow looks okay, except southeast Oklahoma, and then additional storms possibly on Saturday. All right, this evening, we're going to keep the chance for showers and storms highest in the west and the southwest. Here in Oklahoma City, again, showers and storms moving through now. We'll throw in a 30 to 40% chance for the rest of the evening. Higher chance out west. We'll have that moderate threat of severe weather this evening out into western Oklahoma. That'll be ongoing up until about midnight or so. And then as these storms move east this evening, they will begin to weaken. And Lacey, if you can advance that for me, let's go to the next frame here. And so that's your moderate risk for large hail, damaging winds. And let's back it up just a few. Let's go back to the tornado zone for this evening. Again, the highest threat for a tornado, that's going to be out across western Oklahoma, where the storms are going to be isolated. There'll be bigger storms there. There's that tornado zone. Highest threat is in the west. And again, not everyone's going to have a tornado out here, okay? But certainly for, again, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 o'clock, we really got to watch western Oklahoma for that. And then as we advance this, Lace, let's go to the next one here. And there's your hail sizes. Biggest hail, higher instability out west, could have a few tennis balls in the west. As these storms move east in the evening hours, they will begin to weaken. And then overnight tonight, they're off into eastern Oklahoma, and they're out of here, okay? They'll be moving out of our viewing area as we get into tonight. So we'll keep tracking that. All right, so lows tonight, very mild. 50s in the northwest, 70s in Oklahoma City. And the cold front will begin to slide south and east tonight. And that'll set the stage for, again, some cooler, drier air for at least a while tomorrow, but then the warm air comes ripping back as we get into your weekend. There's a risk of severe weather on Saturday. The cap is strong, but if storms can break the cap, they'll be big wind, big hail, and possibly, yes, they will produce tornadoes if the cap breaks. Some data says yes, some data says no. It's all about the cap, right? So still have that risk of tornadoes, highest in the red. Coming up Saturday afternoon, we might only see 3 storms or 4 storms in the entire state on Saturday. 9-day forecast, do we have that? Can I draw one? Can I have some paper? I'll draw a 9-day. All right, so possible severe storms again coming up on Saturday. We get a break Sunday, Monday. More severe weather next week. We'll keep an eye on that as, again, the atmosphere is still unstable. And highs next week, yep, we're talking about 80s coming up. But hey, Sunday, Monday, your holiday looks good. Here we go. Guys, Carl, back to you.
David, thank you. One lucky winner has the chance to win a semi-in-ground pool this summer, courtesy of Galaxy Pool. All you need to do is head to news9.com/galaxy to enter.
Barber & Sons. Choose quality, choose comfort, choose the family that cares.
One of the best new restaurants in the country is an oyster bar right here in our landlocked state.
That's right. In this week's Taste of Oklahoma, we try out Sedalia's at Northwest 10th and May. The place is getting rave reviews.
This is a Rhode Island oyster. There's just a completely different in flavor. All you're doing is a small little twist with the wrist, and that little guy just come right off. And then as you see, you just have this beautiful oyster floating inside of its own liquor. As long as they've got a little bit of this water, this liquor inside of it, then it's good to go.
Fresh oysters in Oklahoma City.
They can't believe that they're having their first oyster in Oklahoma.
So many first oysters, so many.
An unlikely concept in an unlikely building. A small renovated space at his dad's playground equipment business.
You know, this used to be such a hub of the city. You know, I know when my family bought this property, it was like the heartbeat of Oklahoma City at the time.
And yet Sedalia's on Northwest 10th is already in the national spotlight, named among Bon Appetit's best new restaurants in 2023.
I'm just very, very happy the response that we've gotten. Put a 5 count on ceviche, please.
Chef Zach Walters and his wife Silvana opened this oyster and seafood restaurant in the summer of 2022, wanting to bring something new to Oklahoma City.
And then we had some friends around town that were like, they were like, if you're gonna go big, you know what I mean? So we both love oysters, and we were like, let's just do an oyster bar.
Are people surprised? Oyster bar, seafood, Oklahoma City?
Very much so.
What do they say?
We've had multiple people say that they can't believe they're eating caviar on 10th Street in May. It's been a shock, but it's also been a pleasant surprise for a lot of people.
Zach has been in the industry for 25 years. He's from Oklahoma City, moved to California where he opened his own restaurant in Hollywood and met his wife. And now they're back in OKC, focusing on raising a family while doing what they love.
Why is this working so well?
It's been the acceptance that we've gotten from the community, from Oklahoma City. They're finally understanding a little bit more of the flavors, the thoughtfulness, the intention in what we're doing. I think it's working out because it's charming, the flavors are there, everything else just kind of all together works.
They get fresh oysters and fish flown in twice a week from the east or west coast.
This is going to be our caviar. These are going to be clams. It's a white sturgeon caviar. Oh yeah, these are vinaigrettes. So these are from Rhode Island. We bring these in quite a bit.
They describe it as a little seafood oyster shack with a rotating menu depending on what they've flown in.
But it's part of the beauty of it. You kind of come in and it's never going to be the same. You're always going to find something different.
It's going to be a soft shell crab, one grouper.
It's casual and laid back with mismatched family plates and silverware that add to the charm.
What was it like to have Bon Appetit write about you? New York Times. Like, what is that like? Does it put pressure on you?
Not pressure in the sense that, you know, you continue to put your head down and work as hard as you can and do what you do, and it will continue to get recognized if, you know, it is worth recognition, really. But ultimately, I think it's doing things because you love doing them rather than just getting them for awards or recognition.
We're doing something purposefully very different, and we're doing something purposefully very out of people's comfort zone.
Like me, I was nervous to try raw oysters.
Okay, so just slurp it? Slurp it. Okay. Okay, that's way good.
You look like you like it. You look like you're excited about it.
I was scared. I was really scared, Chef.
That's what I'm mostly proud of, I think, in general, is just the buy-in that we've gotten from the community.
Lacey Lowry, Oklahoma's own News 9.
We're going to have to check that place out for sure. Looks good, Lacey. Well, a group of 5 Americans are stuck in Turks and Caicos awaiting trial after ammunition was found in their luggage.
And we are hearing for the first time from the governor of Turks and Caicos. That coming up.
Right now at Ferguson, we have hail damage and hail prices.
We don't have any hail damage, and we always have great prices.
No hail damage, huh?
Nope.
I'll take care of that.
Hey.
Right now, get an all-new 2024 Buick Encore GX for only $22,700.
The May markdown has arrived at the Floor Trader. Now through Memorial Day, save big store-wide on new products like Revwood from Mohawk. And hundreds of last chance clearance items, tile from 69 cents, LVP from $1.20, laminate only $1.99, and hardwood is only 50 cents a square foot. Small space? Shop our take all prices section and save up to 70%. But you better hurry, because when it's gone, it's gone. The May Markdown, now through Memorial Day, only at the Floor Trader.
Keep on trucking at Lucky Star Casino. Win big and drive away in style with a brand new 2024 GMC Sierra 1500. Earn entries all month long. Come and get your luck at Lucky Star Casino.
Come and get your luck. Ooh, yeah. Come and get your luck. Give me some of that sugar. That'll make you sweet. Give me some of that good old-fashioned stuff. Knock me on my feet. You know I love it when you slide with me. Now we really got the beat. One good groove and your body, that's all I need. All I need. I really love it when you come on down, make it sweet. Sugar, 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 yeah. Come on down, make it sweet.
Well, 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 folks. Meet candidate Paul Bonder, a rich guy from Dallas trying to buy a congressional seat here in Oklahoma. Bonder lives in a Dallas mansion. His wife is a Dallas socialite. His kids go to an elite Dallas school. He even just voted in Dallas. But he wants to be in Congress so bad he leased an Oklahoma property to get on the ballot. What a phony. Don't buy Bonder's Texas bull. Americans for Security PAC is responsible for the content of this ad.
Hey, Donnie, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm having a cook-in. I'm not really an outdoorsy guy.
Right now, get an all-new 2024 GMC Terrain for only $26,000. We are professional grade.
Hey, Donnie, you're on fire.
Oh, thanks. You're great, too.
At Principal Choice Home Health Care, our team of licensed and certified professionals provide expert psychiatric services, wound care, skilled nursing, physical, occupational, and speech therapies, home health aid support, veteran outreach services, and much more. Trust Oklahoma's healthcare experts in the comfort of your own home. Call 405-400-CARE to schedule a consultation today. Principal Choice Home Health Care, bringing hope, health, and healing in the place that matters most, home.
Medical Minute is sponsored by Principal Choice Home Health Care. Oklahoma's own News 9 starts now with breaking news.
And we do have an update to the breaking news we brought to you right here at 4 o'clock. 2 people involved in that horrible crash right here along I-240 in Western have died. Oklahoma Highway Patrol is on scene and confirmed the deaths to News 9.
Hate to hear that news. This is going to be eastbound I-240, so slow going in that area between Western and Payne. As we learn more information, we'll update you on the air and, of course, on our News 9 app as well. And now let's talk about the weather. We have a storm in the metro right now, and we are talking about the possibilities of big hail, wind, and tornadoes in the state. We're glad you're with us. I'm Amanda Taylor in for Bobby.
And I'm Carl Torp. David Payne and our trackers are staying on top of it to keep you safe and informed. And David is looking at the latest data here.
All right, guys, here we go. And the whole weather team is in. We have Cassie, Lacey, Andrew, all here. All of our storm trackers are out. We brought in our trackers from Tulsa, Vaughn Castor, Brian, Brandon from Tulsa. He's in the field, and we got a Brandon out there. Brian, we'll take him too. All right, here's the deal. Trackers are out, and for good reason. Severe storms now developing on the Texas-Oklahoma state line. This is going to be the big supercell in southwestern Oklahoma that Tom's looking at. It is beginning to rotate, and we have other storms going up out on the Texas-Oklahoma border near Texola. All these trackers are all over these storms. Let's go to Jim Gardner's shot and bring it in here. And this is the severe storm now moving across the city. And this storm in the metro, we're talking about winds 50 to 60 miles per hour and up to some quarter-size hail as it moves across the metro. We'll get an update from Jim coming up here in about 10 minutes. Okay, back to Lynx 2, tornado watch in effect until 11 o'clock tonight. Notice where it is. Far western and southwestern Oklahoma. It might be expanded farther north and possibly farther east, depending on what happens out here in the far west. There's your dry line. You can see the storms going up on the dry line. Out ahead of it, we have clouds, lots of moisture. We're unstable, and these storms are now quickly firing on the dry line. At the same time, we have this one rotating thunderstorm here in the city. Supercell here, rotating thunderstorm. Supercell west of Hollis, the one that Tom's on. And all these storms out here, whether we have 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, are all going to come into Oklahoma. And then back to the metro, we have this one severe storm, and it is a supercell. It is rotating a little bit here as it races northeast at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. And it is severe right now, so it's going to move across the heart of the metro with winds 50 to 60 up to quarter-size hail as it moves now moving through downtown Oklahoma City. From there, it's going to head up towards Edmond and the East Metro. And once again, quarter-size hail, winds to 60 miles per hour. Hail sizes have come up now. Now we're starting to see even some signs of maybe some golf balls just to the east of Will Rogers. There's your storm track. Choctaw at about 440, Jones 446, Edmond 455, Coyle at about 540, and OSU campus at about 6 o'clock. And here are the other supercells developing in western and southwestern Oklahoma, and the higher tornado threat is with these storms out there. Trackers are in place. Update coming up in about 10 minutes. Guys, back to you.
David, thanks. More now here at 4:30. We are hearing from Turks and Caicos officials for the first time since Oklahoma Senator Markwayne Mullin led a congressional delegation to the island country.
They were advocating for the release of an Edmond man and 4 others awaiting trial after hunting ammo was found in their luggage as they attempted to leave that country. News 9 Storm Jones has the update.
The governor of the Turks and Caicos releasing a statement defending her country and its judicial system as the delegation of lawmakers returned to the U.S. unsure about the fate of the travelers facing a 12-year mandatory minimum.
They were not willing to really move anywhere. And in fact, it wasn't a very cordial conversation.
The message is a message of fear. Governor Dilene Daniel Salvaratnam says in a news release, quote, "Our discussions were professional and respectful with a focus on clarifying the legal position and well-being of the individuals." Oklahoma Senator Markwayne Mullin says the violations of law were accidental while trying to leave the country. Edmond's Ryan Watson was found to have 4 rounds of hunting ammo in his carry-on. Ammo missed by the TSA weeks earlier in Oklahoma City.
It was very innocent, and I just pray that compassion and consideration, because there was 0 criminal intent.
The Turks and Caicos governor saying, quote, "It is important there is respect for due process and for public servants to perform their duties without fear or compromise." Now, if there is any hope in the letter released by the governor, it may be this, quote, "The law provides discretion in exceptional circumstances for the judge to impose a reduced custodial sentence less than the 12 years and a fine that is fair and just for each case." Adding, quote, "To date, no U.S. national has received the mandatory minimum sentence of 12 years. And the governor says her country does not target U.S. citizens, adding they're open for business. At the Will Rogers World Airport, Storm Jones, Oklahoma's own News 9.
And Ryan Watson's wife says his expedited trial process was granted on Tuesday, so he will return for a plea next week, and his trial and sentencing will follow shortly after.
All right, Oklahoma, we are fired up, and here we go. Severe storm. We have 1 severe storm in Oklahoma City. Trackers are on it. Jim Gardner's all over it as well. Here's what it looks like on Next Gen Live, our 1,000,000-watt dual-pole radar. And there it is, moving right over downtown Oklahoma City right now to move through the East Metro. Damaging wind to 60 miles per hour and some quarter-size hail. This is just the beginning. More severe weather developing now into western Oklahoma. There's a lot going on. And what about your big holiday weekend? A lot of things happening outside. Your forecast coming up.
All right, David, thank you. And we are saluting Oklahoma seniors from now until the end of the school year. And today we are saluting Mylisha Allen.
Mylisha is a senior at Holdenville High School. She's valedictorian, class president, plays basketball, cheers, and also does powerlifting. She plans to attend OU to become a civil rights attorney.
Congrats to her. And don't forget, you can nominate a senior by going to news9.com/senior.
And now let's take a live look outside from our SSM Health Cam. This is part of our Pike Pass Traffic Alert Network.
You see the rain coming down, and that has slowed traffic here at I-40 in Douglas. Thunder Thursday coming up after the break.
It's that odd woman who works with the police. Oh, she's funny. Let her in.
Hi, I'm Elsbeth Tassioni.
High passion, drama. Who could ask for anything more?
Who could?
A photographer shot during Nick Garrison's fashion show.
Your work here is done.
I know a bunch of people died, but we did have a lot of fun.
The CBS season finale of Elsbeth at a special time tonight, 9/8 Central on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Wealth is represented by this statue.
You mentioning wealth just reminded me that I have wealth waiting for me.
Oh.
It's super easy.
Oh, it's from the Oklahoma State Treasurer.
Sure is.
Go to yourmoney.ok.gov today to see if you have unclaimed cash.
Is that your new Nissan Sentra?
Yeah, crazy story. So this morning, I'm at the Nissan Thrill of Summer sales event, taking a test drive. When Dave, the sales guy's like, "You're gonna love this." He shows me the Sport Tune suspension and says it's rated a best value 2024 new car on cars.com. Dave says, "These cars are going fast." I knew I had to have that Sentra.
Hurry in for Memorial Day savings. Now get a low $269 per month lease or get 4.9% APR financing for 60 months on Sentra.
At OG&E, we energize communities. That means more than electricity. It means investing in the neighborhoods where we live, play, and raise our families. That's why we offer special programs and discounts for seniors. And with our partners, we provided $100 million in customer bill assistance. Wherever the need is greatest, we lend our energy. Because at OG&E, we energize life.
Tom Cole says Paul Bondar doesn't live in Oklahoma. Odd, because here's his home in Stonewall, and here's where he's building his forever home in Caddo. But since he brings it up, where's Congressman Cole? He hasn't voted in person in Oklahoma once in 20 years. Guess he has better places to be than the state he represents. Has anybody even seen Tom Cole lately? Because we asked, and neighbors sure haven't. I guess it's just another thing Tom Cole and Joe Biden have in common. Nobody's home. There's one candidate that truly stands with Oklahoma. Vote Paul Bondar for Congress June 18th.
I'm Paul Bondar, and I approve this message.
Of course, the GMC Terrain offers different drive modes. What about Weekend Warrior mode? Or you don't see that everyday mode? How about out of the office mode? Or even, are you out of your mind? Mode. Want a mode for everything? Sign and Drive is here. Get this ultra-low mileage lease on this 2024 Terrain SLE for around $379 per month with zero due at signing.
See your Oklahoma GMC dealers.
Wealth is represented by this statue.
You mentioning wealth just reminded me that I have wealth waiting for me.
Oh.
It's super easy.
Oh, it's from the Oklahoma State Treasurer.
Sure is.
Go to yourmoney.ok.gov today to see if you have unclaimed cash.
So Oklahoma City Thunder, of course, out of the playoffs after an amazing series,
Yes.
amazing playoff run, I should say, an amazing season. But the team's still hard at work,
Yeah.
providing all sorts of summer options out there for kids.
We are getting ready for summer, and we're joined by Landis Tyndall talking about the Thunder's summer reading challenges, and then also some really cool camps, coding camps. But let's also start with the basketball camp, because that's a big one for the Thunder.
Yeah, so we've got youth basketball camps that starts next Tuesday, the 28th.
Okay.
So ages 6 to 14. We've got 14 camps around the state, 6 of them around Oklahoma City. And we've got a couple ones outside the state that have sold out. I mean, they sold out kind of the first day they were open. But a chance for kids to come and practice their basketball skills, their fundamentals. They get, a free T-shirt, free water bottle, free basketball, and maybe most importantly, a free ticket to a game next season.
Ooh, nice.
Is this all happening inside the Paycom Center then?
No, so we're at different locations,
Okay.
different YMCAs around the state, different community locations. So hopefully one close to people around the state.
And who is this for? Is this going to be for little kids, beginners, for more experienced high school students?
Yeah, so most of them have 2 sessions, one in the morning for ages 6 to 9, and then one in the afternoon for ages 10 to 14.
Okay.
We've got a couple, one in, here in Oklahoma City and one in Tulsa that's a 3-day camp that's more extended for those that are probably already playing basketball, really work on their skills a little bit more over three days.
I know that these camps are super popular, the basketball ones. The coding camps, they're pretty popular too. My son did the coding camp, I think it was a couple years ago, though. He had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, how'd the Thunder get into that?
Yeah, so we, the coding camps are powered by Google. We partner with them. And so for kids that are with the YMCA, they can sign up through the YMCA, and we have 8 coding camps that they can do over the Thunder Launchpad in Midtown, where they can learn to code a video game or build a robot, and then they take those skills with them. So really interested in STEM education, that if they're with the YMCA, that they can sign up for those.
That is really fun.
Yeah.
Okay, so basketball camp, we have coding camp,
Yeah.
and you also have a great reading challenge, which is good for all kids.
Yeah.
Talk to us about that.
Yeah, so the Thunder Reading Challenge presented by American Fidelity. We have one coming up in June. So registration's open. The first 500 to register get a Rumble sticker and a full-size reading log. And then all you have to do is read 20 minutes a day. Turn in your reading log in July, and you're entered for a chance to win some Thunder prizes, including a jersey and some other fun stuff.
That's good.
Yeah.
Encourage the
Yeah.
kids to read this summer.
Yeah.
Love it.
All right, good job, thank you, and get signed up for these camps. I know every time I see a camp that's available that has space, I'm like, grab it now.
Yeah.
So if
It's
that's
popular,
you,
for sure.
That's right.
yeah, here's your chance to do that. All right, Landis, thank you.
Thank you
Appreciate
so
it.
much
Thank
for
you.
being here. We're going to toss it over to David now for a check on these storms.
From the Bob Mills Weather Center, the Oklahoma weather expert, David Payne.
Oklahoma, well, things are quickly picking up. This is a storm now moving through the metro. It is severe. It's not tornadic. It is a supercell. There's mid-level rotation, but for now, it's a little bit elevated. It's high base, and that rotation is way up here. And that's a good place to keep it. Keep it up high. Don't let it work its way down to the ground, right? Let's go to Jim Gardner. He's looking right at it. If it does anything, it'll be right out his front windshield. Let's go to Jim Gardner in Bob Mills Sky News 9, get an update from Jim. And Jim, going to have some wind, some hail in there as it moves across the city. It's already produced nickel and dime size hail for sure. Go ahead, Jim.
Well, that's right, David. Right now I'm sitting over the 4th Smith Junction shooting back to the north. This storm just is hauling about over 40 knots here, moving to the northeast, and it just came straight over downtown, dropped a tremendous amount of rain. There might be localized flooding in some areas, but there is small hail involved with this, David, but it is hauling to the northeast, and we'll keep tracking it and keep you updated. Jim Garpoint live from Bob Mills Sky News 9. Back to you.
All right, Jim, nice job. Now, we need to keep an eye on this. Like I said, it is a supercell. The rotation is still in the mid-levels. But we got to keep an eye on this. Von Castor's on the ground. We have Jim Gardner up top, and we're going to keep watching it here as it continues to develop, okay? So it's that time of year. It takes very little to get a whole lot, and I mean bad problems, in a big hurry. No tornado warning on it. If it needed it, we'd drop it, we'd say it, but we are watching it carefully. Okay, let's go to southwestern Oklahoma, another rotating thunderstorm with a higher tornado potential. Let's go to Tom Pastrano. And again, Tom is just across the state line. He's bringing that storm into Oklahoma. Tom, give us an update. Your storm is severe, big wind, big hail, and the mesocyclone getting stronger. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, that's right. So right now it's getting better organized. I can tell you that the base is slightly elevated, so we probably don't have the tornado potential anytime real soon, but it is getting organized. It is moving towards the east and probably more towards the northeast, so hopefully it does miss Hollis. Back to you.
All right, nice job there, Tom. All of our trackers out today, and actually we brought down our Tulsa trackers. They're in the field with our guys and gals, so everybody coming together, and it's just a big soup of tornado trackers from News 9. All right, let's come back to it here, and we've had a little bit of hail. That's from Del City, from Andrew Bingham. A little bit of hail there. He's loving it. He's having a good time with that, I guess, as long as it stays small, right? Okay, until 11 o'clock tonight, this is the first tornado watch for the counties in green for western, southwestern Oklahoma. We're going to have other watches farther north probably, and then farther east probably. It really all depends on what goes on in the west and how big and bad these storms get. Up top, dry line in eastern Texas Panhandle. Out ahead of it, it's moist and unstable. Behind it, it's bone dry, and this is the trigger to get storms, and it has triggered storms out in the Panhandle. And you're thinking, well, Payne, what's going on with the Oklahoma City storm? Why is that happening? That's along the moist axis, and actually the warm front, the boundary, lifting back north. So that's kind of a different deal going on here, but we still got to watch it. And then we're watching the storms out west for sure. All right, so here we go. There's your dry line. Right up and down the eastern Texas Panhandle. We have Hank, we have Val, Brandon, Tom, Jeremy. Marty's in the northwest. We have Brandon Wells up in Enid. Here's this supercell in the metro. A little bit of a hook on it, right? A little bit of a hook. Moving right over the zoo. Going to have some quarter-size hail. Winds to about 60 miles per hour. Other thunderstorms now south of Chandler and Wellston. Those have actually weakened. And this is the only game in town right here in Oklahoma City, but we're watching it carefully as, again, It has a little bit of a hook right over the zoo right now. And again, just north of the zoo, a little bit of a hook there. Hail sizes, nickel, dime, quarter, now showing golf balls just east of downtown at I-35 and I-40. So at least quarters, might have a couple of golf balls, but quarters for sure. And that's going to head up along and east of I-35. There's your storm track. We're looking at Arcadia Lake at about 453. We'll say Jones, 453. And Meridian at about 526. So along and east of I-35, East Metro, wind to 60, quarter-size hail with that. And right now, your storm strength, it's still strong. And it's not weakened really much as it makes its way across the city. All right, so we're keeping an eye on that. And then supercell, southwest of Erie. Brandon's on that. Supercell, west of Hollis, developing a hook there. There's a lot going on. Here's what's going to happen. Showers and storms will continue around the metro. We'll watch these, all right? And then big storms continue to develop in western and southwestern Oklahoma, making their way east. But notice the model here weakens these as they approach I-35. I'm not going to Vegas on that at all because that possibly might not happen. These things, once they get going, they take over the atmosphere. They could easily make it into the metro later this evening after 9 o'clock, all right? So we got to keep a close eye on that for sure. It's that time of year. The conditions are favorable for large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes into this evening. So the west, highest chance for more numerous storms in the west and southwest. The northwest is a little bit questionable right now. We'll watch it after this storm moves through now in Oklahoma City. Chance for additional storms this evening, I don't know, maybe 20, maybe 30% here in the metro. There's our moderate risk. We're going to keep that going out west for more numerous severe storms in the west, up to baseball-size hail in a few of the big storms in the west. Big hail out there. And there's my tornado zone this evening. We'll keep it west of I-35, okay? And then my hail size, tennis balls, maybe some baseballs again in the west. Overnight tonight, it's in eastern Oklahoma, and it's moving out of here. Lows tonight, 50s, 60s, and 70s. Here comes your cold front late tonight into tomorrow morning. And then for tomorrow, highs in the 80s, 90s in the southeast. What about severe weather tomorrow? It'll be in the southeast. We'll watch that. Large hail, damaging winds, still a tornado threat even down there. And then Saturday, 80s, 90s, lots of outdoor events Saturday. Right now, a 40% chance for showers and storms in the metro. We do have that cap or that lid in place. It is strong. If the cap doesn't break, we don't have any storms. If it breaks, we get big-time severe weather, including large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes if the cap breaks on Saturday. It's out of here by Sunday, Monday, and then next week, more storms coming. Here we go. Guys, back to you.
All right, David, thank you. We want to get you updated now on this breaking news. You see the backup there. That is from that horrible crash where 2 people died along I-240 near Western.
This shot says it all. This is from our ODOT camera. This camera is 3 miles away from that accident. So this camera's at I-240 and I-44. This accident is closer to I-240 and Western. So if you know anybody having to going to head eastbound right on I-240, give them a heads up. Slow going. Back with more in a moment.
A brutal act, but hate didn't have the last word.
There is something very poignant about what happens when we observe that 168 seconds.
This race embodies the best in humanity from what was the worst in humanity like no other race on earth.
As the only locally owned station, it's our privilege to bring every aspect of this special event to you.
It's a major honor, especially to do it in Oklahoma City, where the whole reason we're doing it is to remember people who cannot do it.
Gary, I've got the best idea ever.
Hopefully it's not like all your other great ideas, Donnie.
Every purchase comes with a free week's vacation.
That's a pretty good idea.
At your house.
Right now, get an all-new 2024 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation for only $46,000. We are professional grade.
Visit the Osage. Adventure awaits you.
A large touchscreen keeps everyone happy. The Subaru Crosstrek. Dog tested, dog approved.
Maintain the love of your new Subaru with 2 years of complimentary maintenance.
Galleria Furniture is having a Memorial Day Beat the Clock sale. Set your alarms for Saturday, May 25th from 10 a.m. to noon. Save 25% off everything in our showroom. That's right, everything. From noon to 2, 20% off. 2 p.m. to 6 p.m., 15% off. 6 p.m. to close, 10% off. The Memorial Day Beat the Clock sale only at Galleria Furniture. Visit us at any of our 6 locations across the state.
I'm Tom Cole, and I approve this message.
For Congress, President Trump says, Tom Cole has my complete and total endorsement. He says, as chairman of the powerful Appropriations Committee, Tom Cole is fighting hard to secure the border, stop migrant crime, and strengthen our military. Paul Bondar pretends to be endorsed by Donald Trump, just like he pretends to be an Oklahoman. Neither are true. Endorsed by President Trump, protecting Oklahoma, Tom Cole.
Harry, I wrote a new jingle for Ferguson.
So let's hear it.
Oh!
Right now, get an all-new 2024 Buick Envista for only $26,000.
Oh, we got cars, we got trucks, we got...
Donnie, how long is it?
It's just the first verse, and now I gotta start all over.
Transform your concrete floor in just a day with Blue Shield floor coatings.
You know you want to. If you've ever wanted to learn how to line dance, you're in luck.
News 9's Jordan Ryan is showing us how to boot, scoot, and boogie for today's Southwest Coca-Cola Beverages Porch.
8, 2, 2.
Hey, you guys, we're just dancing away at Oklahoma Ranch.
Back,
this could be
forward,
you learning
back,
a line
forward.
dance. Oh, here we go.
Grapevine. And turn.
Woo! It's
1,
so
2.
much fun,
Yes,
Pepper,
it
doing
is.
these line dances. She just taught that to me in, what, 15 minutes?
She's
really
a natural,
simple.
though. She's a natural.
Oh, thank you. But there are some really simple ones and some more challenging.
Definitely.
I know people are going to love this. They're going to want to be a part of it.
Yeah.
First off, how can they learn these line dances?
Absolutely. Well, I teach here at Oklahoma Ranch every Friday night between 9 and 10 o'clock. I do about 3 dances. Some are easy, some are very difficult. There's something for everyone. It's really good.
I love it. And this is a great way to stay healthy.
Yes, it is. So not only is it great exercise, but dancing is the best exercise for your brain. It helps with cognitive abilities and being able to shift your weight. It's so good for you. And not just that, but we build community. We are such a family. We have about 30 or 40 of us that travel around and dance together and vacation and just have so much fun together.
Everybody's doing it now, so you can do it too. Come on out here on Friday at 9 to 10, and you can learn. Okay, let's get back into it.
Okay.
Here we go.
5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Oh, and look
5,
at them.
6,
They just
7,
picked back
and 8.
up right away.
1, 2,
They're so
3,
good.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Back 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Grapevine. And turn.
Ooh.
1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. 2, 1, 2. Left. Back. Back. Forward. We're going to grapevine. Grapevine. And turn. 1.
She did good, didn't she?
Very good. You've inspired us, Jordan. Coming up, we are tracking the severe weather across the state. This is Hank Schott. He's out west right now. We'll talk to David about the storm track here in the metro coming up at 5.
Get ready, Oklahoma. Your summer of fun starts June 3rd from your Oklahoma Ford dealers and Oklahoma's own News 9.
Are you tired of a garage floor with oil stains and cracks? Hi, I'm Tim with Blue Shield Floor Coatings. In just one day, we'll transform your garage, your pool deck, or your patio. Waterproof, durable, slip-resistant with a beautiful finish. Call today for a free estimate.
Guess how many years we've been Carfax top-rated dealer?
2?
Nope.
3?
Yes, again.
Are you done yet?
Maybe.
5 years? That's amazing.
Because we got nothing to hide.
That's right. Carfax Online on every vehicle.
Set payment options and see details of your entire purchase before coming in.
Your price, payment, even the value of your trade.
So shop at BedisonHonda.com.
Carfax top-rated dealer.
Get it?
At Window World OKC, we have the best warranty in the industry.
That's why we take our research and development very seriously.
Morning, Rimble. Our windows are built with cutting-edge technology and engineered to withstand the harshest conditions.
They're fully insulated for maximum temperature control, anti-leak sealed, and built to last.
So call us today, and we'll help you save big on your energy bills. When you think windows,
think Window World OKC.
Africa. It's closer than you think. Our connection with wildlife is universal. It spans oceans and transcends time. Can you see it? Can you hear it? Can you feel it? Experience Expedition Africa, now open at the Oklahoma City Zoo.
They ran a red light.
And my life changed.
I'll never forget the sound of the crash.
I just want the pain to go away.
I want them to be held accountable. I want someone who can help me.
We can help. If you've been injured, call Car & Car today.
Saddle up for the 33rd Annual Chuckwagon Festival, May 25th and 26th. Experience authentic Chuckwagon and Native American food, along with live music, dance, and interactive exhibits. Free for members and kids under 12. Learn more at nationalcowboymuseum.org.
Is that your new Nissan Sentra?
Yeah, crazy story. So this morning, I'm at the Nissan Thrill of Summer sales event, taking a test drive. When Dave, the sales guy's like, "You're gonna love this." He shows me the Sport Tune suspension and says it's rated a best value 2024 new car on cars.com. Dave says, "These cars are going fast." I knew I had to have that Sentra.
Hurry in for Memorial Day savings. Now get a low $269 per month lease or get 4.9% APR financing for 60 months on Sentra.
It's outdoor season. Make the most of your pool decks and patios with a slip-resistant coating from Blue Shield Floor Coatings. Transform your surfaces in just one day from this to this. Call today for a free estimate and save $300.
And that's all the time we have here at 4 o'clock.
News 9 at 5 starts right now.
Live from downtown Oklahoma City, Oklahoma's own News 9 starts now.
A storm's making its way through the metro, and it's been dropping hail. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Amanda Taylor.
And I'm Carl Torp. There are other areas we're watching along with a tornado threat as well. David Payne joins us now from the Bob Mills Weather Center. And David, pretty significant hail here in the metro.
Yeah, Lacey, we were just talking here. We've had golf ball size hail up near the zoo. So yeah, that'll do some damage, and it certainly did as it was making its way through there. So we've had nickel, dime, quarter, up to golf ball size hail in the metro. That storm in Oklahoma City has weakened in the last 10 minutes. That's a good sign for now. We need the rain, but we don't want the hail for sure. And then we have other problems going on into western Oklahoma. Look at that shot there from Brandon. All right, let's go to Jim Gardner's shot. And this is of the Oklahoma City storm. And it's dark, it's ugly, it's gray. This thing is moving right across the city. And there's some pretty good wind in this still, with winds, again, 50 to maybe 60, nickel and dime, quarter size hail with that. And then Brandon Pennell's shot a little farther out into western Oklahoma. Look at the big rain-free base. There's your supercell beginning to rotate. No precip under the updraft. Precip to the right, wind and hail. And again, rain going on here. And this is the area that we're going to be watching. And we have several big storms going on out west. All right, so we've had some hail in Oklahoma City. Let me show you some of that. And that shot there's from our very own Colby Thielen. He's all over it. He's also gambling tonight. You bet he is, with nickels and dimes at his house. And then, again, many more pictures with lots of hail. Most of it was pretty small. All right, until 11 o'clock tonight, tornado watch for western and southwestern Oklahoma for all the counties in green. We'll probably end up with another watch that'll be a little farther east as these storms get their act together in the west. They're just now going up. We have the one severe storm in the city, but again, it has weakened some, but these storms are not weakening right now. These are big storms out here as they make their way to the northeast. Trackers are on those. The cell near Wellston is dying, and the cell in Oklahoma City is still severe, pushing northeast now, northeast at about 30 miles per hour. It's now coming into East Edmond, Arcadia Lake, going to Arcadia. You folks in Arcadia, get ready for up to golf ball size hail. It's going to cross Highway 66 right now, coming in from the south, leaving the lake. And winds in there probably 60 miles per hour, the way it looks on radar right now. But big hail on the lake. I hope you're off of it. And they're your hail sizes. Again, quarters, going to still have some golf balls in there. Storm strength, it weakened, and it has weakened some in the last 10 minutes. Arcadia moving in at about now, pretty close to it. Luther, 5 o'clock. We'll say Lazy E Arena at 5:25. And then we have supercells. 1, 2, 3 rotating thunderstorms south of Eric, west of Hollis. These could all produce tornadoes, and these are all rotating. They're going up hard and fast, and those tops and those storms are going to reach nearly 60,000 feet up as we get into the next, half hour or so. They're going up big time right now. Now, in about 10 minutes. Guys, back to you.
David, thank you. We do have an update, too. Breaking news, the Oklahoma Highway Patrol confirming that 2 people have died in this crash on I-240 near Western. Jim Gardner and Bob Mills, Sky News 9, was over the scene just over an hour ago. We know that car right there rolled. Still don't know what led up to the crash. No names have been released yet.
A judge dismisses part of an appeal filed by a man convicted of hitting and killing 3 more high school cross-country runners. Max Townsend was found guilty on 10 charges in 2021, including 3 counts of first-degree murder. Today, a judge threw out 7 charges for double punishment, but denied the other appeals that claimed Townsend had an unfair trial. He will serve 3 life sentences for murder. Oklahoma City police are looking for 2 people accused of shooting an 18-year-old. This is video from the scene near Britton and MacArthur about 7:30 last night. Police say 2 suspects approached the victim and shot him before they took off. The victim was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. No suspect information has been released.
We're getting the first look at where lawmakers are spending the state's $13 billion budget.
The House and Senate reached an agreement with just over a week left in this legislative session. Our Capitol reporter Haley Wager joins us live with some of the details of the budget. Haley?
There's still some moving parts to the budget as lawmakers work to finalize all of the numbers, but we are getting a first look at some of the highlights.
Glad we have a budget deal.
State lawmakers finally have a 2025 budget agreement.
So I think you'll see the bills get published tomorrow.
For education, $240 million going towards new facilities at OU and OSU. $26.7 million for career tech and additional dollars into the funding formula.
The compromise ended up being put another $25 million into the formula off of the record amount we put in last year when we passed school choice.
For healthcare, $18.5 million in additional funding will go towards the Department of Mental Health and $15 million to provide services to pregnant women. One of the items holding up budget negotiations was money for deferred maintenance.
In our state, we've been good at building things. We haven't always been good about maintaining those.
Lawmakers landed on giving $350 million to cover deferred maintenance at state properties, parks, and universities. And of course, one of the highlights for both chambers, the grocery tax cut, will cost the state about $308 million.
We have $1 billion in cash still left above and beyond the traditional savings accounts, and we delivered the largest tax cut in state history this session. So there's a lot to be proud of in this budget.
And both chambers are set to meet on Monday to go over all of the budget details and hopefully get the final budget bills to the governor's desk by next Friday, which is the last day of the legislative session. Live at the Capitol, Haley Wager, Oklahoma's Own News 9.
Thank you. House Democrats say they are going through the final negotiations right now, but say they are happy that millions are going to mental health services.
Multiple teachers charged with sexual abuse to children are now getting their teaching certifications suspended, and for one, it comes years after he was arrested for inappropriately touching students. News 9's Tevis Hillis reports.
Superintendent Ryan Walters says he's pleased with the suspension of several teaching certificates, but there are multiple other teachers that we've been covering that have criminal charges and still remain with a teaching certificate.
We have taken a very different approach than my predecessor. We are not waiting on charges to be brought and adjudicated to pull licenses. We have more investigators in the agency.
Today, Walters and board suspended 9 teaching certificates, including former Wewoka Middle School principal Cody Barlow. He was arrested in 2022 after an OSBI investigation into inappropriately touching male students on campus during school hours. Wewoka PS recently settled the civil suit for nearly $2 million. Another teacher with criminal charges had his license suspended. Lexington coach Vernon Thetford was recently arrested and charged on child sex crimes. Now an officer will review the cases for all 9 teachers before their teaching licenses could be revoked. That review has already been carried out in the case of Deer Creek teacher Amanda Bristow. She's accused of giving students gummies before nap time. Her teacher's license could be revoked as soon as June's meeting. In Oklahoma City, Tavasilis, Oklahoma's own News 9.
All right, here we go. We're fired up. We are live at the Bob Mills Weather Center. One severe storm moving across the city. We've had up to golf ball size hail here in Oklahoma City. What a mess. And then out west, more of a mess there. Big storms going up, bigger storms, rotating storms, big wind, big hail, and the tornado threat is there. We'll check in with our trackers coming up right after this.
And then tonight on News 9 at 6, more than a decade after the May 20th tornado and more, a Metro couple credits our David Payne. How they say he helped save their lives at 6.
May 20th, 2013.
When you said it was south of 134th and north of 149th.
It's doing total destruction to every house down here.
I knew it was coming this way, and you saved our life.
And now, over 10 years later, the moment they've been waiting for.
I just thought that it would mean something if I gave it to you.
See the special gift they gave David Payne tonight at 6 on Oklahoma's own News 9.
Hail-damaged Toyotas are for sale at Post Oak Toyota, and we have reduced prices accordingly. In some cases, the damage is so slight you might not even notice, but you will definitely notice the prices. See postoaktoyota.com.
Well, folks. Meet candidate Paul Bonder, a rich guy from Dallas trying to buy a congressional seat here in Oklahoma. Bonder lives in a Dallas mansion. His wife is a Dallas socialite. His kids go to an elite Dallas school. He even just voted in Dallas. But he wants to be in Congress so bad he leased an Oklahoma property to get on the ballot. What a phony. Don't buy Bonder's Texas bull. Americans for Security PAC is responsible for the content of this ad.
We see you, business owners, the beating hearts of towns and cities and wide open spaces, holding our communities together in ways you don't even know about. And when you've got a problem you didn't see coming, when that storm swerves into your path, we're here to help. For over 75 years, in all 77 counties, Oklahoma Farm Bureau Insurance.
Brian Bingman.
Brian Bingman. Brian Bingman.
You might remember that name. A husband, father, and grandfather that shares our conservative Christian values. Bingman is pro-Trump because under President Trump, the economy and energy industry were booming, but Joe Biden's wrecked it all. Brian Bingman will fight to keep energy costs down for businesses and families. It's why Bingman's endorsed by pro-Trump Senator Mark Wayne Mullen and Governor Kevin Stitt. Brian Bingman for Corporation Commissioner.
At Galleria, we have a huge selection of quality furniture for every budget, and we'll beat any competitor's price, or it's yours for free. Come visit us today.
Hail-damaged Toyotas are for sale at Post Oak Toyota, and we have reduced prices accordingly. In some cases, the damage is so slight you might not even notice, but you will definitely notice the prices. See postoaktoyota.com.
The man behind the Supreme Court ruling on tribal jurisdiction is out of prison.
Jim C. McGirt is a convicted child rapist. He was originally sentenced to 500 years in prison back in 1997, but he appealed the conviction, arguing the state did not have the right to prosecute him because of his tribal status.
The Supreme Court agreed in the infamous 2020 ruling that changed the landscape of how cases are tried here in Oklahoma. Many tribal citizens called today a step forward in reestablishing indigenous rights. McGirt was released from prison earlier this month.
And Governor Stitt says his release is one of the negative impacts the ruling has had on the state. Let's take a live look out there right now. The nation's largest team of storm trackers. Our storm trackers are out right now. They're keeping an eye on the storms. This is the storm that's bubbling out in western Oklahoma. It's going to be making its way this way. David's tracking that. He's tracking the one in the metro. We're going to talk to David on the timeline of all of these storms coming up.
Take advantage of Memorial Day savings going on now at Hahn Appliance Warehouse. The right price and the right product right now. Spring is here, and so are Memorial Day savings at Hahn Appliance Warehouse. If you're in the market for laundry, you have to come see our savings with top-load washers and dryers starting at $4.99 each and front-load starting at $6.99 each. If it's a refrigerator you need, come see our huge selection with side-by-sides starting at $10.99 and French doors from just $17.99. Visit one of our 4 locations or chat with us online to take advantage of Memorial Day savings, 12-month no-interest financing, and free delivery at Hahn Appliance Warehouse. The right price on the right product right now.
There's DNA. Then there's heavy-duty DNA. HDNA. It's engineered into every aspect of the GMC Sierra HD. With the pulling power to prove it. Tow hitches of the world, prepare for glory.
New 2024 Sierra heavy-duty models arriving weekly. Stop by your GMC dealer to make your selection. See your Oklahoma GMC dealers.
A nation of adventure.
A nation of resolve.
A nation of innovation.
A nation of culture.
One nation.
Endless adventure. Visit CherokeeNation.com.
There are 2 real candidates for Congress in the June 18th Republican primary. Option 1 is Congressman Tom Cole, who's been in the Washington swamp for 22 years and is seeking his 12th term. He hasn't voted in person in Oklahoma since 2004, not once in 20 years. Option 2 is Paul Bonder, a Christian, successful businessman, husband, father, family man, and Trump Republican. Washington insider Tom Cole voted with the Democrats for billions in new deficit spending, which is fueling our country's inflation. Businessman Paul Bonder says we need to freeze, then cut federal spending to stop inflation. Career politician Tom Cole just voted for $62 billion more in wasteful spending in Ukraine. That's on top of the $100 billion he already voted for. Real conservative Paul Bonder opposes more money for Ukraine and wants to use that money to seal our southern border. Who would you rather have leading our future? Career politician Tom Cole, who long ago abandoned his Oklahoma values, or businessman and Trump Republican Paul Bonder? The choice is clear. Vote Paul Bonder in the Republican primary for Congress on June 18th.
I'm Paul Bonder, and I approve this message.
This is Oklahoma's own News 9.
Things escalating quickly with that hail here in the metro.
Yeah, up and then gone.
It's gone for the
Pretty
metro.
much, yeah.
Okay, not only that storm that you're watching, though, as it's moving, but also out west, southwest.
Yeah, way west, big storms out on the dry line. Those are going to be the bigger storms, bigger hail, higher tornado threat if those can keep going into the evening hours. But the storm in Oklahoma City went up, produced some hail, and it's now dying. I mean, like right now.
Okay.
So we're doing okay. But
Good.
we have to watch now all the storms out west. So trackers are out in full force. Largest army of trackers in the nation right here at News 9. They are out and about, and they're all over the place right now. For good reason. Storms developing in the west, storms in Oklahoma City are now weakening, but wow. And this is just the beginning. Look at that shot there from Brandon. And also Jim Gardner's up. There's Tom Supercell. There's Brandon Supercell out on I-40, out near Eric. There's a lot happening for sure. All right, let's go to Jim Gardner. He's on the Oklahoma City storm. And folks, this thing went up. It was a supercell, and it is vaporizing right in front of Jim. Let's get an update, Jim. Good news here. That big storm is going away quickly. It's almost gone.
That's right, David, it is. And you can see this is kind of the back side of it. Now, then when this storm went through downtown Oklahoma City, it dropped a tremendous amount of rain. And when it got to the zoo, it started dropping large hail. But as fast as it went up, David, you can see the kind of back side of it there. It is coming down just as quick. There's still some rain in it, some really small hail, but it is dying pretty quick. Jim Gardner reporting live from Bob Mills, Scott News 9. Back to you.
Yeah. All right, nice job, Jim. So Jim was on this storm from start to finish, and there's what's left of it. Everything's born, it lives, and it dies, and it's dying right now, right in front of your eyes. Okay, let's go way out into western Oklahoma now and bring in Brandon Pennell. And there's a problem. That is a rotating thunderstorm. Look at the sculpted updraft on the right side. striations, vertical, beginning to develop here. This thing is turning from left to right. And then behind me, this thing goes up and then pushes back to the right. That's a big storm. Brandon, give us an update. It is rotating, and it looks like it's getting a little bit stronger right now, slowly but surely. Go ahead, Brandon. Andrew.
It elevated, and it was kind of struggling to find its own. It absorbed another storm, and in the last 5 to 10 minutes, it's really started to organize. It's looking a lot better. Lowered, a little what we would call low-level rotation. It's pulling in from the.
All right, he's not in the best.
So we're going to be right here on this storm.
Okay, all right, great job, Brandon. Not in the best sail area where he is, but it'll get better. Either way, this thing is spinning. Big hail out of this, quarter, golf ball, tennis ball size hail. This is out near Eric, okay? It's way out there in western Oklahoma. All right, tornado watch in effect until 11 o'clock tonight for the counties in green for all of western and southwestern Oklahoma. These storms are going to make it through this watch box. If they still survive and go farther east, we're going to bring this watch farther east, right? But for now, we'll see what they do out here because some of the data saying that these storms, they go up, they move east, and then as they move east, they begin to weaken just a bit as they make their way, again, towards Oklahoma City. So we'll keep a close eye on that as these storms, again, make their way deeper into Oklahoma. All right, for the metro, this was up near the zoo from Chris, Washington. That's pretty good size hail. There are some dents in the cars from that for sure. In the northeast Oklahoma City, some hail there, nickels and dimes and quarters. But that cell, again, it is dying. All right, storms in the southwest going up along the dry line. The dry line so far, we tried to get a storm earlier. We did. Marty was on that, but it died. So here's what's left, and we'll see what happens out of this. But for the metro, our storm moving northeast and quickly dying, no longer severe. It is nearly gone, as Jim was showing you there. Vaughn Castor has been on that. And folks, this thing is dying out in northern Oklahoma County in another 10 minutes, and this thing will be nearly gone. Hail's gone, wind's gone, and that is about it with that. Okay, let's talk about the west. Right now, here's the deal. We still have to watch parts of central and southwest Oklahoma for additional storms to develop, kind of where I'm standing. If that were to happen this evening, those still could be strong and severe, so we got to keep a close eye on this area. Okay, so tornado warning now. This is coming for the Hollis area. This is Tom's storm. And control room, we got to go with this. So here we go. And this is how quick this is changing with this cell down here. Let's go back to Tom Pastrano and bring Tom in control room. This is going to be a tornado warning now. This is going to be for Harmon County. Tom, tornado warning for your storm. And for good reason, it continues to lower. It is strengthening. Tornado warning. Go ahead, take it, Tom. Give us an update on the rotation, what you're looking at. It looks like it's not on the ground right now, but go ahead.
Yeah, that's right. So there's nothing on the ground, but I did see the rotation. Just all of a sudden, it just started to rotate, and it's fairly moderate rotation at the moment. I don't see anything. I did have a small needle funnel about 2 minutes ago, but I don't see anything yet. But it definitely has that look. You know, there's a rain-free base, and there's a rotating wall cloud right in front of me. So I am looking at it. It is just to my southwest, and if something happens, I will see it, and I'll get back to you. Back to you.
This is a large rain-free base, right? This is going to be the storm down in Harmon County. Tornado warning for this cell for good reason. It's a big, big storm. And there's a couple things going on here. All right, when you look at this, we've got on the left, see this feeder band coming in from the left? Okay, this is being pulled in. This whole thing is rotating counterclockwise. Well, from the ground, right? But really from the base of the cloud all the way up. And there's even wind flowing into this on the surface, obviously. But from the base up, it's just like a cylinder in the sky, and it is. And it'll go up. It'll tilt over because of the jet stream. It'll have a tilt to it. But this whole thing is spinning. You're just seeing a small fraction of this mesocyclone. I mean the bottom 10%, right? But here's the deal. This whole thing is spinning, and as you get higher in the sky, the winds increase with height. So the speed of the mesocyclone, it gets faster, it gets faster, it gets faster, and it gets faster. But here's the deal. It starts this way and works its way down. So what it's done is it's now in the lower levels. Tornado warning is in effect because the rotation is down at the base level now, where we have, again, moderate to strong rotation in here. Now, a couple of things also going on. You see this dry air in here? That's what we call the dry air, the cut, or just a wedge of dry air. And sometimes what happens is when that's the rear flank downdraft, that's dry air with a jet that will wrap in around this. And when that happens, you can easily and quickly get tornado genesis. It'll happen just like that. So that's what is sitting back here, waiting to happen. If that happens, watch this thing. It'll tighten up, and we will try to get a tornado. All right, but you can see the inflow notch from the southwest here. Let's have Tom back out of his shot. Tom Pastrano, if you can hear me, take your shot, back out just a little bit on that. You may be out as far as you can. If we can have Tom do that.
Yeah.
Okay, you are.
I'm backed out.
Okay, that's what I thought. I just want to see the inflow band coming in from the south. How far south does that go, Tom? How far does that band come in from the south go?
So that band is becoming really pronounced. It goes pretty far, and it's just feeding into that storm. And I have seen the rotation is increasing with that RFD cut. I am watching a shower that's rapidly coming into the storm, so we'll see after that comes in if that's going to interact with it, and sometimes it could often enhance it. So we're going to see what happens there. But right now, there's nothing on the ground that I can see. Back to you.
Yeah, nice job. And a true statement from a veteran storm chaser saying there's a little shower coming in from the southwest. I can tell you how many days chasing that I saw that happen, and suddenly it went from nothing to everything to a tornado on the ground when you have a piece of energy with another storm or another shower coming into this thing. That's exactly what's happening. Let's go back to Lynx 1. Then we're going to jump on Brandon's storm to the north. But here's Tom's storm. Here's that shower he's talking about. Here's your hook right here. This is Vincent. This is Hollis. And the movement here, we'll get a storm track. It's not moving very quickly. Yeah. It's moving east-northeast, I'm going to say, or almost due east, towards Reed, Mangum. Here's Vincent. This is Hollis right here, right? You're looking at Highway 62. This little shower is going to come into this, right? And then it's going to get on it. And also, let's get, Andrew, get Jeremy westbound and down. Okay, get him westbound, please, on 62 for the next storm down the line. He's not that far from it. Let's go ahead and get him going west. But the hook, it's right in here. Tom's right here looking back at it. That was his shot. And this little shower here is going to come on into it. All right, so once again, this is southwest Oklahoma. This is not in the West Metro. Here's Oklahoma City. Our thunderstorm that was severe has died. It is gone. This is the only game in town. Marty Logan's going to get on the Cheyenne storm. All right, and then we have Brandon to the north on that supercell, about ready to drop a tornado warning on that. And then we have the supercell that has the tornado warning on that. Let's go to shear rate, see what you guys think. Let's take a look at it here.
You want the south storm still?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Okay. South storm. Let's see what it looks like here. You're out of FDR? Okay. Yes. And, okay, shear rate.
The velocity with the couplet was tighter, I think, over when it was just west of Dodson. Now it's pulling that shower in, so we'll see what it does.
Right. Right. Okay, so here's Sandy, McKnight, Snyder Farms, Peanut Barn. I got to go there someday, too. It's right here, and the hook is still right on the Oklahoma-Texas state line. And you can see it here. It's pretty much moving due east towards McKnight.
And, David, there is a track on that storm on 3.
Okay, we will take that here in just a second. But that's going to make its way east towards Schroeder, Russell, Mangum, and then south of Mangum, the way it looks right now. But either way, this thing could wobble a little bit. It could wobble and make its way east-northeast. But tornado warning again for you folks down in far northwestern Harmon County. If you're in Hollis right now, this is to your north. It's not going into Hollis. Okay, this is well to your north. You can see this big bad storm up here, but that's going to be, again, to your north. Let's do a storm track and pretty much due east. What's your speed on that, Cassie?
Lynx 3, I've got it going at 20 right now.
Okay, Lynx 3. And she's done a great job here putting it. Looks like it might have tightened up again. But on the hook, not on the hail, but on the hook. And we'll say Snyder Farms, Peanut Barn. Say that 10 times on a Saturday night fast. 5:39. How about Reed at 6:18? Mangum, 6:46. Martha, 7 o'clock. And how about Blair at about 7:12? All right, so there's your hook. Everybody inside this cone, watch it, okay? Don't go anywhere yet. If you live in western Oklahoma, you're thinking, we're going to unplug for the next couple hours. Why? No reason to. Okay, let's not do that. All right, so anyway, this thing's moving off to the east-northeast. All right, let's go to, what about the hail in this? Let's go back to Lynx 1. And we got another storm taking off to the south. It's not rooted yet, but it's thinking about it. Okay, Lynx 1 control room. And hail sizes, right now we're showing up to quarters. I'm thinking there's a little bit bigger than that. This storm down here is severe. And it looked like a left split. I know it's not, but the way it's tilted right now.
And it's moving more northerly. It's almost like it's being pulled up towards that storm. They may merge here in the next 30 minutes or so.
Yeah, and also this is elevated too. This is not rooted yet, but it's thinking about it. We'll see what happens here. Either that probably it gets eaten alive because this becomes so big and bad that nothing else around it has a chance. And it just pulls it in and makes it bigger and all that. Okay, let's go to the north now. Let's go to Brandon's storm up here. And this is another supercell. It's V-notch. It's got a hook on the backside. There's the beak. We always talk about you don't want to be in the beak. You got the high reflectivity or the brighter the colors, the hail, the heavy rain, wrapping in around the mezzo, which is pretty much close to Texola. Brandon's right there, and there's your couplet, just southwest or south of Texola. Looks like it's right here.
Yeah, it's kind of where it's also pulling in that shower.
Yeah, it's doing the same thing. Okay, let's go to Brandon Pennell. Let's bring Brandon in here. So that right there.
It's crawling, David. That's a 15-minute lapse, and it's barely moved at all.
And it's moving a little more northeast, it looks like.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, a little more northeast. Brandon Pennell, you are hot. Your shot is up. I'm going to have some hail, obviously, crossing I-40. And the hook is pretty pronounced right now, but it's not gone into overdrive mode yet, but it's thinking about it. What do you think? There's your updraft lowering there. There's your base. Give us an update.
Yeah, okay, David. So we're going to be about 2 miles south-southwest of Eric, looking back to the west-northwest. I would say over the last 10 minutes, the storm is trying to become better organized. It's going through kind of a phase right now where it's trying to figure itself out. It's had a couple of showers come in from the south and the southwest. It's a pretty broad base. I can't see any significant rotation at the base of the clouds. It is rotating, and it's a slow rotation though. So that's probably just an indication that the storm is and like Lacey was saying, it's basically crawling. I've only moved about a half a mile in the last 20 minutes. So honestly, the base of the cloud where it's rooted at is almost stationary. Just continues to kind of build back on itself. But we're literally right underneath it. I mean, the base of the wall cloud, or not wall cloud, but the base of the storm can't be about, less than a mile, probably closer to a half a mile, straight to our west-northwest. So we're going to continue with it up towards I-40 as it crawls along, and we'll be right here if it does anything. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice job, Brandon Pennell. He's out near Eric on that other rotating storm. Let's go back to the tornado warning now. And this is going to be in effect for you folks down in northern Hollis County. By the way, Harmon County. Nothing in Oklahoma City. We had that storm earlier. We had some golf ball size hail near the zoo. That storm has completely vaporized. It is long gone. Trackers are lined up in the west and southwest for good reason. Marty Logan's coming in from the north. And we have these 1, 2, 3 supercells. New storm going up near Cheyenne. I'll have to watch that. And then from Brandon down to the south, those big storms there going on. All right, let's go back and zoom on in here. Take a closer look. Let's see what we have here. And let's see. Okay, so it ate that storm. Yeah, look at the hail core. Hail core's bigger. And there you go. It still looks a little bit, I say that, but this year, you know what? We've seen that this year. We've seen these hooks kind of on the west and northwest side. So, every tornado event is a thumbprint. Every season is a thumbprint. And sometimes you see things throughout the season that you'll see the next event and the next event and the next event. And next year, next spring, we might not see anything like this. You know what I mean? I mean, it varies, and you kind of have to pay attention to just the patterns and whatever Mother Nature has given you. All right, so there's the hook, and Tom is there. This is a supercell too. See how it's tilted like this though? It hasn't tightened up yet. Still a supercell, still has a mesocyclone in it, but right now it is lifting off to the northeast. It hasn't completely rooted itself or come on down to where it's like, oh boy, let's see what we're gonna do with this. But it is severe, big hail in that. Going to have golf ball size hail. What's the hail size in this now? Surely we're bigger than quarters.
Yeah, it's showing golf balls now. So that's going to be just north of Tom on Highway 30, basically north of Vinson, headed off to the east. Okay, and it is also barely moving, David.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. What's the speed now on?
I mean, if you look at it, because it pulled in that shower, that's a 15-minute lapse.
Oh, yeah.
I mean.
10 to 15?
Maybe, yeah.
Okay.
And Brandon was saying he's moved 5 miles in 20 minutes, so he's not moved much at all. Okay, and there's whose shot is that?
That's Tom's shot right now. Tom's right there. He's looking right at it. Tom, the hail core is just to the north of you, but you can still see under it really well. Going to go out to Tom and get an update from him, David?
Yep. Tom, take it. And your storm, like you said, Tom, that shower just merged. And your storm is getting bigger now, crawling east, Tom. You've got good roads. Go ahead. Give us an update.
Yeah, David. So that little shower kind of supercharged that storm. And as soon as it kind of went into it, the hail core and the rain just increased rapidly. And so the base looks just a little bit better than it did earlier with that shower interaction. I can't see any rotation at the moment. I'm looking towards my southwest. That base kind of reorganized as well. So I am looking at it. I don't see anything at the moment that's about to produce a tornado, but it could happen at any moment. Back to you.
All right, nice job, Tom. So here's the deal. That storm, again, took in that shower, and it kind of made it stronger, and that can certainly happen. That's what Tom was talking about. We were talking about that here in the studio. So big rain-free base, but you're looking at it. If it were on the ground, you'd see it live right here on News 9. And it is not on the ground, but it is rotating, right, for sure. Okay, so Tom's there on that storm. Let's go back to Lynx 1, and here it is. So, boy, look at it. Look what happened when that shower went into it. Look at the storm strength. So it was pegging it. It was already up here in the oranges. Storm gets pulled into it. Now we're going into overdrive mode. Now we're up here. Okay, so it's crawling east. All right, crawling east. I mean, and the Eric storm, it might have weakened a little bit. It's right over Eric, coming into Eric. But that's a big cell. Tornado warning continues for you folks in northern Harmon County. So let's get back to this here. And if this is headed towards you, obviously, if you're in your home, lowest level, center part of the house, obviously, storm shelter, safe room, all those are all good. But if you don't have one of those, and this hook back here, here's a couplet. If you live near Snyder Farms, Peanut Barn, or Hollis Airport, north of Hollis, but not by much, safe spot, you got to go, all right? And again, just take your phone with you. You're streaming us, you're watching it, just here you go. And you can just keep it going here as you head to your safe spot. But once again, it's not moving east at 30 or 40. It's moving east at 15 miles per hour. It's crawling east, so you have some time in here. But the hail core now from McKnight up Highway 30 is pretty good size hail. Quarters and now golf balls showing up. And there's Tom. He's looking right back at the hook right here. And then from there, the big hail goes all the way up Highway 30 and goes all the way up to, well, near Vincent. We're going to have nickels and dimes up here, maybe some quarters. Big hail cores right here just north of McKnight. On and north of McKnight, just north of Tom. All right, so moving east, there's your hook. The next storm down the line is severe. That's going to come in to the west of Hollis, it looks like, and that's got a big hail core. It does have a couplet on it. It is rotating. All right, so we'll see. Now, here's the deal. We talk about this every year. It's just some years I think people get caught on catchphrases, which we say these things all the time and have for decades. But we talk about the low-level jet kicking in, and that's going to happen, right? There are dynamics that begin to take place when the sun goes down because of our elevation, where we are close to the Rockies, yada, 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 yada. So you get this low-level jet, and it starts to ramp up about 3,000 to 5,000 feet above your head. And that low-level jet, it just gets stronger after the sun goes down. So what happens is during the evening hours, and that can help, again, kind of fire up tornado genesis. And we've had it happen a bunch this year. Sun goes down, storms are still isolated. If these storms are still by themselves, we're going to have a higher chance of getting a tornado out of one or two of these as your evening moves along. So that's our concern with this, okay, that these storms keep going. Now, some of the data that we look at says these do just exactly what they're doing. They make their way east over near Clinton and Snyder and Hobart, and then they move a little farther east, and then they begin to weaken, and they fall apart. And no way. We've done this too long to say that's for sure going to happen. It could, but not going to Vegas on that one, not yet. All right, so, man, look at Brandon's shot. Let's go back to that storm there and get an update from Brandon. And Brandon, your storm, I don't know. It looks, it still has the hook just to your northwest, west of Eric, not tornadic, no tornado warning on it. What do you think by looking at it here? I've got my idea. What do you think by looking at it? Give me an update.
Okay, David. So what I think's happening right now is we're kind of going through it's reorganizing itself. It took that shower in from the south, and in all reality, I feel like there's a little bit of there's almost two updrafts. You can kind of see this one that's in my shot, and then there's a space, and then this is what the old one is right here. So this one had just pulled a bunch of scud in and is trying to take over back on the southwest flank. I originally thought that this was going to get pulled into the main one. There's quite a bit of movement starting to go on in the cloud bases now, and we are starting to see banding develop back to our southeast that's being pulled in. So I would say, even though it's been on the struggle bus for probably the last 15 minutes, it's trying again to pulse back up. And like I said, this thing is crawling. We still haven't moved since the last update. It's basically in the same spot, in the same area that it's been. So my opinion is it's trying to become a lot more surface-based and a lot more surface-established. And once that happens, we'll see what the evolution is over by the next 15 to 20 minutes to maybe a half hour. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice job. So that is the updraft. That's it. You're looking at it right here. And nothing on the ground. We'll see what it does here. I think it is reorganizing. That was my first take here, looking at radar. Okay, back to Lynx 1. And this is Brandon's storm. And see how this is kind of flipping around on this side here, and that's normally a sign it's having some issues. It's struggling a little bit right now, but that can last 5 minutes, and then it ramps back up. All right, but either way, big hail, and we'll get a storm track on this coming up here, but you folks in, well, Eric, feed a lot, hail coming into you right now, hail on the north side of Eric, and it's going to be nickels and dimes. Cassie, let's see what or Lacey, let's see what the hail sizes are in this. It looks like it's come down some. Yeah, so we've got quarters and probably still some quarters in there, but it's certainly not tennis balls or baseballs. And that hail went right over Eric, moving to the northeast. You folks out in and around Eric had some hail, and still might be hailing on the north sides of Eric as it makes its way northeast. So that storm has weakened a little bit. It's weakened some, and it's not tornadic. No tornado warning on that. But storm strength, see how strong it was? And now it's back down into the orange category here. So it's gone up. Now it's come back down. By the way, that's a product you only see on News 9. Okay, let's jump back into southwest Oklahoma here. Let's talk about our tornado warn storm. And once again, man, look at the hook now.
Yeah, it's going to be so interesting in the next 20 minutes or so when that next one merges with it, David. Oh, is it splitting? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is. It's splitting.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're going to have a split, which means this is your left mover, we call it. This is your right mover. These produce big hail, these produce big hail, and a possible tornado. The right movers can produce the tornadoes, left movers seldom do. Might get an anticyclonic or something a little nutty, a little fruity, but anyway, we'll see. All right, let's go back to Tom again. And tornado warning continues for you folks at McKnight. This is for northern Harmon County. And Tom, your storm, a couple of things going on. It's beginning to split. Obviously, you're going to stay on the right mover. You'll stay to the south. We'll let the left mover go to the north and produce more hail. But Tom, the mesocyclone now is going to be to your west-northwest. How far is that, Lacey?
It's just a couple miles. From
2 miles?
2 to 3 miles. And David, it's moving kind of east-southeast. It may come to the north side of Hollis. What do you think?
I know. Yeah, it's going to be close.
It'll be close.
Yeah, if you live in Hollis, you got to watch it here. Tom's going to bring his shot around here so we get a look at this thing. Look at that feeder band there. That'll fire you up. Anytime you see a feeder band like that, that just means this thing it's pulling it all in. All right, Tom, hang on a second.
The hook is more pronounced now, David.
Yep, Tom.
It's tightened up on radar.
Okay, Tom Pastrano, you are hot. We have your shot. It's getting stronger, Tom. There you go, just northwest of you. That's right. Right now, that is live. And what do you think, Tom? I see scud developing underneath it. Give us an update. Right behind the wires there. Go ahead.
Yeah, so the scud is feeding into it. Rotation is increasing. It's almost strong rotation now. I kind of moved to the south. This storm is kind of inching more closer to Hollis. It looked like Hollis was out of the woods, but, it's kind of inching closer and closer. And I did have 2-inch hail about a mile to my north there, but this wall cloud, it's increasing. I wouldn't say rapidly, but, it could do something in the next few minutes. Back to you.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's definitely getting more pronounced and at least stronger on radar. So looking at Tom's shot. Oh, yeah. Yeah, look at the spin here, folks. Hey, Tom, your camera is a little bit tilted. I know you see that, but
I'm going to get a better position.
You're fine. You're fine. It's a great
no
shot.
parking spots left.
You got a great shot here. He's going to get back in position here, and he's going to show you what this thing looks like. You can see the rotation there. He's going to get up here, and also a sign of a veteran storm chaser. Get the power lines out of your shot. All right? So there you go, if you can. Doesn't always work out, but there you go. Here it is right here. See the scud developing? See the scud? So what's happening is the mesocyclone's right here, and it's low pressure. It's an area of low pressure rotating counterclockwise, and it gets stronger. It starts to pull in more unstable air, right, up into the updraft. This thing is spinning faster and faster, and then as it pulls in rain-cooled air from the right side, right, remember, it's rotating counterclockwise, so it's pulling in air from all directions into it, and as the pressures, the barometric pressure gets lower, the condensation starts to sink farther and farther and lower down, right? So that's what's going on with this. We'll see if this attaches. Tom, is that attached right there? It looks like it is. Is that an extension of the meso there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it is attached, just straight up. So it could do something here. It's really trying. Past storms, I've seen this happen, and it just has that look, that rising scud, that rotation. It's really, really trying. I really think it might do something here pretty quick.
Room. We're going to go back to radar, but let's make sure we leave Tom's shot up. Thank you. Great job, everybody. All right, so new hook developing on this one. Still not into that overdrive mode yet, but this hook is getting tighter. And Tom is on this hook, and the hook on that is obviously pronounced. It's still north of Hollis, but gosh, not by much. You folks in Hollis, I know you're looking at it, you're watching it, but if I'm in Hollis, and especially north of Hollis, lowest level, center part of the house, again, you can take your phone with you, there you go, watch this streaming if you need to. And we're gonna watch this thing trek off to the east-southeast. Is it moving more southeast now, or is it?
It looks like it is. I mean, it was basically stationary there for a little bit, and now it's got that shove off to the east, down to the southeast, and it's actually moving at about, 10 to 15 miles per hour now. David, what do you think?
Yeah, it's definitely, and it'll slow down even more once this thing comes into it. Look at the couplet.
Yeah. On the last scan, I mean, it just keeps getting a little stronger. It's not crazy as far as the winds that are in it.
No.
But it's getting more balanced. It's kind of 32 versus 20.
Okay, so 50 gate to gate. Not a tornado, right? And Tom's right there. But still, there's a mesocyclone. What does shear rate look like?
It just came up one tick, and it's kind of got more of that classic tornado genesis signature.
Yeah, a little bit of a hole in it, running from just north of Hollis. So if I'm in Hollis and north of Hollis, lowest level, safe spot, this thing is going to move east-southeast. It might barely miss you folks in Hollis, but it's not going to miss you by much, okay? So there's your hook. All right, and it's going to keep making its way off to the east-southeast, slowly, 10 to 15 miles per hour. It's a slow grind. And then we have the other storm here going up. So, Andrew, Jeremy's still headed off to the west? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he knows what he's doing here. We'll get him in position as well. Okay, so 2 supercells. We have the other, and there goes your split. And not really worried about this northern storm so much that split off. It's not even severe. It's going to produce some small hail, a little bit of wind. And then we have Brandon's storm up here. Marty's coming in on this storm, which it's not severe near Strong City. Just went severe then. With the hail sizes, though, are not that big in that. Nickel and dime, maybe some quarters, but that's still severe. Yeah, barely severe, but we got to watch that. And that's going to head up towards Leedy and Camargo. Marty Logan's going to be right there.
And Brandon's in Enid. You want me to get Brandon Wells further west?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Let's get Brandon. Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Going west. Okay, let's go to Brandon Pennell. He's on this supercell, right? There's your hook, wrapping in. See the 3 little bands there? And Brandon, I saw your shot there. Obviously, I have your shots up the entire time, and I was like, that's hanging down pretty low.
That's Brandon Wells. That's Brandon Pennell.
I'm sorry. Let's go to Brandon. Control room, my bad.
That's the right shot. There you go.
I know. We're going to have to name these. We're going to have to change their names legally.
Let's just call Wells.
Just Wells?
Yeah.
Just go Wells. Okay. Let's go to Pennell. Pennell,
There you go.
what do you think? There it is. You're looking at the cut. There's some dry air hanging back on that. And what do you think? What's it look like to you in the field right now?
You know, David, it's still kind of in the same maintain and hold situation. The storm itself has started to now move off to the east, it looks like a little bit. And as it started to move off to the east, we noticed that our rotation started to increase. So as it started to get a shove, our rotation at the cloud base really started to increase. It wasn't anything that was screaming tornado, but it's the beginning of an evolution to me that if the storm can maintain itself and continue to maintain strength as it pulls east, the circulation started to increase. And we had a couple of different areas. The old one is off to the left, and now our new one, as the storm has moved off to the east, I pan to the right, you can kind of start to see what is now a pretty well-established base, and all of this is pulling around from the southwest back to the northeast. We're on the southwest side of the storm now, so we're going to get up into Eric and then look back to the southwest. Probably be about 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll be back in front of it. Back to you.
Brandon's right there. And again, you're seeing what I'm seeing, what he's seeing, and what radar's seeing, and not on the ground. No funnels out of this. Let's go back south now. Thank you, Brandon. Great job. And let's go back to Lynx 1, talk about Tom's storm here. And that's going to be Tom's video right there. And it is rotating. The hook is right here. You see the rain coming in around this whole thing, right? Here's Tom. And new storm now coming into Hollis. So what's going to happen is this storm is bigger. This storm is smaller, but these storms are going to merge. And two things will happen. Either go either way. They're going to become one big storm. Now, with the storm coming in that big, it's going to reorganize. It's too big just to impact it very little. I think it's going to have a bigger impact on it. So they'll become one, and then we'll see what this whole thing turns into. But right now, looking at storm strength, even Tom's storm has weakened some. And the other storm down here has actually come up some. So 2 supercells, and they're going to merge, looks like to me. And what's going to happen is this one might push in so deep on this one that this one becomes a dominant storm. And we call that Tail End Charlie. And then that becomes the storm in southwestern Oklahoma as these merge as one. And then we get a huge storm down here. And like I said, the longer these stay by themselves and they don't, become a linear or try to line out or gust out, as long as they stay by themselves, longer into the evening, I'm talking about the next 1, 2, 3 hours, the tornado threat's going to be at its highest. Okay? All right, so the mesocyclone, the area of spin now, is pretty much right on Highway 30. Just north of Hollis. So in Hollis, north of Hollis, off to the east now, tornado safe spot, lowest level, center part of the house. Is it on the ground? It is not. You're looking at it. Let's go back to Tom Pastrano. And Tom, a couple of things going on. You're getting some rain in from the storm to your south, and they're going to merge. I don't see how they don't. So we'll see what that's going to have on the storm itself. It's going to have some impact for sure, Tom, as this storm comes in from the south. And it's going to come in right into your mesocyclone. But right now, what do you think? It looks like it's maybe not as impressive as what it was 10 to 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's right. So I think if it was going to do something, it probably would have done it about 10 minutes ago. So it's probably a good thing that storm is kind of interacting with this one. And we're just going to have to really see what this southern storm does if that becomes kind of the dominant storm. And right now I'm getting an RFD strong winds from my northwest, but it doesn't look nearly as impressive as it did earlier. So I think I'm going to probably just drop towards the south and kind of wait for the storm to come up through Hollis and see what we got. Back to you.
All right, great job, Tom. So Tom, again, underneath that, and and there it is, folks. And there's not been any funnels out of this, right? There's been some scud hanging down, rotating scud. But if you're an amateur storm chaser, you'd be like, woo, funnel. Nope. I'm sorry, my friends, not a funnel. Scud hanging down is not a funnel, all right? All right, so that's what the base looks like out of that, and Tom's right there. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 1. Tom's on it. So we have the one severe storm west of Sayre, and we have the other severe storm. We'll talk about this one, too. We're going to go up the line here. Marty's coming in from the north. And also, I know Marty knows this, but make sure he's aware. I know his road. Oh, he's already done it. He's going east. Okay, he knows. All right, so let's go ahead and zoom.
Up there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Marty's going east. Okay, he'll catch this thing. Okay, just east of Roll, down to north of Strong City. It is severe. It's moving pretty quickly up towards Camargo right now in Leedy. Going to have some nickels and dimes, maybe some quarters, winds to 60. It's just right now, it's a thunderstorm, right? It's got a little bit of some weak mid-level, yeah, but certainly not crazy.
Yeah, this is 9,000 feet up that we're hitting that storm, so
yeah,
it is definitely not in the low levels right now.
No, it's got a little bit of mid-level in it, but yeah, like you said, it's high, and it's not like, oh man, look at that, right? Looks like a big blob of, okay?
And it's moving faster, much faster than the rest of them, since it's by itself.
It almost looks like it
elevated.
Looks like a left split, but it's not. But it looks like it took off of another storm. But okay, so let's go down the line here. Okay. Let's talk about the I-40 storm, we're calling it. You folks in Sayre, the hook now is on this, but this still looks about the same to me. It's tried. The hook is still hanging back just to the north of Eric. Brandon's right there. This is a severe storm, not tornadic, but the hail is going to be lifting off to the northeast. There's the hook. Now, like I said, it's right over and just north of town. Let's go to Brandon Pennell and get an update from Brandon. And in Brandon, looks like the hook's going to be just north or on I-40. It looks like right now, just over the Eric feedlot is the hail. In between you and the Eric feedlot is where the wall cloud's going to be, if there is one, or at least the lowering there. What do you think? Give us an...
Okay, David, so we just came through Eric on 66 going east. To me, the storm is it's going through another cycle stage, and it looks to me as if the lowering and the updraft base is going to be just on the southeast side of Eric now. It's kind of back behind us. I'm going east about another half a mile to a mile to turn around and look at it. But the storm is continuing to go through a cycle stage, and it's looking more impressive just back to our southwest now. So in about 2 or 3 minutes, I'm going to be able to turn around and have a clear shot back at it to where you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Give me just a minute, and I'll be right back with you. Back to you.
All right. Okay. Stay with it. I know he will, and great job. So let's go back to Links 1. Here's what this looks like. You can clearly see the hook, right? Right here. Right on Eric, okay? You folks in Eric, you can see to the north here. You're looking out to the north, rain-free base, right? And here's your hail running from the feedlot over to Hext, and then from there, well, it's just going to kind of make its way off to the east towards Sayre. You folks in Sayre, get ready for some hail, quarter, maybe some golf balls, and up towards the Sayre Memorial Hospital, which is on the north side of Sayre, and the city landfill. In between the landfill and Sayre, this storm is going to make its way east and then down to I-40, all right? Nickels and dimes and quarters. There is a hook on it. It's not strong enough to get a tornado warning, but it is spinning right back in here. Brandon's right there. All right, let's go back south.
Okay.
And who shot him up? That's Brandon's shot.
That's Brandon, yeah. He turned around. You could see the...
Okay, that looks interesting. That looks a lot different. Okay.
It's moving right at him.
Yeah, let's go back to Brandon again on that. Brandon, I'm going to bring you back in here again. Your shot, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, I see the thing hanging down, not a funnel, but in front of you, is that rotating from left to right? Is that thing in the back going from right to left?
Okay, David, so here's what's going on right now. So remember when I was saying that the storm is trying to develop back to the south side of 66? So all of this that's in the shot right now is being pulled from the north back to the south. As I move my truck and I'll pan the shot, looking, you're going to have power lines in it and a tree, and it's the only place I could pull over. But you can start, this is the left side of it, and it's being pulled back from the south to the north. And then this over here is being pulled from the north back to the southwest, and it's all trying to form a broader I mean, it's a broad circulation now, but it's trying to all come together where it's a tighter circulation. It was really disrupted, but we can see the core just off to our north is really intensified visually. Lightning is increasing, so this storm is on the uptick right now as it comes through. It's clearing Eric right now, but Sayre, to me, looks maybe just on the south side of Sayre, but you can't take that for granted. It's really trying to get organized, and it's looking better visually as it tracks off to the east-northeast. Back to you.
Okay. All right. So you folks, again, he's in Eric. He's actually east of Eric. This is going to be east of you now in Eric. Okay, this is to your east, but not by much. And let's go back to Links 1, and you can see the hook right here, trying to get a little tighter. The hook is trying to come down, And there's your hail to the north of it here, north of Hext, and then east of the Eric feedlot. Your hail's going to be in here, and there's your hook. And that's where Brandon is, looking right at that. Okay, let's go back south where the tornado warning is. And again, we will get a storm track on this. Now, Val is up here in the Vincent storm. And let me see Val's shot. Do we have Val's shot? Oh, there it is. Okay. He's on this. And again, this is a left mover. These normally don't do a whole lot, but well, wind and hail, sure. And they can produce tornadoes if they become a little bit different in the way they form. We'll see what this does. But Val's looking at that. And then, like we said, these storms they're merging right now. And so Tom's hook is up in here, right? Okay, so see how the mesocyclone went up, crossed Highway 30, and now it's weakening. Okay, so that's because these are coming together. But let's talk about what's going on southwest down here. Let's go back to reflectivity, make sure we got our bearing straight here. Okay, and yeah, it's going to be interesting, huh?
It's not really. I think is that a false artifact almost in that area where the shower's kind of moving.
Yeah, right here.
Off towards the east. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I was just, you had velocity data turned on.
Right, that's what I'm talking about, velocity data versus where the precip is.
Okay, so I think this mesocyclone, I think this becomes one, obviously it's what we've been talking about, probably it becomes one big storm. And man, look at the hook, man, that thing was really impressive. This thing's still not over with. Look at the reflectivity. See how this curves? See how this wraps around? That is your meso right there. I mean, that's your area of spin right now. So this is now going to be for central and eastern Harmon County. Tornado warning for you. And the meso, though, went up and went down. So we'll see. It has weakened. It has weakened. But what's happening is it's weakening because this storm is now not taken in a small storm. It's taken in a much larger storm, or one of it basically almost as big. And it's kind of disrupted the whole thing. And often when that happens, like what's happening right now, they're going to get together, they're going to shake hands, and they're going to crank up. That's usually what happens. Sometimes it can impact it also in a better way or a positive way, and it doesn't get back to where it was, and we don't get a tornado out of this. And that'd be just fine. But right now, these are becoming one, and that's going to be a large storm.
And David, the track that I have on Links 3, I went ahead and I just kind of put a track on that whole thing since they're merging together right now.
Yeah, okay, let's go to Links 3 control room. Thank you, Cassie. And let's do that on Links 3, and there it is. Moving easterly, we'll say American Gypsum at 617. Is that a real place?
Oh, I've never heard of that.
I haven't either.
I'm looking it up.
Okay, let's find out where they are. We need a phone call from them. Badgers Farm Center. Did we just add some new cities? Did we just do all this? All right, Duke, 621. Martha, 646. Blair, at about 7 o'clock. Altus at 7:05. Hedrick at about 7:39. Altus, you've got time, but this is going to try to go right down Highway 62. Right down Highway 62. So these are now becoming one. It's a little bit disorganized. It is still a big storm. Again, moving east. The northern storm, the one that Val's on, continues to make its way off to the northeast here.
David?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say a couple notes. One, Hank just told me that American Gypsum is a drywall
manufacturing that's what Banda was just saying.
And then also the new warning is for hail up to tennis ball size.
Okay. All right.
So it's business in Duke.
Yeah. What'd you say?
It's a business.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right, so here's the deal. And because you were watching it live with us, we watched this thing weaken, and it's no longer tornadic, but this is going to be a temporary thing, is that I think that these are going to merge, and well, it's happening right now. They're already merging. And then we'll see if we don't get another hook to develop, and if we can get another tornado warning out of this as it moves down Highway 60. Again, this is going to be a big storm. That low-level jet is kicking in, and this thing is going to go right down Highway 62 into Duke, into Martha, into Blair. Mangum, you might get lucky, and this storm might go just south of you. Then the northern storm up near Vincent might go, oh, obviously that's going to go to your north up towards Willow. And that storm's actually getting a little bit better organized. A little bit better organized. Okay, what about the storm up north here? Let's take a look at that.
You want to go Links 1?
Yeah.
Okay. There's Lynx 1. I just zoomed out to show you what's going on south of the Red River, too.
Okay.
To keep an eye on. Storm may come up eventually and cross the Red River near Kroll.
Okay. We need to be, yeah.
So. We'll
Okay.
see how far it makes it.
I'd say what? I'm thinking here, thinking out loud.
I can see it.
Okay, we might have to do something with Hank here or Vaughn. Okay. All right, let's, hey, Andrew, do this for me. Do me a favor. Go ahead and get Hank southbound.
Okay.
Let's get him a little farther south, down towards Hobart. And we'll see what this Texas stuff does. And Texas might try to give us some problems. We can handle them. We don't like them. But we'll see what happens when this stuff comes out of Texas. It might weaken as it comes across the red, but we're not going to take that chance. It's still way down here, still a ways away, but we'll get Hank down south. We'll see what this thing does. All right. I'm looking at our shots here. You are too. They're right here. All right, so severe storms all out west, moving their way northeast. The storms in the far west are crawling east. What is that shot? Let's go to that shot right there. Let's go to Tom. Tom Pastrano. Let's go to Tom Pastrano, control room. Tom, is that a tornado? Is it on the ground? What is that?
No. So
what is
this
that?
This is the old mezzo. It is a lowering, but it is not on the ground. But it looks pretty ominous there. I don't see a bunch of motion in there, but that is where the old mezzo was and still is. I mean, it still looks pretty impressive, but it's completely wrapped in the rain.
That's right back there, though, where it should be. Are you looking off to the northwest?
Yes,
Yeah.
To my northwest.
That's it. I mean, that's it. When I saw your shot just up, I was like, hang on a second, because that was really starting to, it was starting to come to a point and trying to cone out there a little bit. So.
Okay, tornado warning coming, Cassie's saying, for Brandon Storm up near Eric and Sayre.
Okay, new tornado warning now for the storm up north. The storm down south, we'll probably get another tornado warning out of this. Golly, that thing is really. Okay, so let's go back to Lynx 1. This is the old mesocyclone, which is right here. Okay, looking right here. And then Tom, and then we have Jeremy coming in from the east. This is gonna develop probably into it already is, a bigger storm. Now, these have merged. It's now one. We'll probably get a hook back here on the south side. Okay? All right, let's go north. And let's go up here and take a look at the storm now. Up here, tornado warning now. And we were talking about this storm. Brandon was giving you play-by-play of this thing ramping up and getting tighter. And that's exactly what it's doing right here. Here's Brandon. All right, Brandon, we have your shot. This thing is crawling down I-40. You folks in Sayre, south down to I-40, back to Hext, east of Eric. Eric, you're out of this. This is going to be to your east, anywhere along the I-40 corridor, lowest level, safe spot. You got to go. All right, let's go to Brandon. Let's find out what this thing's doing. Brandon Panel, give us an update. And we have your shot up. I know you're headed off to the east. If you can, give us a turnaround shot. I see the feeder band to your left. When you get a second there, turn in somewhere and give us a shot of that. Go ahead and give us an update as you're looking at the storm. Go ahead.
Yeah, David. So we're in the repositioning stage because we got blocked on I-40 and then there's some trees. It looked to me like there was a pretty good RFD surge that started to come around, and everything was trying to tighten, but nothing could localize. That's why we went ahead and made the move while we could. So I'm going to flip around now and see what it looks like. It's about 2 minutes ago when we started moving. So the base does look a lot better. There's definitely nothing on the ground as you look back at the shot. I would say the circulation is still fairly broad, and it's basically crawling right on I-40 now. You can, if I zoom in just a little bit, you'll be able to see the semis on I-40. So the circulation is going to be right over the top of I-40 and Highway 66 on the east side of Eric. And even though it's picked up some speed, it's not moving dramatically. There is quite a bit of lift going on right now that's increased in probably the last 15 minutes. As I was saying earlier, as the storm finally started to get a surge to the east, that's when the rotation really started to increase.
Right here.
We're looking, there's still kind of two areas. There's one that we're looking at right here, and then there's another one kind of out in front of that. They've kind of been fighting each other, so it tries to get pulled back in, and then it kind of surges out again, and it shoves off to the east. We honestly thought, just visually on the looking at radar, that the storm was trying to weaken, but I think it's just going through another cycle like we continue to see this storm do. And if these two areas can figure themselves out and become localized, you know, this may be something of concern here in probably the next 5 to 10 minutes, because there's a lot more movement in the cloud base going on right now. Over 66 and I-40 east of Eric.
Okay, we see your shot looks great, and obviously nothing on the ground. This is the tornado warning. That is not a funnel. I'm telling you, I know people call things like that funnels all the time. It's not a funnel. It's a piece of scud. It's part of the mesocyclone. It's part of the lowering. It's part of the wall cloud. But it's, you know, it can be the beginning of tornado genesis, but that is not a funnel.
David,
yeah.
Jeremy said he thinks he might have something in his shot.
All right, let's go back to Jeremy, get an update from Jeremy Carter, and he's on that southern storm. Jeremy, I see rain on the right, and I see a little bit of it looks like a tag hanging down on the left side of the core, at least some rain in there, and you're looking back.
Yeah,
Yep, go ahead, take it.
Anyway, yeah, it almost is moving around quite a bit. It almost really looked like, had the look of a funnel just right before you got to me, but definitely there's some scud pulling in. And the south end of this storm, I think this meso is about to try to get organized and come together and form back a stronger meso back here on the south end of this storm, just west of Duke. David, back to you.
Okay, all right, nice job. Well, stay with this, and I know Jeremy will, because here's the deal. He's helping Tom out. We have two areas of spin that we're watching, the old meso and then the new meso. Okay, let me see his shot here again. Okay, let's go back to links 1. And here's Jeremy right here, and he was looking back off to the southwest. Now keep an eye on Brandon's shot. That's looking a little bit uglier, a little bit lower, trying to localize, trying to tighten up, right? Tornado warning continues for Brandon's shot, and also for, wow, that's really, wow. That took 5 minutes. That took 5 minutes. All right, let's go to Val Castor. Let's bring in Val.
Okay,
Val's right here, coming in from the north. Let's bring in Val. He's on the same storm as Tom. Go ahead, Val, coming in from the north. Tornado warning continues for your storm south of Hollis now. Go ahead, give us an update. 2 tornado warnings in effect right now for western Oklahoma. Go.
All right, so we're 2 miles south of Hollis, David, and this is the new meso that quickly formed down here when these two storms merged. That lowering right there wasn't there just a little bit ago. It's formed quickly, and that's the new area of rotation, and the location on that's going to be, I would say, 3.5, maybe 4 miles at the most, southeast of Hollis. Not moving super fast, but there it is right there, and it's getting bigger. We're watching it. I'm not really noticing the rotation just yet. I mean, it probably has slow rotation at this point, but it's just in the process of getting organized. We're going to keep an eye on it. Back to you.
Okay, nice job. So that's the lowering. That's Val coming in from the north. And again, Tom is right there on the south side. Val is on the north side coming in here. That's the lowering. You can clearly see that there is no tornado on the ground, but it is certainly rotating. And it's not off the charts rotating, but it does have the meso. Look at him flipping cameras here. There's more flipping and flopping going on right now. All right, let's go back to links 1. And tornado warning now west of Sayre. This storm is getting its act together. It was a left split, but it's not looking like a left split where the hook's on the backside, and it looks more like we'll call it a classic supercell. We got to watch that. Hank's going to be on that shortly. And then we have the big storm down here that Jeremy, Tom, and Val are on. Our storms have now merged into one. I'm looking at Tom's shot. I'm looking at Val's shot. I'm looking at Jeremy's shot. And has it tightened up enough? I don't think it's...
No.
Not yet.
The hook developed, and the hook's a little bit disorganized at the moment. And it's very stretched out, but it's definitely organizing. You can just see it right in front of you.
Yeah. What does shear rate look like out of FDR? What do you... Okay.
About the same, yeah.
We got, we've got things going on. Okay, so tornado warning again for you folks in Hollis. You're getting storms right now and rain, but the hook, the old hook was north of you, and then the new hook is south of you folks in Hollis as it heads down towards Star Valley. All right, so there's your hook right here. and that's going to keep making its way off to the east-southeast. Okay, and holler, Cass, let's do a couple of storm tracks on these when you get them. We can kind of go down the line. All right. I see a little tag hanging down in Valshot. All right, so the hail down here, by the way, man, I'm really surprised the hail's not bigger than that, but it is still reorganizing, but nickels and dimes and quarters, nothing crazy. But if you live in Duke or Prairie Hill or Victory, Hester, Martha, Altus, you're a ways away, but it's coming.
Considering the instability in the Cape down there, is it like 5,500?
Yeah.
I mean, it's maxing out. So you would think you'd have much bigger hail. Maybe we'll get that later, hopefully not. But there's so much fuel in this part of the state currently.
Yeah, I mean, this is a powder keg. I mean, there's lots of juice. There's gasoline waiting down here, you know? It's high octane for sure. Okay, I see, whose shot is that? That's Val's shot. All right, now, okay, I'm gonna point this out. Look at this storm, and I wanna point out a couple of things. And just see how it starts to do this? I'm telling you, this thing is tightening up right now. Look at the bands. It's pulling in so much from the east, the northeast, and the southeast that you start to get these bands of rain, these fingers, right? These fingers looking back at you, and these are just feeder bands coming in from the northeast that basically they have rain in them, but they're bands of precip inside the anvil and also at the lower levels that start to wrap back into this. And that is a large storm. You take that and put that over Oklahoma County, we're all getting it right now, right? But the hook is now beginning to localize on this side of the storm. We have Val, we have Tom, and we have Jeremy right here. It's still there. There's your spin. It's right here. Val's right there. And trackers have it covered. Everybody right down the line.
David, the tracks are ready on 3.
Let's go to Links 3 control room. And we're going to do a track on this whole thing here. I'll give you an update.
On the so I just
no,
see
it's
the
fine.
two different tornado warnings. Yeah.
That's good. And we've taken it down to Elmer in case it makes a little more of a right turn. Elmer probably going to go north of you, but if you live in Star Valley, 613. We got dust blowing. Okay, Duke at about 7 o'clock and Olesi at about 7:29. Let's go back to Val's shot. Let's make sure this dust is not spinning. Could be a gustnado. It could be dust being pulled into the updraft, which is right above that. Val, is that dust being pulled into the updraft right above you? What do you think?
No, that's inflow dust. David, I'm looking to the southeast right here. That is definitely inflow dust, and it was spinning just a minute ago. It was definitely a gustnado. It still might be spinning right there. If you look at it real close, it almost looks like it is spinning very, very slowly. Not a tornado, but definitely a gustnado. At least it started out as a gustnado. So, you know, that's also right under the blinking line right there, too, on the RFD, something that really needs to be watched. But that's in the right on the RFD inflow interface, I guess you could say. Back to you, David.
Okay. We're rolling on Val, correctly? Just want to make sure. All right. Okay, so this shot, let me show you what's going on here. He is looking off to his east. Look at the wheat down here, by the way. I want to point that out. Wheat looks good. Wheat looks good. All right. I'm not a farmer. I'm just saying it looks good. It's golden. I like it. All right. It's not laid down due to wind and hail and all that, right? All right. So here's Val. Here's Tom. We're going to go check in with Tom coming up. And Val's right here. There's your mesocyclone. Hollis is here. This is to the southeast of Hollis. Moving east, here's McQueen, here's Gold, and there's Tom. Tom's going to drop south on Highway 5, looking back to his west. And look at the tail cloud on Jeremy's deal. Oh, boy, look at that. All right, let's go to Tom Pastrano. Tornado warning continues. Then we'll go back to Brandon. Let's go to Tom. And Tom, there you go. Kind of widen out. There you go. And here comes the feeder band to your right. Tom, how fast is all that spinning together coming in there? And can you see Val's dust from your shot? Go ahead.
Yeah, not from my shot. That dust kind of pushed way out to the south of that mezzo. But I have moderate, it's not rotation, but it's a feeder band coming in from the northeast. And the main rotation is going to be south of the core there. It looked a little bit better 5 minutes ago. I am starting to get some hail. Nothing huge yet, probably some quarters. Probably quarters are the biggest hail. So I got to cut south because the rain and the hail are kind of blocking my view. But just wanted to give you a shot of what I'm looking at here.
my gosh.
Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice job, Tom. Well, you can see the rotation there. It's not crazy strong. Let's go back to Val Castor and get an update from Val. And Val, what's your dust look like? Let's take Val Castor's shot. And Val, okay, what do you think? What do you see? Anything hanging down? Looks like it's on the ground. Go ahead, Val. Give us an update. Castor, we have your shot up.
I'm David.
Yeah,
David.
Go ahead.
Amy's going to pan up right now and look at that's basically where the rotation is. It's very weak rotation. It's nothing crazy. And back to the south, you were asking about the dust. I'm going to turn over here. It looks like we got some more dust being kicked up. And there it is right there in the shot. And that's basically on the RFD, you could say. And that's to our south, maybe a mile or so. You know, we saw what looked like a couple of weak gust NATOs. And you know what? If you look at that dust real close, it's definitely a spinning. That dust is spinning, and I'm just going to say right now, I mean, I can't say it's anything more than a gust NATO.
Hang on.
Yeah, I mean, we're watching it close because it is spinning.
Yeah, Val.
And it's right beneath the base, David. It's right beneath the base.
Yeah, Val, I think this is either a strong gust NATO or a weak tornado.
That's one of the two. I don't see any condensation above it at all.
No, I don't
No
either.
condensation, but that thing is rotating.
Yeah, no, it is. But also notice how quickly and fast the wind changed, and it moved it from right to left. Also, did you see how fast it just went from right to left? Like, you know, and a tornado's not quite going to do that fast. But it's definitely spinning here. Val, is the dust attached to the base? It's getting stronger.
What? It's working on it, David. It's working on it. The dust is maybe halfway up to the base at this point.
Okay, Val.
Look at that. It's getting bigger.
Yeah, it might. This might turn into it. It might turn into it here. All right, let's.
Very well might.
Okay, let's.
That's on the flank, David.
Okay, so this again. This is right where it should be. It's definitely. We know a gust NATO might be. Here's the deal. A gust NATO.
Shot.
Yeah, we'll get a Tom shot here. And again, this whole thing is spinning. It's either a strong gust NATO or a weak tornado. But there it is. Look at the spin going on. Let's go to Tom Pastrano and bring in Tom's shot here. Let's go to Tom. Tom, take his shot. Tom, is it attached? Is it a gust NATO that's moving from right to left? What do you think? Or is it an actual tornado? Go ahead.
Yeah, you know, for a brief period, it did go all the way to the base, and it almost looked like a tube. I mean, you can see it right there in my shot. So it could be a weak tornado. It's a lot of dust, and it's extending all the way up into the base. There's some pretty strong rotation in there. So there we go.
It's close, and Tom knows this. You can get dust that will extend all the way to the base, and it's still not a tornado, right? And we'll see what it does here. But it was moving so quickly that I was thinking, well, hang on a second. Let's go back to Val. And again, this is going to be south. Yeah. Let's go back to Val Castor. Let's take his shot control room. And Val, there it is. What do you think? Is it a gust NATO or is it a tornado?
So if you can hear me right now, so here's what I think. The main rotation with the storm is to the north of where the dust is, maybe a mile and a half. And I almost think, David, that maybe the rotation at the cloud base level might extend to the south and curve back down to where that rotation is. It's very possible. I can't confirm that, actually, but I'm up in the air right now. It could be a tornado. It could be a very, very weak tornado, or it still could be a strong gust NATO at this point. But I think it's very possible that the weak rotation in the clouds above might angle back towards the south. We can't really see. There's no condensation to really, alert us to the fact that that's what it's doing. But there is weak rotation to the north, about a mile to the north of it.
Yeah.
So it appears that it's not quite as strong as it was just a second ago.
Yeah. No, we agree with that, and that's what radar kind of says. But, you're right where you should be. The question is this more of a, like you were saying, winds in this, by the way, if you get hit by that, your winds might be, 60, 50, 60 miles per hour. That would be max.
The radar winds are 35 to 40 within that couplet. And the couplet's not extremely tight. The low level of circulation is getting tighter for sure on radar. And this is going to be just about a mile or two south of Gould, crossing Highway 5 eventually.
Yep. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 1. And Tom's there. And I'm looking at Tom's shot, and I still see that. So here's the, so remember, the mesocyclone is a cylinder, right? It's just the area of spin that goes all the way up. And you act like you're on top of this thunderstorm looking down through that mesocyclone. Air is rotating all the way down to the ground around that mesocyclone, that cylinder. And we have again, a west wind, a northwest wind going up against an east wind. So you have an area of spin. And then you get down to really to the micro levels here. You get down to the, we're talking about what we're looking at in Val's shot. And he's right there. Again, Jeremy, Tom, and Val are all here together looking right at this thing. Circulation is still pretty broad, but, you know, that could have been a weak tornado, or it's going to be a gustnado. And control room, if we can get that edited and flipped, please let me know when we have that again.
And Jeremy and Val are both getting hail, golf balls, or just larger.
Okay, all right. Okay, so shear rate's maxing out here, right over Tom and Jeremy. What does Jeremy see in his shot?
While you're looking at that, the supercell to the north, that left split headed towards Willow, is developing a hook. And we still have the tornado-warned storm coming up towards Sayre.
Yeah, let's go back north.
But Brandon's there as well.
And right now, nothing on the ground down here right now. This storm has weakened. The storm's not weakened, but the area of spin's weakened a bit. Okay, let's go north now. And big storm, big hook down here. This storm is shrinking, but the hail core is still pretty intense. Got a little bit of a hook on it. We're going to keep an eye on that. Let's go farther north now. And we got more dust coming up in Val's shot. We'll go back to that here in a second. Tornado warning continues. This is well east of Eric.
And while you're showing that, David, had a report from the emergency manager in Eric saying that mile marker 11 on I-40, there was a semi overturn, likely due to RFD, or that wind wrapping around that. So 11 miles from the Texas border on I-40, a semi overturn.
Yep, 11 miles into Oklahoma, right, from the Texas border. We had a semi overturn there due to winds, again, on the backside of this, or, you know, winds from this storm. So there you go, overturned semi. That'll get your attention. So the hail now coming into Sayre. Brandon's right here. Let's go to Brandon Pennell and get an update. There's your mezzo. It's right here. It's just about on top of Brandon. Brandon, what do you think? It's still spinning. I don't see any dust. I don't see anything hanging down, but I say that. I see the lowering there. What's it look like to you there visually? How fast is that rotating?
You know, David, it's kind of just more of the same with this storm. It really tries to intensify. It's a real broad circulation. It tries to come together, and then it gets a little RFD surge like we were talking about earlier, and it makes a trudge off to the east, and it kind of gets disrupted, and a new base or a lowered base forms out to the east of that, and it's been the trend for probably the last 30 to 45 minutes. I would say, you know, just looking at it, the core is strengthening. I definitely can't see anything on the ground. I can see all the way underneath all of this. But the circulation is definitely there. It's just a matter, is it going to all come together in one localized area, or is it going to stay stretched out and really broad? So we're staying right underneath it down 66 as it comes into the southwest and west sides of Sayre. Back to you.
Okay, so we have that storm covered as well. All the storms are covered here. Let's go back to Lynx 1. And again, here's Brandon right here. Area of spin is just to his east. There's the hook. Hail now coming into Sayre. Sayre's getting some hail for sure. And around Sayre, let's go ahead and lapse this, just see what it does.
Okay.
Going down Highway 152, pretty much down 152. Might go a little bit east-northeast of that. We'll get a storm track on that. Let's go back south now, talk about the southern storm. Tornado warning again on Brandon's storm.
66-mile-an-hour wind gust, David, 3 miles west of Gold. That's the Oklahoma mesonet. So that's the south storm you're talking about.
Yep, okay. So, and by the way, this storm is producing golf balls, maybe tennis balls now. Hank's coming in on that. That's going to end up going to Willow and Brinkman, and it's going to be just west of Bloomington down here. So that's going to be big damaging hail, okay? We're talking about tennis balls, maybe even some baseballs in here, but for sure, golf balls and tennis balls. And that's going to be making its way east towards Willow. Then eventually, if it holds together, Hobart, down the line, Godebo, Carnegie. We'll have to wait and see. Big storm of the day so far has been down here. We've had, again, at least one weak tornado or a gustnado. We'll probably argue about this for a while. But look at the hook now, folks. It's exactly what it did, what we thought it was going to do, right? Storms merged, reorganized, weakened, ramped back up as they became one. And now they're like, okay, now we're the big guy in town, right? We got the whole area down here to ourselves, and we're going to take in all the moisture, all the instability. We're going to take in that low-level jet, and we're just going to see how far we can go. There's your mesocyclone right here, south of Gould, and then just southwest of McQueen. All right, let's go back to Val, and then we'll go to Tom. Let's go to Val Castor. He's right here. And Val, area of spin, you're right there looking right at it. Your shot's frozen right now, but it'll get better. There it is. All right, give us an update, Val. What do you think? What's the rotation look like now? Go ahead.
All right, so I think we're coming up the camera shot is looking east, and I think the main area of rotation is right where we're looking, just to our east. So you see the little lowerings and all that right there in the tags and stuff like that. That's probably where the main area is. So after we talked to you earlier and we had that pretty good gustnado or maybe even possibly a tornado form, just about a mile west of that, we had another dust whirl on the ground, but this one had a little tube that extended from the ground about halfway up to the cloud base, basically on the flank right there. So strange things going on down here. A lot of movement, a lot of chaotic movement going on. Also, David, we had 2-inch hail just back about 2 miles west and northwest of here. So this storm is definitely packing a punch. We're tracking it. Back to you.
All right, nice job. Great job, Val. So there it is. You're looking right at it, not on the ground. Tornado warning continues. Again, this is going to be well south and east of Hollis. This is, well, yeah, it's going to be southwest of Duke here. All right, let's go back to, look at the hook now. Look at the storm now. Now we're doing something. Okay, look at the size of this. Look at the bands of precip coming in from the east. 1, 2, 3, 4 fingers, screaming eagle. Matter of fact, it looks like 2 eagles flying together, coming together with one big beak on the south side. I mean, that is a classic monster storm. Big hail in here, big hail. You folks in Duke, you're going to get trashed, and it's going to go right down Highway 62. There's your big hook. Tom's there, Val's there. Let's go to Tom Pastrano now, and then Cassie, I promise we'll get the storm tracks ready. I'm coming to you. All right, so Tom, what do you think? You're right underneath it, and you're right there. What do you think when you look up? Give us an update.
Yeah, so I was right underneath it. I didn't really have a great shot from repositioning, but it did have some strong rotation. The storm itself, the way it looks like it's getting better organized. So, yeah, you know, it could do something here in the next few minutes.
All right.
Right back in position. Back to you.
Okay, yeah. Just keep out ahead of it, Tom. Get a little farther east, give us a shot, and we'll take your shot again. All right, is it moving more east-southeast still?
It is, yeah. I'll lapse it, and you can see.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so Andrew, make sure Tom knows that it's moving east-southeast, not east right now. And unless it occludes, it's going to get down towards Prairie Hill. It's going to go to a Lusty. And
that's what I have the track doing, is going east-southeast.
Okay, let's go to Link Street. Look at the sides of the storm.
Yeah,
big hail.
25
hook.
miles wide.
Okay, and look at whose shot's that?
Which one?
That's Brandon's shot.
Brandon up north.
Yeah, wow. It's got a little wrap on it. Okay, so here's your storm tracks. And again, this is going to be back on the hook, right? It's on the most dangerous part of the storm right now, where the tornado warning is, right here. American Gypsum at 649. Badgers Farm Center, 651. Duke, 652. Olustee, 718. Altus Air Force Base, all the above at 730. We'll say Elmer, 733. Hedrick at 8 o'clock, and Tipton at about 8:02. Southwestern Oklahoma, the least you're going to get if the storm arrives at your doorstep, big hail, big wind. And again, the tornado is going to be right back in here. The tornado right now is going to go south of 62. It looks like right now. It'll go south of 62. Okay, so the next storm up the line, this is the one that Hank's getting in on. Brinkman, 639. Big hail in that, too. Tennis balls in this one. Willow, 645. Lone Wolf, 715. Hobart, 737. And Godebo out about 810. That's the middle storm. And the northern storm, now no longer a tornado warning on it. But I'll tell you what, it looks impressive right now. Looking at Brandon's shot. Clinton, Airport, 732. Dill City, 736. Burns Flat, 737. And Cordell at about 801. So those are the three games we have going on right now, right? 1, 2, 3. Biggest, largest, strongest, middle of the road. Both these storms are still strong, still severe and big hail. But look at the size difference between those two, which those are still impressive storms compared to that monster. That's in beast mode right now. And man, Brandon's shot, I tell you what, it does look impressive. Okay, let's go back to this.
On links 1, David, we've got the volumetrics to show that you're talking about it being so monstrous in size.
Yeah.
The tops of it are going almost to 60,000 feet.
I said that earlier. Okay, so there's the top of the whole storm. That line behind it, right, is to 60,000 feet, right? 60,000 feet. When you're flying an airplane, you're right in here. You're about 35 to 40. This is why airlines don't fly into these. They used to kind of fly a little too close. We don't do that anymore. And they just fly around them. We'll take away some of the top. We'll get the hail core. Look at the mesocyclone. Look at the highest reflectivity, and look at the hook wrapping in around. And you can see where our trackers are right underneath it. Right underneath it here. That is a big, big storm. Look at that. Yeah, that's it. Okay, fly in here real quick. Let's just take a closer look. I just kind of want to get on giddy on this.
Okay, you can see the hook. I mean, just right there.
Yeah, look at this.
Vault.
I mean, kind of go back in that just for a second. Look at the vault here. Go in, yeah, look how you can go inside this, right? If you're a weather nerd or you're not, I don't care who you are, you gotta like that. That's impressive. It's a big storm, 60,000 feet, folks. 60,000 feet. Yeah, they could get higher, but you got to respect that. That's going to have big hail for sure.
And I'm going to put this back into 2D mode and take this off and just show you the hail core now, David, and the hook. And look at it almost looks like it's got debris, but it's probably just precip wrapping around.
All right. Wow. All right, so Andrew, have our trackers get their shots up because they're not up. I mean, they're up, but they're not in position. So Andrew, tell them to get, because I want to go to them. Tell him to stop, give me a shot. And tell Val his shot's locked up. And tell Tom to pull over and give me a shot of this thing if he can. All right, where's Tom on this? What happened to him? Oh, he's down south. I see what he's doing. Okay, let's go to Val Castor. I know his shot's frozen. Let's take it for a second. I want to bring Val in. And Val, big hook, your shot is frozen. And give us an update as you, I know you're making your way to the east. Val, your hook is moving east-southeast. It might turn more easterly, but it's moving east-southeast. Tornado warning continues. Go ahead, Val. Give us an update on what you see. Your shot is still frozen. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we're right in the inflow region here. We're right in the area of the hook, and I can giving you the facts. We have weak rotation that I can see in the cloud base. We have lowerings that we see there. Most of the time, they're not super organized, a little unorganized. There's a lot of motion going on up there. We can see rising motion and chaotic motion, but generally right now, weak rotation with the storm, but definitely rotating at the cloud base level. We have not seen any funnels or anything like that since we had the rotating dust on the ground earlier, David, but we continue to see every now and then hail falling too. So this thing does have 2-inch and possibly larger hail. So we're going to keep a good watch on it. We're watching it. We're tracking it. Back to you.
All right. Nice job. Okay. So let's go back to links 1. And there's the mezzo. It's right out his left window. He shots down right now, but it's right out his left window. There's the hook. There's the inflow notch. This is where the storm is just completely breathing. It's alive and well. Gargantuan hail core running from, west of Prairie Hill to west of Duke to McQueen to south of Russell. This is all wind and rain and hail in here, big hail, all right? And then here's your hook. Here's your inflow notch, tightening up right now. And this thing, again, is moving east-southeast. Here's what it does. It moves east, and then it moves southeast. Tornado warning continues right here. This is Val. And Jeremy's to the north. What does Jeremy have in his shot? All right, and Andrew, can you have Tom does he have a shot for me?
Not at the moment.
Okay, ask him
to make the turn to the east, it looks like.
Okay, because I need to get a shot from these guys here coming up. And Tom, Andrew, tell Tom he has to get eastbound and down. He'll know what that means.
And Jeremy said he's got a shot for you.
Okay, all right, let's go to Jeremy Carter. And Jeremy's on the north side of the hook, looking off to the south. Jeremy, what do you think? Give us an update. Not the best visibility. Got some hail in there. Go ahead.
Of course, now you have some giant hail in here, but the bases, you can see it pretty good just right off to my south. But the wind is pretty crazy in here, and the hail's really strong. Yeah, I don't know if you can see the wind curtains wrapping around, but I don't see any spinning motion at this point. Whenever I come up here, when I first pulled into town, first laid eyes on it, there was a little bit of spin, but I can't make any of that out right now, David. Back to you.
Yeah. Yeah, great job, Jeremy. So not on the ground, but continues to rotate, and Jeremy's got to get a little bit farther south. Jeremy, if you can hear me, you need to come south, okay? Jeremy Carter, if you can hear me, you've got to get south. You're going to get gobbled up by the wind and the hail, and you're going to lose it. You got to get east, and you got to get south. You got to get south, Jeremy Carter. Okay, let's go back to Links 1 and take a look at it here. Val is making his way through. Here's the hook. Here's Tom down here. Tom is making his way off to the east. And what's the speed on the storm right now? What are we doing here? We're still at 15, 20?
20, at least 20.
Okay. So let's see. Yep. It's still lunging southeast. The hook is. All right. So this is the only tornado warning we have right now in southwest Oklahoma. Big hail coming into Duke, going down Highway 62. You folks in Altus, you're going to get it. I'm talking about hail. And you can see all this back to your west. Winds in here, by the way, 60, 70 miles per hour. Damaging wind. There's your mesocyclone. Starting to see some higher reflectivity here on the winds. Yeah, so what's Val going to do here? Let's go back to Val. Let's go back to Val Castor, take his shot. I like what I'm seeing. Let's go to Val. And Val Castor, a couple of things here. You got to be paying attention to your roads, because just to your east are not very good. And that storm itself, your hook is moving east-southeast, okay? It's moving east-southeast, but you're going to have some road problems ahead. I know you name you've got it figured out, but just remember, your roads are not good just to your east, at least for a little bit. Go ahead, Val.
All right, so, David, you're right, and we just now had to turn south, and we are going to have to go 4 miles south to find an east road across this river area over here. I mean, there's no way to get across for 4 miles. But looking back to the north and northeast, we think that it wraps into our north, almost due north of us, and it almost looks like to me it's trying to strengthen. We can see a feature up there. It looks like a lowering, but that's where it looks like it wraps in, maybe a couple miles north of us, David.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
all right. Getting a report. What'd you say, Andrew? Highway 6?
Tom had mentioned that there was a closure on Highway 6 near 34.
Okay.
So that's something that they're also going to have to deal with as they come back around.
Make sure that Val knows that. Make sure Val knows what Tom just said.
Yeah. While you're looking at that, velocity data is still tightening up scan by scan south of McLean.
Andrew, take Val off. He's hot. Okay. Go ahead, Lacey.
I was just showing you the velocity here, David, on Links 1 is tightening up south of McQueen. That's about 4 miles south of McQueen, south of Highway 62. And it's still moving east-southeasterly.
Yeah, and you can see it diving here. And what's a little bit interesting is that the winds here, and these winds as well, are starting to increase. So we might be the beginning of tornado genesis right here, as the winds are ramping up from the northwest and ramping up from the southeast. And this thing might be trying to do one of these, and we'll call that the double whammy right here. And it might try to happen just to the north of Val, and we'll see. But here's the spin. Here's where your tornado is going to be, right here, clearly showing up on shear rate, on velocity data. Jeremy to the north, he's making his way off to the east. Big hail, again, going down 62. I'll say it again, Duke, Altus, prepare for a damaging hailstorm. And here's your hook, possible tornado right here. It's not on the ground, though. It doesn't look like it. Val's got it in sight. So does Jeremy. And I think, what do your roads do here? We got to get Jeremy.
Yeah, they get squirrely for sure, David.
Yeah.
While you're looking at that, I just want to point out for Sayre, the storm is severe over town. Brandon's on it. There's no tornado warning with it.
Okay.
The circulation's weakened.
Let's go back north. That's fine. Yeah, let's jump back north
here. And then the storm further north that Hank is on, the hail core is just tremendous, trying to approach maybe Willow, maybe north.
Okay, so Hank's on that. And I see Hank shot.
Yep. And there is circulation.
Is Hank moving? Yeah, we need to get him.
It might be frozen. I'm not sure at the
Okay.
moment. Oh, it has windshield wipers.
Yeah. I just want to make sure we get a look. Andrew, let's make sure Hank gets in on that mezzo back there. All right, so it's not, again,
Val's
Val's got a shot.
All right, let's go to Valcaster. Let's jump back south again. Possible tornado now. Val, what do you think? Is it on the ground, or what are we looking at here? I know it's kind of messy down there. Go ahead. It's trying, Val. It's trying. We don't have Val. Andrew.
Yeah, it's trying. Can you hear me? Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I can now. Go ahead.
Okay, so we got a funnel. It made its way about halfway to the ground. That is looking straight north of us, due north. We're on a dusty road here with about 80,000 other chasers. And that thing to our north there is about halfway to the ground. I don't see any debris being picked up or anything like that at the moment, but we are cut off from going east at all just because of this river. I know our shot keeps going in and out, but we're watching that. That's right where the rotation is. That's right where the developing shear, the strengthening shear is to our north. So, David, we got half a mile to go before we can go east and then north again, but we're going to be on it in a minute. Back to you. Okay. All right. Nice job. So this right here, again, you can see the left side of this thing. It doesn't look like it's on the ground right now. And even velocity data, no doubt about it. It's a mesocyclone. It's got a hook. It's got it's got all that it needs to do something. But there's the hook. Big hail running from McQueen back down to Prairie Hill, and big hail going to Duke. Big hail possibly going to Altus. If this whole thing moves a little more southeast, you might miss the biggest hail in Altus, but I wouldn't count on it. If I live in Altus, I'm thinking about what I'm going to do with my car and anything I want to protect. But again, so there's that. There's your hook. So the tornado warning again is going to continue for if you live in Prairieville, back to the southwest of Duke. The tornado is going to be right here. Val's dropping south. He's got to make its way east and then back to the north. This thing is really trying to tighten up. What does velocity data look like now out of this? What are you seeing that? Yeah, it's there, but it's I mean, there's a lot of wind in there. There's a lot of wind.
Yeah, there's no actual couplet at the moment.
No.
Where you've got a really tight circulation. It's just very broad. But
yeah.
It's only a matter of time before we know exactly where this thing's going to go.
Yeah. And like we said, the tornado threat, the chance of a tornado increases between, 6 o'clock and about 9 o'clock. We're kind of in that window here where the threat of a tornado is actually higher than it was at 4 or 5 o'clock today because of that low-level jet. But you can see the hook right here, right there, waiting for a tornado. We'll see. Jeremy's on the north side. And, hey, Andrew, at Duke, I think his roads are good. At Duke, I want Jeremy Carter to drop south out of Duke and head down Highway 34. At Duke, he's 2 miles away. At Duke, make a right turn, go south. Make sure he hears that.
That's exactly what he said he was going to do. He just said that in my ear.
Okay. All right, good. I want him, he's got to get out of the hail. I want him south down here. I'm going to see what this thing looks like. All right, so tornado warning again. This is going to be now leaving, it's still in southeastern Harmon County, coming into far western Jackson County. Tornado warning for you. And I want to point out, remember, here's Altus, right? The dangerous part of the storm is right back in here. There's the hook now coming out of Harmon into Jackson County. Okay, there's your big hook, big supercell. I mean, it's a large storm, okay? And it's going to make its way off to the east-southeast at about 20 miles per hour. Let's do a couple of storm tracks on this. Move it east-southeast, and Cass, holler when you get it.
You just want to do it on the tornado warning part or the whole thing?
Let's do on the, let's do the tornado part first.
Okay.
And just to show you, David, we were watching that supercell down to the southwest. It kind of vaporized, so there's nothing much going on south of the Red River.
Oh, that's great. So that's not headed to Oklahoma anymore. It died. The other one down there it's dying out near Weatherford, Texas, or Mineral Wells, or way down there. I don't have to worry about that. Marty's storm's gone.
Yes. And Brandon's is still weakening.
Yeah, Brandon's storm is weakening. Yeah, let's see what it looks like here. Yeah, boy, it's really shrinking, isn't it? Wow.
And the track is ready on 3.
Okay. And this is what some of the data we look at. Some of the data says, oh, no, these go all the way to I-35. More times they do than don't. And some data said, you know what, it makes it to like Clinton, and then they just kind of begin to weaken. So we'll see. But right now, Brandon's storm is severe, not a tornado warning on it, not tornadic. He's underneath it. The hail sizes have come way down in Brandon storm. It's going right down, like we said, 152. Right now, nickels and dimes, quarter-size hail, and winds maybe 60 miles per hour with that going down, again, 152. Hank storm is getting better, organized, and a hook on that now over Bloomington. But yeah, there's a couple areas of spin in there.
There's so many showers being pulled into it, kind of to the south of it.
Yeah,
So.
yeah. I tell you what, it's tightening up though. Let's go to Hank.
Tom has it shot.
Okay, let's go to Tom Pastrana. Let's jump back south here, control room. And Tom, we have your shot. I see yeah, there's the bell. There's the right side of the mesocyclone. There's the left side of the mesocyclone. Tom, you're still a little far south, a little bit of daylight on it. I tell you what, Tom, why don't, okay, let's go to Tom. But Tom, I want you to go a little farther north and east and then back north. You know what I mean? But go ahead, give us an update on what you see right there. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this is the first shot I can get you, but this storm is absolutely incredible. The winds going into it are at least 50 miles an hour. There's so much dust. There's everything feeding into the storm, probably for miles and miles away. I haven't seen a storm just sucking in so much inflow in a long time. And, yeah, you can see the bell right in front of me. There's so much dust, I cannot see anything underneath it. But I'm going to get north, like you said. Back to you.
Yeah, and Tom, yeah, get north, and then you can get back up on 34. And then you've got, it looks like to me, we got to pay attention, Tom, but I think you've got a road that goes east to Olustee, and then Olustee, you can take that over to Highway 6 to 283. But get back east, get back north, get closer, get in it. All right, let's get to it here.
Well, David, the track has that hook in Olustee at 727.
All right, great. Let's do it. Let's go back to Links 3. Here's Olustee. Here's the hook. This is the most dangerous part of the storm right now, the tornado warning. It's right because of this right here. It's right there. Olustee, like she said, 727. Altus, 739. Okay, it's way down here. Here's Altus. It's going to be close. Elmer, 744. Hedrick, 812. And Tipton at 815.
Jeremy says he has a shot.
Okay, let's go to Jeremy Carter. He is coming in from the north. He's going to come in and look to his right. Jeremy, you're looking back to the west. Yep, keep going south. Keep going south. Getting farther south, and what do you see right now? Oh, there you go, left side of the bell.
Yeah.
Yep, go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah. A lot of scud, David. I really can't see if anything's on the ground. It looks like it's raining down pretty good right in that area. But you can see the wind feeding in. And, I mean, take a look at that inflow. And then right back there, I mean, just a ball of scud. I can see underneath it. We're looking for any motion or any cone shape. Take visual, nothing like that. So, David, we are right here on it, man. Back to you.
Yeah, you are right on it. Jeremy, do me a favor. Go farther south. Keep going south. It's moving east-southeast. It's to your west. So get farther south and just let it come right up to you. We'll see what it does. So keep going south down to Prairie Hill. Go 1, 2, 3, 4 miles farther south. It'll be out your right window where it is, but it's going to be literally right out your right window. All right, look at this. Look at this lowering here. So, Jeremy, get farther south and then turn your car. I want to see this thing. Okay. Let's go back to it here. Links 1, this is what it looks like. So that shot right there from Jeremy is this right here. Look at the ball now. See how it's tightening up? See how the ball is, see how it's like this and it swings through? Watch that one more time. See that right there? Right there. Yep. And there's your inflow notch right here. What does shear rate look like now out of that?
It almost stretched out just a little bit on the last scan.
Yeah.
And you can see that on velocity too, David. It was a little tighter.
It was.
Stretched out just a little bit.
Okay.
But, I mean, it's a broad circulation. It looks on radar very similar, of course, to what Jeremy's showing right there.
Yeah, his shot.
And he's still moving southeast.
Yeah, let's see here. It's
East-southeast.
Yeah. Val's almost back in, and he's going to make his way over to, the highway here, Highway 6, and like Tom is, and then these guys will be right back in it. Okay, so Tom is quickly coming in. It's going to go right over Tom. And then we got to remember it's going to go farther south. So but the roads down here, they're overall, compared to other parts of the country, the roads are good. Just down here because of the river and kind of some of the low-lying little spots down here, some of the farmland. You have roads that don't completely connect. All right, so tornado warning continues. There's your hook. This is Prairie Hill. This is Marty. Tom's right here. And wow, look at that shot from Jeremy. All right, let's go back to Jeremy Carter. Let's look at this right here. I want to see what this looks like. Take it full screen. And there's the left side of the mesocyclone. That's the left side of the bell, right? There's the ringer, and the ringer is going to be right here. Jeremy, there's scud. I see it. If you could, when you get out of the rain, turn into a spot, face that thing with your camera out the front. Let me see what that looks like. What do you think on the rotation of that right now? That's exactly where it's going to be. Go ahead, Tom.
Well,
Jeremy. Sorry, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, David. You can see all the way underneath this silly thing. As soon as I get a road where I can turn over that direction, I'm going to turn the truck and point it that way. I can't see any what I would call areas of circulation that are coming together tight. That definitely a ragged, but really a mean-looking wall cloud. And just getting to where we can see this, we were literally driving through hell, approaching tennis ball size. I mean, this is really a pretty ferocious storm if you consider everything that's going on here. But let me give you a shot right here, David, and you'll be able to see it just plain and clear right now. So this here will give you.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Jeremy. Yep. There you go. No, go ahead. What do you think? There you go. Look at that right there. Yeah. Look at that right there. Go ahead.
Matt,
yeah.
So,
no, sorry. You broke up for a second. You're hot now. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So if I straightened up here so you can see this mezzo, you can really see the mechanics of what's going on. Nothing too terribly, nothing that makes me think tornado. But take a look at this, David. This is what we've been dealing with. I want you to look at this, and this is going to be fast. Take a look at this hailstone. That's big. That's big, and that's what we've been dealing with.
What's that?
Amy, you got me. Okay, was you able to see that hailstone on my screen, David?
I was, but can we see it again? It was so good the first time.
Hold it up.
It was so good the first time. I want to see it again. Get back out there.
You're going to get frostbite, but it's okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Look at Jeremy.
Yeah, just take a look at this.
Look at that guy.
I'm going to hold it on my health scale, every bit of 3.5, bigger than tennis ball, and probably I'm looking because there could be a couple softballs falling on me by the way it feels. Back to you, David.
All right, nice job. Nice job. Jeremy Carter, he is in it to win it. Man, that guy, I'm telling you what, he's a hunter. He digs. He gets in this stuff for sure. Great job, Jeremy. By the way, big animal enthusiast. This guy will hunt down anything out there. Pick up snakes, horned toads. It doesn't matter. If it's crossing the road, he's going to grab it. All right, let's do it here. Let's go back to Tom's shot now. Tom's is a little farther south, but another great shot. And Tom, what do you think? Man, Tom, it's putting on a show for you, at least up top. It sure looks impressive. Big inflow band coming in from the south. The bell is ringing. Give us an update, Tom. Did we see it? Did we see anything back in there right now? The couplet, it's not as strong as it was, but it is certainly still a deep mesocyclone. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, that's right. So it's not, I wouldn't say that organized right now. I don't see anything that's on the ground or close to being on the ground. I can tell you, I'm going to pan over this way. That inflow band goes for miles down to the southeast, and that wind and everything that's just feeding into the storm, it's a beast of a storm. So I can only imagine the hail. I think Jeremy said softball, and I believe it. I mean, it is a monster storm, just every bit of almost like what we saw the other day on Sunday. But yeah, I don't see anything organized. I don't even see a wall cloud at the moment. But we are here, and I'm going to kind of go east with it towards Gillespie. Back to you.
All right, nice job. So, Tom, again, a little farther south, and great shot, though, and he's looking right where you need to be looking, right above him. From this area upwards is the mesocyclone, and this whole area is spinning right here, but there is no tornado on the ground right now. Not in his shot. Let's go to Val Casser's shot, different perspective, a different view, different lighting, same storm, and Val, what I'm looking at on the left here, it looks like that's trying to come around. Is that going to be the RFD wrapping around? What do you think? Your shot looks very, very impressive, Val. Go ahead. What do you think? The speed looks like it's pretty fast. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You nailed it. That will be the RFD coming around, and it's what I would say broad rotation. The rotation is maybe 2 or 3 miles around here, but it's broad. And I don't see any tight areas at the moment. That could change very, very quickly. That's why we're here and watching it. You could almost say it's a little disorganized. There's no focused tight areas of rotation at the moment. But broad, a little stronger rotation than it has been. Matter of fact, David, I would say this storm right now is as strong as I've seen it all day. I mean, it's at its strongest right now from what I've seen all day on this storm. So, and also something to maybe note here, it was diving hard southeast earlier. It almost looks like to me it might have taken on a little bit more of an easterly track at the moment. But it's here. We're watching it. Back to you.
It is a big, big storm for sure. All right, so that's Val's shot, and he's on the back side, right? That's why he has some sunlight hitting this. That's why it's white looking. And this is rotating from left to right. At the same time, this band up here is coming in from the right or the southeast. That's coming in on the east and southeast side of it. So this is coming in from the south. This is folding over from left to right, and this is the mesocyclone, okay? And that's the back edge of it right over here. Pretty impressive here. Nothing on the ground, but all it takes is like 5 minutes. It tightens up. This whole thing goes from left to right, and boom. And then we have some problems, all right? Let's go back to Links 1 and talk about our storms. The storm up at Elk City continues to weaken. Let's go to the middle storm here. Talk about this now. And big storm, going to have some big hail in it. And Hank's been on that. That's moving off to the east towards and north of Willow and Retrop. It has weakened some now. Let's get an update from Hank. And we'll bring Hank Brown in here. And Hank and Patty, what do you think? I think you're looking off to the south, but what's your storm doing right now? I know if you had some big hail, at least it was coming out of that thing a little bit earlier. Your storm headed up towards Retrop right now. Go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, David, right here you're looking to the southwest. I'm well west of Willow. I punched through the core, and really I didn't have as big as hail as I thought I was going to. We had maybe quarters, pretty gusty winds, and some heavy rain. This here is looking to the southwest. This is another cell that is flanking, coming up on the southwest flank of this main storm. I'll have to pull forward and have Patty move the camera. This is the back edge, the back of the updraft base of that storm that's almost headed to Willow right now. So what we've seen, especially punching through, is really there looks like this is just kind of multicellular. There's updraft bases, multiple little spots. It almost looks like a family reunion of LPs, and then it all fills in with core. So it's disorganized, to say the least. It's producing some hail. It's producing some wind and rain. But there's no area has really been able to isolate and take over and get, that inflow that it needs to start rotating enough to produce a tornado or anything like that. So we're going to go back through Willow as this goes back there. Just know that, there's some quarter-size hail, and some of the vills were indicating hail bigger than that, but we didn't see it. Back to you, David.
Okay, yeah, and your storm has weakened some, for sure, as it makes its way towards Retrop. Still a big storm, no doubt about it. Okay, let's go back to...
David, that storm will be in Retrop. It looks like at about 7:15 if it holds together.
Okay, let's do that. Let's go back to Links 3.
Val said he's got a tightened area of rotation.
Okay, before we do that, let's go back to Val, and let's go bring Val Castor back in here again. Val, we'll get your shot up, and there it is. There's your hook. You're looking right at it. I see a lot of lifting going on. Give us a play-by-play here. Give us an update.
All right, so we had a tight area of rotation right in front of us. Still do. It's not quite as focused as it was just a minute ago, but this is along almost like a forward flank, right where the forward flank comes in contact with the main wall cloud. Now, something else I want to show you. I'm going to pull forward to do this here, but look how low this is getting. I mean, there is so much rising motion going on, okay? This is looking just a little bit back to the northwest and west-northwest here. If you look real close, you could see crazy movement going on in that. So, it's not completely organized yet, but this thing is just a tick away, David, from getting seriously organized and putting down something, I think. Back to you.
Val, here's the deal. Looking at shear rate, it's some of the tightest it's been all day long, and it's right there, starting above that lonely tree to the left. From that tree to the left. It is that you're looking right at it. Are you looking almost due west? You are, aren't you?
Yes. West northwest. Yes.
Oh, hang on a second. Look above the tree, Val. Look above the tree.
Yes.
And look at the motion going in there, and then look behind and look behind the inflow band to the other band that's coming into the right. Look how fast that is. And Val, velocity data, it's getting tighter. Like you said, we're a step away from a tornado. We're a step away from a tornado, folks.
I think so too, David. That right there, that little inflow band, I guess you could say it's ripping. So it's coming in from the north and the northeast, and just turning and going straight up.
Yep.
And, boy, it's getting so low to the ground right there. That's what we got to keep our eye on, David.
Yeah. Well, down here in southwestern Oklahoma, we don't call them tree huggers. We call them sagebrush huggers. Not many trees, but a lot of sagebrush down here in southwest. Okay.
An uptick there.
Okay.
You hear me?
I can now.
Okay.
Gotcha.
We're good.
Yep. What'd you say?
I said there's an uptick now in velocity. You can see that on Links 1
okay.
if you want to take a look real quick. And this is really the tightest the velocity's been, I think, all day with this storm.
Okay. So Val's shot right there, folks. Doesn't get any better than this. This is called surgical precision storm tracking.
And he's 6.8 miles to the northwest of Creta, which is kind of the intersection of 34 and 6.
Right here. Here's 6. Here's 34. Tom's right here. And what's it? It's almost moving due east now. It's almost moving. Yeah, okay, so that might actually create maybe tornado genesis quicker here. But right here, look at that, folks. There's your tornado. There it is right there. Not on the ground, but if it's going to go to the ground, you're going to see it first right here on News 9. Val is right there. Tom is right here. Here's Jeremy. And I'm looking at Tom's shot, too. Now, Tom's farther east. Let's go to Tom Pastrano. Same storm, farther east. Tom, it looks like it's moving pretty much due east.
That's a 15-minute lapse, David, and that hook has not moved more than a half mile to a mile. It's almost stationary. Look at it.
Yeah, I agree. Hey, Tom, when you get through with me, why don't you head a little further west? This thing is almost stationary. I don't want you to see it when it happens. But anyway, go ahead, Tom. What's the motion of the cloud, the feeder band to your right? What's the motion of that right now?
Yeah, so the motion is becoming more strong. This all happened in about 7 minutes. I mean, it looked like it was disorganizing, and then all of a sudden it just became a lot better organized, and that's what you see in front of us right now. I was going to head east, and like you said, it just kind of anchored itself. The hook was kind of pushing towards the east, and then it almost looked like it kind of went back to the west. So I'm going to go west and kind of get you a better shot. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Yeah, if you again, it's almost not moving. So, Tom, I would go, well, you got a great road in front of you. It's straight as an arrow. I'd take that westbound and down and get up close to it here and see what it does. Because it's and then also, Tom, you can, well, your roads aren't very good. You'll have to turn around and come back. Okay, well, but you can go a little further west. You know what I mean. Okay. All right, let's go back to Links 1 here. There it is. And we've got 56, 47. So right now we're upwards of pretty close to 100 knots or 100 mile per hour shear, if you will. And that's strong enough to produce a tornado. That is strong enough to have a tornado on the ground right now. But Val's right there, and it's not, but it's certainly close. Look at the hook, nearly stationary. Wow, it's not moving. Man,
they got
all
it,
right, let's go back to Val. Let's go back to Val Castor. Val Castor,
on the ground,
go to
right
Val
there.
Castor control room. There's a tornado. Go ahead, Val, take it.
Yes, tornado on the ground, David. Boy, that thing came down very, very, very fast. And it's not small either. It's a broad circulation on the ground. This is going to be straight west of us. I'm adjusting here. It's almost looking like it's trying to be multi-vortex at this point. It's still in the formative stages. There you go. There's some more debris right there. Not a lot of condensation of the ground, but boy, there is debris.
Hey.
There's debris getting kicked up right now.
Val, let me jump in here. You need to, and I know you're shooting through your lens. You need to focus. Have Amy focus a little bit. It's out of focus right now. Tornado on the ground now. This is going to be, again, this is becoming a large tornado, multiple vortex tornado live on News 9. And the tornado is going to be nearly stationary. It's going to be nearly stationary south of Duke, about 8 miles. And it's going to be north of El Dorado, about 8 miles. Val, that's becoming a large tornado. Give us an update. Look at the motion in that. Look at the motion. Look at the multiple vortex tornado going on with that. Go ahead, Val. Give us an update.
Absolutely, David. Absolutely. Yeah, you are so right. This is becoming a large tornado. I mean, it's just now forming. It's just now starting, and it's getting bigger. Look at the tube in the middle. Look at the core right there in the middle. It's very strong. Oh, good night. It ended up being a bigger tornado. It's a multiple vortex. You can see individual vortices spinning around. There's a tube right in the middle. Yes, this is going to be a bigger tornado. It's going to be a distance to us, David. It's about maybe 1 mile straight west of us. It's not really moving. I mean, it's really not moving fast at all. It's basically just sitting. It's sitting right there. and getting bigger, sitting and getting bigger. But it's a broad circulation up above. This whole area is rotating all around it. I knew that was imminent. I said it's a tick away a while ago, and boy, that's what happened. But tornado on the ground. I mean, the condensation it comes goes.
Another one.
But the tornado is still underground the whole time.
Okay. Hey, Val.
Right there, see that debris?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, in your shot, we've seen at least a half dozen tornadoes. Here comes another one. Multiple vortex. Folks, this you don't see all the time. Multiple vortex tornado now. There's one cone. Double helix. Stand by. Watch this. Watch this cone. And then boom, the cone gets blown away. Here comes the next one. It's like a merry-go-round of vortices. Merry-go-round of vortices. It'll do this for a while. Here comes the next one. Tornado there. Tornado there. Tornado on the ground. This is going to be a large tornado. Right now, the vortices or the sub-vortices inside the tornado aren't extremely strong. Strong enough, though. Now, this is a little bit stronger. I can just tell by looking at the condensate. Look at that whipping along there. Tornado there. There's another vortice. Val, back out of this just for a second.
David, this is moving at about now 5 miles per hour, maybe due east. This is in Jackson County,
Yep.
far southwest Oklahoma. This is going to be to the north of El Dorado,
Yep.
south of Duke.
Yep, yep. And luckily, it's in a very rural area, but people still live here, and it's going to slowly make it. There's another tornado right there from Val. There's your ball. This is the bottom of the mesocyclone from here up. We've been tracking this thing for how many hours now? And this is what we were saying. Those storms were going to merge together. That happened. And then we said the tornado genesis would be higher, happening between 6 o'clock and about 8 o'clock. And here we are. There's your cone. And I think it's still on the ground, at least from time to time. All right, so yeah, great shot. I'm looking here for any more vortices. It looks like it might have lifted briefly. Let's go back to links
David,
one. Go ahead.
David, there's still debris. There's still debris on the ground. Even though the condensation is pulled up,
yeah, that's what I
there's
thought.
debris on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing is still down. And
okay.
It looks like to me it's trying to, the whole bowl shape lowering right there has gotten bigger and more consolidated.
For sure.
The next time it comes down, it might be bigger.
Yeah. Val, can you get any closer?
No, there's no roads.
Yeah.
But it's moving right at us.
Val, it's almost trying to move, almost due south. I mean,
okay.
I mean, it's anchored so much.
It's not
wild.
moving anywhere.
Oh, there you go.
Another tornado. It hasn't lifted yet. It hasn't lifted yet. Okay, let's go to Jeremy Carter's shot. He's a little farther east by 2 miles. And look at the tornado here. Jeremy, we have your shot up. It looks like it's frozen right now. Go ahead, Jeremy. Take it. Go.
Oh yeah, David. This is a big tornado, a massive cone funnel. And, man, when this thing formed, it was like a big mass of condensation just pulled straight off the ground. And just like you said earlier, it looked like this thing's moving due south. Man, these vortices are wrapping around. It is still alive. It looks to me like it's getting stronger, David. Back to you.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Okay, let's go back to Val here. Look at Tom Pastrano. Let's get a Tom Pastrano shot.
Hold on.
Let's get a Tom Pastrano shot. And Andrew, bear with me here. Look at there. Look at the cascading going on. All right, Tom Pastrano, there we go. Big tornado, multiple vortex tornado down in southwestern Oklahoma. This is going to be to the east of Hollis. This is going to be north and west of Altus, or west-southwest of Altus, excuse me. And big hook, big multiple vortex tornado. Tom, great shot. And there it is, Tom. It is putting on a show. Look at the vortices inside of this, starting from left to right. It is a merry-go-round. We have gone to the circus, and it is a merry-go-round of vortices rotating around the main cone. Wow, goodness sakes alive. Here's one. Here comes another one. Here comes another one. There's another one behind me. Look at the horizontal tube coming out of it, being pulled up into it. This whole area, folks, is a tornado. From there, it's a half mile to 3/4 of a mile wide. It's a half mile wide tornado, and there's the right side, there's the left side, and underneath, inside the tornado, you're getting to see what a large tornado looks like. Big violent or big tornadoes have vortices rotating the whole time.
Satellite
May
tornadoes.
3rd, May 3rd, all the big days, May 24th, yes. I mean, inside of a big tornado, you have these, and that's how but you're getting to see that right now. Look at the motion right here. Goodness. Okay, let's go to Tom. Hey, Tom, didn't mean to step on you there, just, talking about it. Go ahead. Give me an update. Take it, Tom.
Yeah, that's right, David. There's a lot going on. It's an incredible storm. I'm going to pan out so you can see the the motion coming from the northeast. The inflow is just incredible. You know, this kind of reminds me of the Elmer tornado back in 2016, I believe. And, you know, this could get pretty big. Right now, it's still on the ground. The condensation isn't completely on the ground, but you can still see some vortices there. Gosh, it's just absolutely incredible with the motion in this. So it's kind of just still anchored. I mean, it has just moved maybe 2 miles to the south. So it's wanting to do it again right here, and let's see what it does. Back to you.
Hey, Tom, do me a favor. Just kind of tilt up here. I want to see if your light changes. I want the folks at home to see the merry-go-round going on to the top. Just if you can pan up. Oh, yeah. If you were seeing it in person, you'd be like, oh, my gosh, are you kidding me? Because here's the deal. There's so much motion above right here. Another vortice still on the ground. Large tornado. Tornado extends over to here. And, folks, it's a half mile. There's another vortice there. It's a half mile. Tom, how wide? I'm guesstimating a half mile wide from left to right. Am I right on that? Go ahead.
Yeah, you know, actually it could be bigger because the dust actually extends pretty far to the south. And the RFD, I mean, there could be some damaging winds that encompass this tornado a lot farther than that circulation. It's getting stronger right now, as you can see. And we could be getting ready to see a larger tornado come here any minute now. Back to you.
Okay, nice job. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 1. Flip the radar behind me and put up, I don't know, Val shot, Tom shot. We've all got it. Doesn't matter. Put something up behind me. Let's go back to Lynx 1. And I want to point out where this is. Okay, so here's the deal. This is Elmer. This is Tipton. This is a tornado. It's right here. It's right here. El Dorado. If I live in El Dorado or to the north of El Dorado, lowest level, center part of the house, it's barely moving. It's not moving very fast at all, but nonetheless, it has been a large tornado, a multiple vortex tornado, and you're seeing it live only on News 9. And
Val's got debris.
Let's go to Val Castor.
Hitting a house.
Let's go to Val Castor, control room. Take it. Let's go to Val Castor. Val, is that a house? Go ahead.
It's either a house or a barn. I think it's a house.
Oh, no.
But it's tearing it up. I mean, it already hit a barn that was right there. I'm not certain if that's a house. It looks like a house, but it's impossible to tell. It's bigger than your average small barn, but we saw part of the roof, and there's more of the roof peeling away from it. I'm almost thinking that might be a house because a barn would have been gone by now. There's more debris.
Oh.
Well,
all right, Val, keep going. What are you, how far away from it are you right now? What's your guesstimation? How far away are you?
We're about 3/8 of a mile to our southwest. It's 3/8 to our southwest. And by the way, it's moving southeast now. It turned. It was coming right at us. We held our ground pretty much, and it slowly started turning to the southeast. And now, whatever that is, it's still damaging that house. I mean, it's taking really strong winds right now. I mean,
and it's sitting
from the east and northeast.
That's what's
wild. It went right over it.
That's what's wild. It's just sitting there. Usually they're passing by quickly. It's just sitting over the top of that, David, because it's not moving very quickly.
There goes more. Oh, look at the debris.
Hang on. Val, zoom back in. Zoom back in.
The house, a large piece, zoom on that house. A large piece of debris just flew off of that house.
They're just
right there. Boy, I hope they're in shelter.
Man, folks, normally a tornado lasts 10 seconds. You know, they're moving at 20, 30 miles per hour. Look at this place. I mean, look at this. This is live, only on News 9. This is either a barn or a house being destroyed as the tornado is sitting on top of this area. And that's on the right side, by the way.
Look at that.
I mean, there's another vortice, multiple. We've had at least maybe 10 to 15 tornadoes out of this storm in the last 10 to 15 minutes. Look at the motion in here. There's some pretty violent motion going on for sure. Another cone here on the right side, the main cone. The whole thing's a cone, but you have sub-vortices coming out of all of it. All right, so here it is. Look at the hook on radar behind me here. And, okay, let's go back to radar. Let's leave the shot up, flip them and flop them behind me. Look at another vortice. This thing is putting on a camp. Goodness gracious. Look, oh.
Okay.
Look at that.
David, Cassie was just looking. I'm going to take radar off just really quick and show you something really quick.
Okay.
You can actually see on the terrain when we zoom in on our detailed mapping
what do you
here of where that is. So this is North 1880 Road, and it's just south of 1690.
Look at the motion, guys. Look at the violent motion.
I see it.
Oh my God.
And that is a home, and
okay.
hope those folks have a shelter, and they are in it right now.
Yeah, now look at this. Now it looks like Medusa. Now we have snakes, it's an octopus, it's doing everything right now. Look at that.
Just looking, there are several
Goodness
homes down there,
gracious.
of course.
Look, folks, all of our trackers, 1, 2, 3. Look at the motion, look at the multiple vortex tornado. Goodness sakes alive. Okay, here's Tom, here's Jeremy, here's Val. And there are their shots
and
right
it's
there.
Just getting stronger on velocity.
Getting stronger. What are our winds here now? We're looking at 69 and 48, so we're 70, 120, 130. Right now, EF2, borderline trying to go to a 3, EF2 right now. EF2 tornado in southwestern Oklahoma doing damage, multiple vortex tornado, boom, boom, boom. All right, let's go back to Val, and it's nearly stationary.
Yeah, I'm gonna lapse it for you.
Okay, look at that shot, folks. Goodness.
It's
My
heading
goodness.
down towards
straight
Creta.
south of us, David. Straight south of us.
Okay.
Straight south of us, and it has got a lot of vortices, multiple vortex tornado. You know, as far as the width goes, I'm going to say it's a quarter of a mile. At times, it's been as wide as a quarter of a mile. Okay? It's straight south of us now. It just crossed this road that we're on. I don't even know what number this road is here, but it just crossed the road. It is moving south, I think, southeast or south-southeast at the moment.
Hey, Val?
Yeah.
Just velocity data, EF2 possibly, maybe a 3, but man, for a second there, it got nutty for a second when you had that vortice slamming in and then lifting, go to the left, to the right. Anytime you slam it and go left and right, we've got problems, and that's exactly what's going on.
Yeah,
Look at the cone now. Go ahead, Val, take it.
Yeah, it's a 2 for sure, David. I can't say if it's going to go above that, but I mean, I would say only a high EF2 and possibly even stronger. But look how it's getting bigger at the moment. It's south-southeast of us, and it's getting a lot bigger at the base. There's a lot of dust that's picking up right now. We're traveling south. We're just going to follow it here.
Yeah,
I just hope everybody stays out of the way.
Yeah.
There's a lot of chasers out here, David.
He's just out for a Sunday afternoon cruise down in southwest Oklahoma, just doing 5 miles an hour, and here's your left window. Strong tornado. Strong tornado.
Jeremy's got a shot.
All right, let's go to Jeremy now, and this is a little different view, a little farther east. And Jeremy, there you go, outside the truck.
Take a look at that.
Go
right
ahead,
there.
Jeremy.
This thing has just took a beeline with some forward motion, and I mean it's ripping off. This thing's really a pretty strong tornado. I was sitting there watching the vortex breakdown while you and Val was on the getting her, but this is definitely going to a strong tornado, shrouded in debris, and also it has a lot of rain wrapping. You can see the curtains wrapping all the way around it. Fully condensed now, David. Back to you.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Great job, Jeremy. And by the way, the hat's still on, which is it's always a good sign when you have a strong tornado just to your... Look at the motion here, folks. See the
Tom's shot's
motion?
also incredible right now,
All right,
David.
let's go to Tom Pastrano. Let's take Tom Pastrano's shot. It's putting on a clinic. I'll tell you what, we don't like it. It's dangerous. You folks, again, north of El Dorado, this is where this tornado is, north of El Dorado, and also well southwest of Altus. And it's kind of in a rural area, but we know we had damage hitting a house. Let's go to Tom. Look at the horizontal tube right there.
Completely horizontal, parallel to the ground.
Wow, streamwise vorticity out the left side of it. Go ahead, Tom. Give us an update.
Yeah, David, I just had that big horizontal vortex, which means it's a really strong, violent tornado. I see a whole bunch of trees getting ripped up down here in this little valley. But gosh, it's a pretty strong tornado. Maybe upward of an EF2, well, for sure EF2, if not EF. I'm going to go reposition because some of these storms have deviant movements, especially with the environment. So I'm going to go a little bit towards the east here and then kind of cut south. Back to you.
Tom, look at the elephant trunk, a little wider than an elephant trunk, but look at the vortices rotating around. Look at this. I mean, look at that, folks. And remember, these are those are condensate. Okay, now multiple vortex. There's your main cone. This is not sped up. This is live. Again, only on News 9. And look at the motion here. Look at the motion. If you live in southwestern Oklahoma, and this, again, is headed towards you, it's moving almost due south at about 5 miles per hour. You got to go to your safe spot. We'll show you exactly where it's coming. Look at the vortices on that. Goodness. And see how quickly they form and go away? I mean, there is so much physics and dynamics going on in here right now. Now watch, it'll speed up. We'll get another vortice. There goes another one. There goes another one, and these vortices, they just continue to feed. Remember, this is one solid tornado. My gosh, one solid tornado, and inside of it, we have what we call subvortices, and that makes up the entire tornado. Oh my gosh, where'd that shot go? Okay.
Jeremy's got a good shot. But Jeremy,
all right, let's go to, who has a shot?
Jeremy.
He does indeed. Let's go back to Jeremy Carter and get an update from Jeremy. And Jeremy, there you go, multiple vortex, still turning. Hey, Jeremy, your shot, you might need to focus it a little bit. Might need to focus it a little bit there.
Look at the wheat waving into it.
Yeah, go ahead. Like I said, the wheat still looks good. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, we're in really hard RFDs right now. We got a northwesterly, probably about 70 miles an hour. But you can see these vortices, they're just dancing around like a carousel. I mean, and look up at the color cloud. I mean, look at how massive. When you're out here, there's no way to share with everyone all the senses that are going on through a person's mind. There's actually a rainbow in the tornado at this moment. Right there, it's crossing. But this is a powerful tornado. For people that are downstream, this is a very dangerous situation. Back to you, David.
All right, yeah. This is a strong tornado, might become a violent tornado if it becomes an EF3 or more. Now, obviously, that's done after surveys are done for the damage. But yeah, I'm just telling you, by looking at the wind speeds, I can tell by looking at radar. I can tell you by the motion of the tornado, because I've done this a long time and I chased a lot of tornadoes. This is a strong tornado.
The terminal Doppler, or the mobile Doppler on wheels, you can see it there.
Right there.
Yeah, they're down there sampling this right now.
So we will know exactly in the days and weeks to come exactly what the winds were in this. We were looking at winds, what, 120?
At least 120 to 130. And if you want to go to links 2, David, real quick,
links 2.
You can see all the products combined and give folks a really good idea of what this is doing and where it is.
Jeremy, Tom, Val. Let's go to links 2. And there's the tornado.
That's
right
the debris.
Here. And yeah, this is going to be the debris detector. The dark blue, that's debris. That's all that stuff you saw and you can see being picked up in the tornado. There's reflectivity. There's your tornado. There's your debris ball. There's your debris by radar. This is velocity data. Winds at about 120 miles per hour, puts it at an EF2, possibly a low end, EF3, and there's shear rate. You can't get any better information than that. That's as good as it gets.
That 15-minute lapse, David, that it is moving to the east-southeast now, which is going to put it down towards Marty. And eventually Olustee, potentially.
Okay, so here's the deal.
The track has it at Olustee at 826.
Okay, let's do that. And does it include Marty in your track?
I've got Elmer. I don't see a Marty.
Okay, Marty's right here, and that's not Marty Logan. Just clarify.
Yeah, small community.
We don't want to put Woodward County.
That's not coming up on
here. Okay. All right. Well, let's go back to links 1, and then to have our another portable Doppler there.
And just so you know, this tornado touched down at 7:04. We're coming up on 20 minutes now.
Yeah.
That it's been producing just multiple vortices.
Okay. So State Highway 34. The tornado's still west of State Highway 34. There's your tornado. Val's underneath it, looking right at it. Let's go back to Val Castor. And then Cassie will come and do that storm tech. See the movement?
Val's shot is frozen right now.
Okay, Val's shot's frozen. Let's go to Tom Pastrano. Let's go to Tom Pastrano, get an update on the tornado from Tom. It's headed towards, all right, Tom, there's your tornado. Wow, what a shot, Tom. What a shot. Big tornado. Go ahead, Tom. Becoming a larger tornado. Go ahead, Tom Pastrano.
Yeah, David, that's a violent tornado right there. Wow, it just crossed the road here on 34, and it's moving towards the east. It looks like it has picked up speed, so it looks like it's moving due east right now. And gosh, it looks like it's getting stronger and stronger at the moment. Back to you.
It's hauling. It's moving east now.
Yeah. Okay. Here's the deal, Tom. Get east. Like you said, it's moving east, and it's also getting stronger, Tom.
Look at the winds, David.
Yeah. Let's go back to links 1. Tom, get east. Don't lose it. Get east. Okay. So winds now. 112 and 1. Okay, so now radar is saying winds gate to gate of 200 miles per hour. So, and Tom said violent, so we got to call it a violent tornado. We've gone from a strong tornado, now we're into the EF3, possibly the EF4 range of strength, and this is a tornado that will injure you, or it could possibly take your life if you don't do your tornado precaution. And again, there are farms down here, I get it, but people live down here, right? And Lacey, go ahead and lapse this to see the movement on it. Moving off to the east, strong to violent tornado now. This is in southwestern Oklahoma. Here we go. It's right crossing Highway 34. It just crossed 34.
Is it lifting to the northeast a little, David?
It might be. It might be. Okay, Jeremy, we got to get Jeremy back east. Make sure Jeremy, Andrew, make sure Andrew keeps going. I mean, make sure Jeremy keeps going east, okay? All right, let's go to Jeremy Carter. He's on the north side. Let's go to Jeremy
there's
Carter.
Another cone, another large cone is
All right.
coming down on
Gotcha.
the north side of this.
Okay.
It's coming down right on the highway, right in front of me. It's halfway to the ground. I guarantee you. I see debris on the ground.
Okay.
It's ripping apart houses. It's ripping up a house about a mile.
Tom can see it in the shot.
Okay.
3/4 in front
Let's
of
go
me.
to Tom, control room. All right, hey, Jeremy, hang on a second. Let's go back to Tom Pastrano. Just take Tom's shot. Go to Tom Pastrano. And we've got debris in the air. This is debris. It's hit something, obviously. Tom, where's the cone from this?
Yeah.
I see it.
Yeah, there's two tornadoes. This tornado is to the north of the big tornado.
Oh, right here.
So there's two tornadoes on the ground at the same time.
Yeah, two tornadoes.
So this is just outside my window right now. I had probably about 80-mile-an-hour winds coming from the north.
Tornado.
And there's still lots of debris in the air. It looks like it hit a farmstead, possibly a house.
Right.
But, yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Okay, so now we have Twister Sisters, which is not good. Twister Sisters, we have the original tornadoes right here. Here's the second tornado right here. And again, moving off to the east. All right, so Tom, here's the deal. Just keep going east. It's just to your east, but just stay with it. If you can get out ahead of it, Tom, that would be great. But keep going east, okay?
I'm going to have to go north and east.
Tom, your farm road goes through right there. Farm road 1690 goes through. Well, you might not have updated, but your farm road 1690 goes through. Jeremy Carter, he's farther north. We got to keep him going with this. Where's Val now? Let me see Val's shot. Okay, so
we're making our way back to it, David. I can still see it from here, though.
Okay, let's go to Val. Let's bring Val in here. And Val's shot is it up? Is it frozen? I think it's frozen again. Val, your shot's frozen again, but we'll go ahead and take you. Give us a quick update.
All right, so.
Cut him. We'll get back to him here in a second. Bad cell area down here. Plus, you've got everybody from around the globe right now in southwest Oklahoma with, again, chasing storms.
And David, I do have a track on 3.
Okay, let's do that. Let's go to Links 3 control room. There's the tornado. There's the tornado moving east. Olusty, Altus. You folks in Altus, it looked like it was going to go well south and east of you. This is why we do what we do, because it's made a turn. It's tried to occlude, and it's making its way almost due east. So if I live in Altus or southwest of Altus, lowest level, center part of the house, call friends and family and people you don't like and tell them, hey, this thing is moving your way. If you live in Altus down to Olusty or west of there, there's your tornado. It's a strong to violent tornado. And again, moving due east. Olusty, 744, Altus, 8 o'clock, and it is now 728. It could speed up, so keep that in mind. Hedrick, 838, Snyder, 914, and we'll see Mountain Park at 916. All right, so tornado right here, moving again due east. It's going to go, it's right now, it's south of 62, but it's right here. Let's go back to Links 1, look at the tornado itself. There it is, and trackers are getting back in position. I still see the tornado in Tom's shot. There's the tornado, and it's still on the ground. It's going right down Farm Road 1690 and now Farm Road 1930 at the intersection. So what do you have here on your winds?
I just found about 100, but I know
70. What's this purple?
Yeah, 70 to
what's that right there?
100. So we're still
170 gate to gate.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean it's a solid. I mean you could call it an EF3. I mean.
And look how it's lifted northeast, David, from where it was.
It's trying to occlude.
Swinging.
So folks, we're going to start sounding the alarm for Altus. Altus, you technically, are you in the warning? Are they in? They're not in the warning. Altus, Altus needs to be in the warning. All right, let's go back to Tom Pastrano.
Yeah, take Tom.
Let's take Tom Pastrano. Tornado, strong to violent tornado on the ground. Folks, it's going to try to head towards Altus. Go ahead, Tom. Give us an update. Looks like a somewhat of a thinner stovepipe, but still a strong to violent tornado. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, David, this is a large tornado. This is as large as I've seen it. It's big. It's violent. It's continuing to move to the east, but it has taken a northern jog. Oh, my gosh. It is big, and it is strong. This looks like upward, some of those stronger tornadoes, EF3, maybe an EF4 type tornado. The strongest I've seen it all day long. Back to you.
Tom, to get our bearings straight, this is the left side of the violent tornado. There's the right side. This is, I said a thin stovepipe. I misspoke. This is a stovepipe. This is a large, large tornado, a strong to violent tornado, winds of upwards of 150 to 170 miles per hour. You have to go to your safe spot. And I'm talking about if you live in Olustee, north of Olustee to Altus. Altus is a big city. I'm telling you, the Altus Air Force Base is there. A lot of people live in and around Altus, and this is trying to make its way towards Altus.
It is 10 miles to the southwest of Altus right now.
Okay, let's go back to Lynx 1 and get Tom East. I see Val's got it back in his shot again. Let's go back to Lynx 1, though. Lynx 1 control room, 10.6 miles southwest of Altus. Large tornado, violent tornado now. And again, here's Altus. I'm telling you right now, I have some friends down here. I hope they're watching. The Duncans, you know who you are. You got to be thinking about it, okay? This is going to be coming out of again, Prairie Hill. Here's Tom, multiple vortex. Look at the shot from Valcaster. That is a strong to violent tornado, at least an EF3, if not stronger, and it's going to Altus right now. It might go just barely south of Altus and cross 283, but if you're thinking or praying hard, do it harder, because this thing, again, look at the size of the tornado.
You've got time, Altus, 7:55. If it speeds up, though, that time frame can change. That's about 20 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes.
And often when they occlude like this, or they start to spin through the ringer on the bell, like on the bell, it's ringing back and forth. When this thing starts to ring to the east, they can double their speed.
Yes.
They can quickly speed up. And look at this. Look at the violent tornado. Jeremy, Tom, and Val right here looking right at it. There's Tom's shot. Let's go back to Valcaster. Let's bring Val in. He's a little bit farther to the south. Val, strong to violent tornado. Still on the ground. It's going to try to head towards Altus. If you live in between Olustee and Altus, safe spot, lowest level, center part of the house. Most farmhouses down here have basements, have storm shelters. That's where you need to go. Look at the size of the tornado. Look at the white cone from right to left. Strong, violent tornado. It's put on a show. It's been a merry-go-round of tornadoes. And Val, we've had 2 tornadoes on the ground. We had Twister Sisters going on about 15 minutes ago. Now we're back to one big cone. Give us an update. Violent tornado. Go ahead, Val.
Oh, David, it's definitely jumped up to high F3. Who knows, possibly even F4 wind speed here. This tornado has done nothing but get bigger, David, and it definitely looks like it's moving east to me. I mean, it's definitely moving now. Earlier when it first started and we had the house getting ripped apart, it wasn't moving much. It was so slow. But now it is moving, and it's moving at a pretty good clip. So anybody east of here, anybody east of here, just chat. This thing's on the move. Back to you.
All right, nice job. Okay, so again, there's the tornado, the right side, left side of the tornado here. We're having some a little bit of a glitch there in the video, but you can clearly see the tornado. Val's making his way through. It's Chaser Con going on down here, folks. These are all storm trackers from all over the country, from all over the world, are here in Oklahoma right now, and they really are. They're from Japan, they're from Germany, they're from Italy, all European. I mean, they're from all over the place, right? And to see this. Okay, let's go back to Lynx 1. Is that Lynx 1,
That's Lynx 1, yes.
Okay, so obviously our debris signal here is saying, yes, we clearly have debris. Thank you. And that's going to be, again, making its way northeast. So let's kind of flatten this out again, get our bearing straight here.
Okay.
We're going to look down on it. Okay, go back to debris. Let's see what you have. We know we have debris. We've had plenty of that. So there's the tornado. It's right here. And here's Altus. And like she said, it's about 10 miles southwest of Altus.
And it's lifting north. Watch the hook, because like you said, it's swinging north.
It's swinging.
It may go west of Altus, but it's going to be close.
So let's just call it. If you live in Altus and west of Altus, you can count your miles here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 to the bend. 10 to the bend, west of Altus. How far is that out there to the bend?
I'm trying to see where
you're fine.
Oh, I see.
I was just saying the bend right there.
Okay, 9.7.
I said 10. I missed it. Oh, man. Okay.
You're close.
So 9.7, again, west of Altus. It's going to occlude, folks, and this happens a lot in the world of tornadoes. And this is their life cycle, all right? And this thing is going to, it's occluding. It might lift north and come in and slam the small community of Victory, right, west of Altus. But it is a big tornado now, still a big tornado. The winds have come down in it. Some. It has weakened slightly. And let's go back to Tom Pastrano. You can see shear rate. There's your tornado.
It's been on the ground for 30 minutes
30
now.
minutes on the ground. Tom, I can see it. It's in there. Give us an update. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, so it's in there. It's touching the rain. I have rapid rain curtains just wrapping all around it. Almost impossible to see anything. My winds here are about 60. I do have power lines down in front of me. I tried to go north, and I had bigger than baseball-sized hail, so I had to come south, and now the hail's caught up to me. The wind's caught up to me, so I'm going to have to probably drop a little south and then try to go north, back at it again. Back to you.
Okay, all right, nice job, Tom. So, Tom, again, it's becoming a little more, you're thinking, why doesn't it look like it did earlier? It's becoming rain-wrapped, and that happens a lot, right? Earlier, it was not rain-wrapped. We had some rain, but it was clearly visible. But it's right here. There's your tornado. And, again, it's headed, folks, it's going to cross 62 and Highway 6. If you know anybody that lives at this T, right? Highway 62 and Highway 6, lowest level, center part of the house, strong tornado still coming your way. It might lift as it crosses 62, or it might continue to grind. It's been grinding for the last 25 minutes. All right, so here's the tornado. All right, here, I'm telling you, if I'm in Altus, no way am I not thinking this is going to hit me. Again, it might be just west of Altus, but it's going to cross. Oh, nope, there we go. There we go. It's back again. Strong to violent tornado.
It almost looked disorganized, and
it did.
There was some hope there for a second that it was falling apart.
Yeah, nope. Okay, now crossing Farm Road 1950 and Farm Road 1670. That's the tornado. That's your violent tornado. That's, query some of this.
Okay.
Lace, what do you have, 100? 100 to 50?
There. Yeah,
100
to...
What's the orange? 98. 200 mile per hour, gate-to-gate shear. It's at least an EF3, if not an EF4. It's a violent tornado, no doubt about it. And it's close to the radar. The radar data does not lie. And that's exactly what's going on. That is a bad deal. Let's go to debris. Let's see what debris looks like.
Okay.
And then we'll do a storm track. Cass, get a storm track ready. We'll take it here. Include Altus in that. I don't want to leave our friends out in Altus. All right, there's the tornado. There it is, crossing 1670. This is debris being lofted into the sky. So for the radar to hit that, it's got to be higher than just a few hundred feet up in the air. It's got to be at this distance from the radar. I'm just doing the math here. This is probably 10 to 15,000, maybe 20,000 feet up. That tells me, by looking at velocity data, but also looking at that blue and how far this is from the radar, that this is 15 to 20,000 feet up. Also, to be able to get debris that high, it's got to be an EF3 or stronger.
And I just took off everything, David, so you can see the highways there, and you can see the community of Altus as well, to see the population. And of course, people live, like you mentioned, it's a rural area. People live out here on these farm roads, these sections. A lot of farmland, but a lot of farm homes as well.
Yeah, and especially as you get closer to town. You know how it is. I mean, you know, farms become more numerous as you get closer to Altus. Of course, here's Altus Air Force Base right here. Here's downtown Altus, right? Altus Hospital. The Brahms there.
Oh, look at the debris now, David.
Yeah.
It just got, you know, more apparent that it's hitting something.
Okay, it's going to cross Highway 62. All right, go ahead and lapse this to see what the debris does. Okay, it's going to go west of Altus unless it does something crazy. It's going to go west of Altus, but not by much. I mean, we're talking how many? 7, 8? That was 9.7 miles, so 7 miles west of town.
Yeah, 6 to 7.
Okay, 6 to 7 west of town.
And David, that track is ready on 3. I went ahead and I included Altus.
Okay, again, it's probably gonna go west of Altus, but we have you in there. But it's gonna, look at the, oh man. Lace, are you, Cassie, oh, you're SRV, okay. Altus at 8 o'clock, Martha, 8:02. I think it's gonna go west, I really do. I think it's gonna go west of Altus, but if I'm in Altus, yeah, I'm not gonna take a chance of this. I'm gonna be like, hang on a second. Safe spots ready, families ready, kids are ready, neighbors are ready. And if you live west of Altus, between, again, Highway 6 and the bend, between there and Duke, lowest level, center part of the house, and you have to go now. This is the kind of tornado that will injure you, and worst case scenario, if you don't take a safety precaution and do what you're supposed to do, you could lose your life. If you live in a mobile home, you will not survive this in a mobile home. You will not. I'm just telling you right now, you have to get out of the mobile home. Modular home, mobile home, we love them. They're great 99.9% of your life. But when this is coming your way, you cannot You cannot ride it out in a mobile home. It'll put it to splinters, okay? If you have a normal home, a built home, lowest level, center part of the house, get off the second story, winds increase in a tornado with height a lot from the lowest level to the top of the second floor. It just gets worse. And plus, it's not built as well. It's not anchored down to the foundation, okay? That's why the tops of homes get toppled first. Obviously, second floor, no way. Large tornado, still a violent tornado. Okay. Jeremy, this thing is, let's go back to reflectivity here. Is it just completely shrouded in rain? There's debris track.
Yeah, that's the debris track. I got a path I've been trying to just draw to kind of get an idea here.
It's wrapped in rain now.
There it is.
It's wrapped completely in rain. Okay, so there's victory.
You can see the hole in the precip, David. Look at that.
Yep. See, there's the donut. You don't want to see a donut looking back at you like that. They're fine on your plate, but not looking back at radar. That's what I'm talking about right here. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at the tornado. Look at the reflectivity. Look at this right here. Watch the purples and the blacks come around and just watch it. We're just going to take this all the way in. That's the tornado. It's 2 miles. What is that? Lays 2 miles south of Highway 62.
Yep.
And it's going to cross Highway 62 just to the east of the bend. If you live west of Altus, please listen. Call somebody. Wake them up. If you're thinking somebody's worked all night, they might be sleeping all day, they work at night, let them know what's going on here. This is a strong to violent tornado crossing Highway 62. Here's Altus, Highway 62 here, Highway 6. It looked like for a while it might make its way a little more east-northeast and hit Altus. Now we are confident it will miss Altus right now and cross Highway 62. Let's just do this. How far? Well, there's 10 miles. So 10, 9, 8. 8 miles west of Altus is where it crosses Highway 62, or 6 miles, if you count the bend, maybe 7, southeast of Duke is where it crosses. Okay.
David, Val's been driving through damage, and it was a moment ago, he may not have seen it in his shot, but it was a large John Deere tractor that was completely overturned next to the house that also had some roof damage on it.
Okay, let's go back to Val and get an update on Val Castor. And Val, the tornado, go ahead. It's wrapped in rain, Val. You've seen damage. What kind of damage have you seen? Big tractors flipped and thrown?
Yeah, there was a big tractor, one of the bigger green John Deere tractors that it almost looked like it was either carried a little bit or maybe rolled, but it was laying up against something else. Also, there was a heavy metal flatbed trailer that looked like it had been picked up and deposited in the middle of one of these county roads here. Numerous power lines are down. There was a house that was not hit directly but had a lot of superficial damage, all kinds of sheet metal scattered everywhere. And probably the most impressive thing I saw, you know how tough mesquite trees are. There was a whole field of mesquite trees decimated. And those things are hard to damage, David. Back to you.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, they're made for this kind of weather, and those are some of the hardest trees and plants on the planet, for sure. He's looking at the tornado, folks. He's looking at it. Val, do you see any motion in there, or is it just completely shrouded in rain? That's the tornado. You see it. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's it right there, and it's completely shrouded in rain.
Yeah,
I know it's right behind that rain, and we're not seeing it, but, eventually these things do come out. Of the rain, so we're just going to stay with it.
All right, Val, here's my advice. Get east and get back north. It's crossing Highway 62 right now. It's 5 miles from you. You're 5 miles away. I know it looks closer than that, but you're 5 miles from it. Okay, let's go back to Lynx. And there it is. There's the tornado. Still a strong to violent tornado, shrouded in rain. You're not going to see it. What are you going to do? You're going to hear it, and then you're going to feel it if it's going to hit you, okay? So this is going to be... what did we determine? 7 miles or 8 miles west of Altus, downtown Altus. Let's take it from
the intersection of 283, 7 miles.
7 miles west of downtown Altus. Large tornado, strong tornado to violent tornado, still on the ground.
Lifting northeast.
Yep, it's going to Victory, small community of Victory. If you know anybody that lives in and around Victory, down to Highway 62, lowest level, center part of the house, strong tornado now, lifting north. You folks in Altus, you're clear for this. This is going to go to your west and northwest. Okay? And it looks like it might have weakened a little bit more on that last scan on the update there.
And if you want to quickly, David, take links to show you the storm track of where this has been. It looks like anywhere from 10, now 11, possibly 12 miles now of the track. It began over here at East 1870 Road. Val saw it hitting that home over there, and that would have been along East 1670. It was moving south, and then it made that turn. That's why it's so dangerous for amateur trackers and folks that are trying to, you know, get a look at something like this. It changed direction, and now it's lifting north, and it's gone another couple miles. It started on the ground. It's been over 40 minutes now that it's been on the ground, David. A long track and at times a violent tornado. Yeah, long track, violent tornado. Exactly. And look at and this is what happens. This is what we call, this happens a lot. May 31st, 2013. I can give you dates all day. Where tornadoes, especially violent tornadoes sometimes, will occlude like that. They'll make that southeast turn, and as they get towards the middle and end of their life cycle, the mesocyclone, things start to happen inside the storm, and they start to do this, and they swing. And it's like a ringer on a bell. I've said that for years. It swings through. What happens when it swings through, it can still be a violent tornado, but also the speed picks up. So what you have is, you have trackers out here, right? This is why trackers that, you know, aren't veteran storm chasers, they're out here thinking, oh, we're good, and this thing starts to do this, and they get east, and this thing runs them over. And that can't happen, right? We had some storm trackers that were hurt big time the other day up in Iowa. They got run over by a strong to violent tornado just like this one. And we all know what happened back on May 31st of 2013 with our storm trackers that sadly lost their lives in El Reno that day. So it happens. You know, tornadoes, they don't take any prisoners. I'm just telling you. They never have and they never will. All right, so here it is, crossing Highway 62, small community of Victory. Tornado is wrapped in rain. It's nothing like what it was when it was a multiple vortex and it was dancing and prancing. It was a merry-go-round and it was crazy. Now it is completely wrapped in rain. Tornado is now crossing 62. Velocity data has come down. It's come down some. You can see it in Val's shot. It's wrapped in rain. You're not going to see it like we did earlier. And at least velocity data, and Cassie and Andrew, velocity data has come down. It's I don't see the 200 mile per hour we had earlier. It's likely still on the ground. Still on the ground. It's not as strong as it was. Maybe the rain wrapping around it is helping to somewhat, you know, cause it to become a little bit more disorganized and not so symmetrical with the wind field. And you can see right here the shear rate product still maxing out as it crosses 62. That's going to be between County Road 1960 and 1970. And eventually making its way possibly up towards Martha. Could make it after Victory. Yeah, could make it that far. No doubt about it. I mean, but folks, see the hook? And it's completely wrapped in rain now. It looks to me like it's over Highway 62, and we have Val making his way back in from the south, Tom as well. But Val's shot, I mean, he's looking right at it. Let's go to Val Castor. Let's bring Val in here. Val, are you making your way off to the north now, or are you still headed east? I guess you're still headed east. Go ahead.
We are headed east. We had turned south, David, because the road turned to mush, and there were storm chasers that were stuck in front of us, and we just had to turn and go south a mile. But we are making our way east. We got good roads ahead, and we should be back on it. So, once again, we're watching where it is. It is wrapped up in the rain right there. If it's still on the ground, it's completely wrapped. And we know right where it is based on where, you know, the rain is and where visually we can see what's going on. But we can't confirm because we can't see it right now. Give us about 10 minutes and we'll be in front of it again. Back to you. Okay. All right. So great job. He's going to make his way back to the north. Brandon Pennell's coming in from the north as well. And I'm going to bring Brandon back in here real quick, get an update from Brandon. And Brandon's on 283 north of Altus. Brandon, I know your roads don't go all the way through to the west of 283, but I think at some point here you ought to make a left turn or a west turn and try to go west, maybe the next mile or 2 miles north of Altus, Brandon Pennell, and go west. And right now, the small community of Victory is almost in the direct path. It's going to go right over Victory, which is going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 miles west and 1 mile north. It's ramping back up again. It might be turning back to the west some, David, almost trying to make that full, hook. Yeah. My gosh.
I think it's stationary right now.
All right, Brandon Pennell, we have you in. Go ahead, give us an update as you come in from the north. Looking back to your west. Go ahead, give us a quick update.
Okay, David, we're coming into the north side of Altus right now. We're fixing to make a west turn, and we're going to get west out of on the northwest side of Altus and get right up in front of this thing and see what it's doing. I know that it's rain wrapped, or it's not as visible as what it was, but we're fixing to be. I'd say we're probably 3 to 4 minutes away from being right in front of it, right in front of the circulation to be able to see. Right now, there's so much rain. One good thing, though, is we came through the core. We did not experience very much hail, so at least that threat for Altus, at least in our location, has come down a little bit, but we are now west. What road is this? No, what road do we go west on? We're going west on East 1620 for those that live in Altus. Probably get out here about 2 to 3 miles and hopefully be able to see whatever's there back out, tucked back in the rain. So give us just a couple minutes and we're going to be in a little bit better position to give you an update. Back to you.
All right, Brandon, I'll give you this. It has crossed Highway 62, but also it's now occluded. You know that, but now it's lifting almost due north. It's moving almost due north now on or west of the small community of Victory. Okay, so Brandon's coming in from the east. All right, let's go back to links 1, and there's the tornado. There's the eye looking right back at you. It looks like an eye of a hurricane. And you don't want to be in that because at some point you got to get out of it, right? And look at the velocity now. Lacey, go ahead and let's query some of this data. And orange 70, 78.
One direction. Yeah, it's kind of folding at the moment,
Okay.
but
All right.
easily 130.
Yeah, it's not as strong as what it was, but it's still a strong tornado. It's still a strong tornado. It's crossed Highway 60. Here's the small community of Victory. You folks in Altus, again, this has missed you. It has completely swung through to your west, crossing Highway 62. It's moving due north up Farm Road here, 1970, and between that and Farm Road, 1960. That's your tornado. Folks, and also want to point out, the circulation is well over a mile wide, nearly 2 miles wide.
I'm just going to take this off
Big
for a
tornado.
second to show you. I mean, you can see the home there or whatever that maybe.
Yeah, go ahead and zoom on in.
Okay.
Take a closer look. What do you think? What's that look like to you?
Yeah, you can see multiple structures anyway.
Yeah.
Right here between 1970 and 1960. And I just hope those folks are in their safe spots right now.
It crossed right here.
Yes, it did. And I'll show you, turn on back on velocity or
yeah, the tornado went right over them.
Yeah, it's right there.
It went right over them. So anybody that lives at that farm road, you saw that house right there. We might need to check on those folks. I know Southwest Oklahoma is going to come pouring out and helping these people that have been hit. And folks, we're going to have damage. We've got homes that have been hit. We had homes getting hit live on the air earlier when this whole thing began.
Oh, it's weakened.
And great news there. Great news there.
Yeah,
It's
we're coming up on 50 minutes of this thing being on the ground.
Yeah, 50-minute long track, strong to violent tornado. Okay, so here it is. Here's Victory. West of Victory, 1.5 miles. It has weakened. Circulation's not as strong. Now, here's what you got to watch out for. If this is a cyclic, tornadic supercell, what's going to happen is this is going to pull to the north, and then we got to watch east and southeast for another area to spin. It's that type of environment. This might be it for the day, and then good night, Katrina, and we're done, right? There's a chance this goes north and dies, and then we get another one down here. I'm just guesstimating. Done this a while. But this is going to pull north and weaken, right? It's happening right before your eyes. And we'll see what it does. And then this might be another area developing down southwest of Altus, which is exactly what we don't want. Goodness gracious.
I was just looking at the track. It's been about 15 miles that this has gone in about 50 minutes now. So it's been moving very, very slowly. Hopefully that was enough lead time for the folks in the path of this to seek shelter. Yeah. Because what a strong tornado this has been, David.
Yeah, strong to violent. I mean, we've left the EF1s, EF2s to EF3s, and we think we probably had at least velocity data clearly says maybe an EF4. Okay, violent tornado down here for sure. We know that we have damage. Our storm trackers have seen homes that have been hit. We had the one home hit live on News 9, live. And then Val has, he has seen a couple of tractors, at least one tractor flipped and overturned. Those aren't light. You don't just do that, right? So either way, the tornado warning continues. Okay, let's go ahead and zoom on into this and see where it is. And
Look at the hail core come up.
Massive storm. Hail core, yeah, definitely ramping up now. South of Martha. What's hail size? Did we kind of ignore that just because we've had bigger problems?
Yeah, it's been baseballs. When I checked it earlier, it's been consistently baseball-sized hail within the strongest part of the core.
A lot of hail, probably, or...
Oh, look at the circulation, David, southwest of Altus now.
Okay.
You were just talking about that
developing. So, hey, here's the deal. Here's the deal. We need to get Brandon. We need to tell Brandon, Andrew, tell Brandon, new area of circulation now developing. This is what we just talked about.
He's heading that way.
He's going to stay in Altus to the southwest?
He's heading south right
now. He's heading south to intercept that.
Yeah, okay. So this is going to be a new area. Brandon's going to pop out of this, and it's going to be right in front of him. Okay, this is going to be a new area of spin. I'm not saying it's going to produce a tornado, but it's a cyclic supercell. You get one storm, one tornado down, another one reloads, another one down, another one reloads.
And this one is 2.5 miles southwest of Altus, and it's moving northeast towards like downtown Altus.
Okay, let's go ahead and lapse this. Let's see what this does. Altus, you missed the problem back to the west, but now you've got your own problem here developing. It's not on the ground yet, but it's coming up. That's a problem. That's a problem, Altus. All right, let's go to Brandon Pennell. He's 2.5 miles, 3 miles north of that. Brandon, bring you back in. You're headed southbound. New area of circulation now, southwest of Altus, 2 miles. Brandon, new area of circulation. The other circulation continues to weaken. And so we have a new area of spin that's going to try to go right over Altus. Brandon Pennell, can you hear me?
Yeah. So, hey, David, we came back south. We're headed back to Highway 62 on the west side of Altus. We're going to pop out in front of this probably. Are we at 62? No. How much? Keep going. No, this is 62. Okay, so we're on 62 right now. Is the circulation still south of 62? The new one?
Yes, yes. Here's the deal. It's 1, 2, 3, 3.5 miles south. Hey, Brandon, it's 3.5 miles south of the road that you're on, and you're on Market Road or Farm Road 2030. If you head south, yes, it's going to go pretty much right on top of Altus, a new area of circulation. What do you think? What do you see? Go ahead.
Right now, the visibility is extremely poor because we're still in the rain as we look back to the southwest. One thing I can tell you is that since we've come into the north side of Altus and now almost through Altus, the lightning has really increased, and we started taking some quarter to probably $half-dollar size hail just at our last location. So the core is exploding again. So it does not surprise me, the way that these things cycle, that it's trying to do it again back on the southwest side. We're starting to get a little bit more visibility now as we're starting to try to come out of the rain. We're probably still, I'd say, 1 to 2 minutes away from being able to see back to the west-southwest just to see what we're dealing with. So as soon as we get in, I'll holler as soon as we get in a position to where I can see. Right now, it's just blinding rain. Back to you.
All right, so he's coming out. See the clearing down to the south? He's going to pop out of this thing, in this next area of spin, he's just going to keep going south. He's dropping south. And then, Brandon, when you drop south, get a little farther south and get back east, and you'll have a clear shot of this thing. All right, let's go back to Links 1 here.
And I'll show you where that is, David. I know you're seeing those streets, but I'm also looking over here. It's right near, for folks familiar with the Altus area, by the Altus wastewater treatment plant, which is going to be on the southwest side of town. That's right underneath that, where Brandon's coming up on.
Right here?
And the Oklahoma Cotton Co-op Association. Yes.
Okay,
so
right here.
You can see it, yeah.
Okay.
I'll take this off, and you'll be able to see what I'm talking about on the
so
terrain.
there's a lot
right
down
there.
there. Okay, so that's the...
yes, that's near the wastewater treatment plant.
Wastewater treatment plant. Tornadoes right here.
And it looks like if it's developing, it's just south of there.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's still stretched out.
Yeah. Okay, it's nothing crazy, but we're definitely watching it. You folks in Altus, again, it's just southwest of town here. Bow's coming in on Highway 6. Let's go back up here and see what we have with our big problem we had earlier. Man, that thing is gone.
Yep.
Wow. How long was it on the ground? 50 minutes?
At least 50 minutes and about 15 miles.
How many miles?
15.
15 miles, 15 miles, 50 minutes.
Got it.
EF3, EF4, up to a half to a mile wide, multiple vortex, strong to violent tornado. We know we have homes damaged. We do not know if we have any injuries or fatalities. We do not know that right now. But watch the tornado come right there and die. And look how fast that dies. Boom. It's gone. It was born, it lived, and it is dead. That is. Now, we have this to worry about. This is a broad area of circulation, but often when you have something that's that strong in the atmosphere that spins off like that, You try to get something farther south and east. Remember this thing, it's alive and well. It does not want to die. And the maximum strength a storm gets on a day like today is a tornado. It is the ultimate for a storm because it's maximized all that it's offered in the atmosphere, everything, jet stream, the instability, the low level, everything, all the parameters. The maximum, the end output for a storm like this is to produce a tornado. It's also release of energy in the atmosphere. It's how we release the atmosphere's buildup of the days before and today and all that. So here's the deal, though. It still wants to stay alive. It does not want to die, but it will. But right now, it's still a big storm. So the original tornado is now gone. And also, control room, if we can put together, I know we have it, several pieces. Okay, let's roll some of that, and then we'll jump back to this. And we have, okay, let's just roll some of that. Go ahead, let's just roll. Just kind of go down the line here. When I get tired of it, we'll come back to the radar here. Let's roll some of the video. Start off with Tom's. I know we have Val's. I know we have Jeremy's. Folks, that is a strong to violent tornado. I mean, that is a bad tornado. I mean, just simply put. That's the kind of tornado you have to, I mean, look how, and we call it laminar, how smooth it is on the side. This is a little bit earlier before we got to that beast mode when it was one cone, but we had multiple vortices underneath it. Look at the horizontal tube wrapping around the front side. That's closer to you. Look at this tube here. Look at this tube here. This put on, I said like Medusa, it looked like a snake fest down here. I'm telling you, we had multiple vortices going on, and now it starts to cone out. Look at the cloud, look at the condensate on the ground. That's a grass hugger. That thing, a tree hugger. That thing is, I mean, the tornado's on the ground, but the condensate is whipping across with the water vapor. That is a strong tornado right there, and it just kept getting stronger. Let's take a look at some of the other video here. We'll just got to keep this going. And this whole thing began, and watch this house. There's the chimney.
Oh,
watch
man.
the house. Watch the house. And the tornado was directly above this house. Can you hear Val talking? He's right there. This is the house. We had this live on News 9.
And
basically coming apart. It's set on top of them. Usually a tornado, when it moves, and it's moving at, 20, 30 miles per hour, tornado lasts at your location for, 30 seconds or less. This went on for like a minute, 2 minutes on top of these people's homes. It could have been worse. I think part of it was still standing. Don't get me wrong. This is bad. None of this is good. None of this is good. All right, let's go back to some other video here. Look at the vortices. I mean, there's so much going on. Let's take a look at some of the other video, and we'll just keep this going here. And then we'll get back to what's going on with the storms down here. But there's that. Jen, do we have any other video? I know we've got a lot more than this to show. Okay. Okay. We already saw this. So let's try to find, if you can, something else. When you get something else brought up, let me know. Let's go back to links 1. God, look at that, folks. Okay, let's go back to links 1 and take a look at it here. Links 1, control room. And okay, so there's your big hook, right? And we might have another hook developing a little bit west of town here, a little farther to the west here. Lace, are you watching that?
Yeah, that storm is kind of at the back edge of it. I mean, this is what we've seen these storms do how many times in southwest Oklahoma this spring, where it really does start to weaken. It lifts to the north. The whole supercell starts to fall apart, and it finds a way to back build back to the west. This happened Sunday as well with the Canadian County supercell. It did the exact same thing and produced a tornado on the west side. And that one, it's trying. Tom is right there in that new circulation.
Yeah, and this is going to be a new area of spin. Here's Tom on 62. There goes the old tornado right there. Boom, gone. This next area of spin near Altus. Brandon's on that. Nothing too crazy. It is spinning. There's the mesocyclone, the new one. And then we're going to watch back here where Tom is. Reflectivity showing it, but it's certainly not out of control.
The hook is just getting, kind of beginning to live, it looks like.
Right.
And then the circulation south of Altus is still very apparent as well.
Yep. Okay, so here we go. Let's go back to Brandon Pennell.
Okay.
He's on 283, and this is the area of spin we're talking about. Brandon, you're back in it, and you're looking right at it. So that's that new area of spin. Not on the ground right now, but it continues to get a little bit stronger.
Yeah, David, that's right. So we're going to be south of Altus on 283, looking back to the north. We just cleared the rain. I was able to spin around. you can see the large lowering that's pretty much on the south side or just over out the southwest side of Altus right now as we're creeping back to the north. We're also watching back to the west what looks like possible another a little bit more development. But right now the most imminent thing is the southwest side of Altus. I do not see anything on the ground. There is some pretty good rotation, especially on the right-hand side of this lowering. You can kind of see the colander look to it, how it looks like a bell shape, and it's rotating. I wouldn't say anything super rapid right now. It's kind of still in the reorganization stage from what it was for the last hour to 45 minutes to an hour. But we're right here looking at it. We're going to stay right underneath it as it comes into Altus and through Altus. We're going to clear it for it. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice job. So, again, new area of circulation. Again, south of Altus. Man, Altus, I tell you what, you've split the uprights today. Circulation to your south, not a tornado. It's right here, south of Altus, moving east, right? Brandon's right there, and he's just going to keep moving east with it. It could cycle and try to produce another tornado. Remember, the low-level jet, low-level dynamics are still here. There is nothing out ahead of this. This is what we call telling Charlie. This thing is alive and well. It's breathing, and it's got nothing south and east of it contaminating the air that it's pulling in to live and eat, basically.
David,
go ahead.
Val said power's out on the west side of Altus.
Okay, power's out. There you go. Let's go back to Val. He's in Altus. And let's get an update from Val Castor in Altus. Val, by the way, a couple areas of new areas of spin developing, Val. One south of Altus and also one back to your southwest, about 8 to 9 miles, Val. So 2 more areas of spin we've got to watch. Give us a quick update from Altus. Go ahead, Val.
Okay, so the power is off. It looks like about the western half of Altus, there is no power at all. We're on the east side of Altus now, and the power is on. We've got north winds, obviously feeding south into that business to our south. So what our plans are, David, is to maybe get on the far east side of Altus over here, maybe drop south a little bit and try to watch this area that looks like it's trying to reform on the south side or just south of Altus. If that doesn't do anything, we have that other one you talked about to the southwest. It'll be coming to us anyway. So that's what we're doing. We're watching it. We're tracking it. Back to you, David.
Okay. All right. Nice job. Okay. So Val's back in Altus here, but here's the concern. Here's a problem right now. The original tornado that was on the ground for 50 minutes, it was a mile wide. It was an EF3, maybe an EF4. Violent tornado, strong tornado, took out homes, farm equipment, west through southwest of Altus. Okay, and then it died west of Altus. That is now gone, but what's going on is this storm's not gone. So the party continues. And what I mean by that is, watch this hook develop here, okay? That's a problem. And also another hook developing where Brandon is. We're showing big hail in Altus, but Val didn't have any big hail in Altus, did he? So it's a little bit aloft.
That's a good thing, because that core is going just on the north side of Altus, so hopefully there are no baseballs in there, but there easly could. When you have a violent tornado, baseball-size hail's usually just hand in hand.
Yeah, it's just north, no doubt about it. I mean, it's big. They've had a little bit of hail, probably in Altus.
Yeah.
But the biggest hail is to your north, up 283. And this is going to be tennis balls, maybe some baseballs in here. All right, so Brandon's right here watching this. Let's go. Oh, hang on a second. I'm going to be bearing straight here.
Okay.
All right, let's go back to Brandon again one more time. Brandon, we have your shot up. There's your lowering. Brandon, that's it. You're looking right at it. You are on 283, just a few miles south of Altus, kind of in the industrial area down there on the south side of town. What do you think, Brandon, looking at it, looking off to your north there? How fast is that rotating?
You know, David, I would say it's moderate rotation at the cloud base. Clearly nothing like what it was earlier, but I still think that it's in the reorganization stage. You know, as that old circulation included, it takes just a minute for these things to come back around and live and breathe. I can tell you we're in west RFD winds right now as the circulation is just off to our northeast. Our road options are fairly limited here. It's either drop way south and then go back east towards Tipton, or we're kind of trying to float in between. One thing I can say is that the lowering back to the west-southwest is becoming more prevalent. It's lowered quite a bit. It's nothing crazy. They're both probably about the same right now. So there's 2 areas, again, fighting each other within the same storm. So, but I feel like the one back to the west and the southwest is probably trying to take over right now. Back to you.
All right, nice job, Brandon. Okay, so Brandon's going to stay with it as we keep, again, tracking this cyclic supercell. It has cycled right now, trying to produce yet another tornado. We'll see if it does it. We hope it doesn't, but we also want to point out, got another hook on the backside over here now, east of Hollis.
It's north of that storm.
Yeah, and he's coming in from the north. It is severe. That storm's severe, and the hook's going to go right down Highway 62 again. So we got to watch that. There's circulation right there. Nothing crazy. And then we have Jeremy, we have Brandon, we have Val, and Tom, all in Altus right now. And we have taken over Altus. News 9 storm trackers have taken over Altus. They're all over. So give them a wave when you see them going through town. All right, so tornado continues. Tornado warning continues. Right now, it doesn't look like we have a tornado on the ground. Let's go back to velocity and talk about, big hail. This is damaging hail up in here, right north of Altus. It's trying to tighten up right here. See the wind? The wind's starting to accelerate east.
Yeah, and a lot of times, I mean, many times, right when you start to see that rear inflow jet start to feed into it, you get the circulation kind of on that east side or northeast side.
Right here. So tornado's going to be right here. Let's go to, well, Val, turn reflectivity on. I'm sorry. Let's see where Val is. Where is he in the rain? Yeah. Okay, he's still in the rain. Okay, it's going down 62. Okay, so tornado warning now continues for you folks in Altus for several reasons. For this right here, but this is southeast of town. Okay, this is for southeast of town, and then is this warn back here now?
I'll show you. There's the confirmed tornado warning I can turn off. That's from earlier. You can see the red tornado warning.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the new one is for this right here.
Yes.
Okay, well, it's southeast of Altus.
It is southeast of Altus.
That video is ready from earlier.
Okay, let's take a look at some of the video from earlier and of this storm, what it was doing when it first set down. And take a look at this, folks. This has not been sped up. This is real time, multiple vortex. It looks like, it looks like something from Mars. It's just crazy what was going on in here. And whose video was this? Was this Tom Pastrano's?
Yes.
And again, it's all condensate. Yes, there's dust in here. There's debris in here. Wow. But watch the vortices, how fast they form, and then they break off. Because you have all these vortex breakdowns going on. There is so much going on. Look at the vortice there rotating around. And then you'll see another one form out here. Watch, it's just a merry-go-round. Watch this wrap around here, right? And that's already a strong tornado. And this is why when this moves through a neighborhood like this, while you have a house like right here that is basically 80% gone or heavily damaged, and the home right next to it is, part of the roof's torn off or some shingles are gone, and the guy across the street or 2 blocks away is nearly all gone. I think we froze up on that piece of video, did we not? Okay, so that was incredible. All right, so tornado warning continues for you folks south and east of Altus. And where is Tom? He looks like he is in it. He's on the backside of the wrap here.
Yeah, that's the other hook. Okay. And then the storm is getting stronger back near, basically
Hollis.
north of Gould.
Yeah. Okay, so we have Hank right here, correct?
Yes, Hank's north.
Okay. And how far is Hank? Oh, Hank's a little bit out. He's still coming in.
It is moving east-southeast.
Yeah, this is going to head down towards Duke. Might try to produce another tornado. The low-level jet we talk about right now, it's fully in rare form right now. That southeast wind at, again, 3,000 to 5,000 feet up, it's ripping. And that's what we talked about all afternoon. When that low-level jet kicks in, tornado genesis will be higher this evening, a higher chance this evening. And that's exactly what has happened. All right, so this is beginning to spin faster east of Hollis, right? This is spinning faster. Tornado warning continues south and east of Altus. Let's go to Balcaster. He's now east of the area of circulation.
Okay, put it on that little thing.
Yep. Val, what do you think as you look back to your south-southwest there? What are you seeing right there?
Well, that's what we were looking at. Amy just found that in the camera as we got out of the rain. We still got a little bit of rain falling right now, but we're able to see we're out enough. And there's I mean, I would say that is a slight lowering over there, and that might be where things are trying to ramp back up. I'm not for sure until we could get under it, but it's definitely structure. It looks like it's under the base to me, and it's trying to become a lowering. How significant it is, or if there's rotation, I'm not sure yet. Give me about 3 or 4 minutes, and we ought to be able to see it. Back to you.
Okay, I see a little bit of a lowering there. Yeah, there it is. So that's trying to poke its head back out here. No doubt about it. I mean, this is going to be east of Altus. We still now have the one big storm, right? But now we still have the other supercell that's in behind this one. All right, let's go back to radar here, and there it is. And so we have these two. By the way, Oklahoma City, I mean, this is in far southwest Oklahoma. This is way down here, right? And so we have two supercells moving east-southeast at about 15 to occasionally 20 miles per hour. And they're going right down Highway 62, big supercell here. And you can see the hook on that, another hook developing on that, big hail, big wind.
I'm just going to turn the warnings off here, David, for a second. So you
yeah,
can,
that's fine.
So many things going on.
All right.
There you go.
So
look at the hail. Wow, look at the hail core coming up now south of Reed.
Yeah, baseballs.
Oh, yeah. That's probably baseballs, if not softball size hail.
Yeah, so look at the hail cores here, folks. Damaging hail. Yeah, this is tearing up a lot of property right now. Tearing up a lot of property.
And the wheat crop and the peanut fields.
Yeah, and the wheat down here that looked good before this. I know, it's not good. It's been a crazy year. We've had we had 85 tornadoes as of this morning, and right now we're looking at least another 15 for the day.
Oh, gosh.
Maybe more.
You had to count those individual vortices, those individual satellite tornadoes. At one point, there were 3 on the ground. I was looking at that looked like, if you were zoomed in on it, would have been just a tornado on its own, and then you zoom out and you've got 3 of them circulating around the mesos. Wild.
Yeah.
How do you count those individually?
It was crazy. I mean, it was truly, truly crazy. All right, so big hail from Schroeder over to Russell. Baseballs, maybe some softballs in here. And then down to Gould. And then down to Highway 62. And this is developing a little bit of a hook. We got to watch this. Right now it's severe. Winds 50 to 60, damaging hail, winds 50 to 60. And then as you move farther east, here's the new mesocyclone right here. Here's Altus, right? Here's Hightower, here's Val, Brandon Pendle, Jeremy Carter. And wow. Okay, so circulation is not as tight. Nothing like what it was when it was producing the maxi tornado, the violent tornado. Nothing like that. But man, this thing is still playing for sure. Okay, so this keeps going down 62. The tornado threat is south and east of Altus, but not by much. Jeremy's right there looking right at it. The next hook's in behind it. And then we have the third hook trying to come in now down Highway 62. Okay, so the tornado warning continues for south and east of Altus. Let's get the velocity data one more time.
Okay, I just put the track on there just so you can see.
It's fine.
Cache 931, Medicine Park 953, and Lawton, if it holds together, around 10 o'clock.
Yeah, and you know, I find it hard to believe it's going to die before it gets to Lawton, at least producing, big hail and all the above.
And it's still moving very slowly, so we'll see.
Yeah, right. Okay. Hey, Amanda, you've got a little more at the news desk. You want to take it if you're ready to go?
I do. I just want to pass along to our viewers because we've been making calls to see about damage in and around the path of the tornado.
Yeah.
Just talked to a Jackson County Sheriff's deputy, and he's telling me he has guys that went by and they did see damage. They saw 4 homes damaged right near Highway 62 and County Road 196. So this is going to be closer to Altus. It's going to be just west of town. We do have our news crews headed that way. So as soon as we get eyes on it, we can tell you what type of damage it is. We'll pass that along as well. But we are making calls all around to that area just to see if any other homes have been damaged. So no reports of any injuries or fatalities. So that's the good news right now. And there are some power outages. I don't think those numbers have caught quite up yet, so I don't want to pass those along. But we do know power outages in the area, hail in the area. And David, what we're hearing so far, 4 homes hit near Altus around the County Road 196 and Highway 62. David, I'll toss it back over to you.
All right. Okay. So, and again, this is what our trackers have confirmed by what they were seeing. We knew we had damage. We had the one home that was hit live only on News 9. And that was horrible because the tornado sat on top of them for a couple of minutes, on top of that farmhouse, and it just kept hammering it. and you can see the chimney, and we'll find out what happened to that place. Hopefully they're okay. We do not know. And if anybody knows when you were watching, where we were, what we were looking at, let us know, right? Give us an update on if you know how folks are down here that have been hit. This covered a lot of real estate, and there are many, many homes and ranches and farms all through here. Okay, let's jump back into this, and let's go back to...
I was just showing you there's a shower. It's probably Anvil Precip over Gotebo and Carnegie, but I was watching that kind of move up to the northeast.
Okay.
It's not doing much at the moment, but...
And data doesn't do anything with it, right?
Correct.
Not that that matters.
Right. Yeah, because these storms they're still going very strong here at 8:20.
Yeah.
So, but they are moving kind of that east-southeasterly direction.
Right.
Still, as of right now.
Right. Hey, where was that track you drew? Is that on links 3 or 2?
It's on 2.
Let's go to links 2 here real quick.
It got a little squirrely there at the end.
That's all right.
This is a very precise location based on velocity data.
I like squirrely. This is, and again, this is Highway 62. Altus is 10 miles east of that intersection behind me. The tornado set down right here. And you can see farms in here, little homes, a couple of homes, home here. And that was the path of the tornado. And look at the path, look what it did. It occluded, it lifted north as it was going into its dying stage of life. Crossed Highway 62 and then died right there just to the west of Victory. Andrew Adams, what you got? Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say, now that we got the path on there, Highway 34, Jeremy was saying he saw almost a mile of power lines down
back here
on Highway 34. And you notice that's a north-south highway, which means that you know, perpendicular crossing, that means that that's more of the width of the tornado.
For sure.
As it was passing Highway 34.
Yeah, yeah. And we were saying, you know, half mile to possibly a mile wide. I mean, it for sure was. Multiple vortex tornado, like we've been showing you in the video here. And we had it live, for goodness sakes, only on News 9 for I don't know how long.
50 minutes.
50 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, just incredible. But we have news crews on the way into southwest Oklahoma. Trackers are still down here tracking it. And Marty Logan, look at that guy. Talk about a guy with no quit. That guy's coming in from the north. I mean, remember, he lives basically in Canada. I'm just kidding. But he lives in northwest Oklahoma, and he'll drive anywhere for anything. All right.
Look at the hail northwest of Duke.
Yeah. No, it's big hail. I mean, it's the hail core. Is it as big? Yeah, it's still. Yeah, no, it is. I just talked myself out of it.
Yeah. It may have shrunk in size slightly, but I don't know if the hail sizes have come down.
No, that's a big hail core. It looks like it might have weakened there, but still, it's between Russell and southeast of Schroeder. My gosh, look at storm strength. Have we seen it this year very much? Maybe a couple of times.
Yeah, the
twice?
supercell that went for the hundreds of miles on Sunday,
it did that
the entire way. It was just like this.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you got multiple storms that merge, and then this one beast of a storm takes over.
Yeah.
And that one, I mean, has produced multiple tornadoes tonight once again.
I mean, tonight was truly textbook. We said 2 storms merge. It's going to get bigger. It's going to get worse. Low-level jets kicking in.
Yeah. And there are years that just disrupts everything.
Yeah.
But that's not happening.
No, not this year. This is the year that it takes very little to get a whole lot, and we have proven that over and over again. This hook continues to ramp up. This hook is getting stronger as it's coming into Duke.
Val said he's got a developing lowering.
Yep, there he does. I see it. So, okay, just to get your bearings straight, here's Val and Brandon. They're both there together, and Val's going to be east of Altus. He's right here, and let's take his shot now. He's just to the west of Hedrick.
Okay.
Val, your shot's a little bit frozen up on us there, but go ahead and give us an update.
All right, so yeah, what's going on is we noticed it looks like it's ramping up again just south of us, okay? A mile and a half south of the highway here, maybe 4 or 5 miles east of Altus. We're driving south, and you see this lowering down here. I mean, that's kind of the first clue that this thing is getting stronger and ramping up. Now, I'm not right under it. I can't really see what the rotation looks like on it, but I can say the north winds feeding into it have really strengthened where we are. And to me, it looks like it's on an uptick at the moment. So we'll watch it for you and track it. Back to you, David.
Okay, all right. Nice job, Val. And Val has just had an incredible day, along with Tom and Jeremy, on these storms. I mean, you're not going to find more experienced veteran storm trackers than you're going to find here on News 9. You realize you combine all their years of experience storm tracking over 300 years? Yeah, go find that anywhere in the country or the world. No joke, right? These guys are the best at what they do. I mean, they're the best. Every time they go out, they play like they're in the Super Bowl, and they play hard, and this is what they do. They hunt down and track down Oklahoma's crazy weather, and they're really, 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 really good at it. If they weren't, they wouldn't be here. They wouldn't be doing this for us. They wouldn't be doing what they're doing right now. There's his lowering. Yeah, that's coming around. That's definitely coming around now. That's going to be east of Altus, and folks, that's going to try to head towards Snyder or just south of Snyder. Okay, not on the ground. You can clearly see that. But this is how the whole other thing began earlier. What I don't like, though, is now we're getting into the nighttime phase. We have a little more daylight, considering we're in southwest Oklahoma. You have a few more minutes of daylight than we do here in Oklahoma City or points east, obviously. But this thing is not tightened up yet to tornado strength as far as getting a tornado yet, but you can see Val shot, and he's... Okay, oh yeah, Val shot's, I'm sorry, my bad. I was looking... Yeah, Brandon is still going east, and they're together, though. They're 2 miles south of Highway 62, still going east. Okay, let's go to Brandon here. Let's bring Brandon in, and I think that's Val in front of Brandon, as a matter of fact.
It is, yeah.
Okay, they're tag teaming here. Brandon, what do you think? Your picture looks really, really good there. Give us an update. How fast is that rotating right there? It's trying to tighten up. It's trying, but it hasn't quite done it yet. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, that's right. So, yeah, that is Val right in front of us. As we're heading south on the same highway, you know, I would say it's weak to moderate rotation at times. It's nothing off the charts by any stretch. But when Val was saying that the north winds had picked up, so he was coming south as we were coming east out of Altus on a further south road, and we basically met. We were taking winds out of the north and northwest, and then to the northeast, the further east we got, at probably 45 to 50, approaching 60 at times, feeding back into this. And another thing, Val might chime in on this in a second too, but it looks like we can see what looks to be another pretty well-pronounced base straight to our west, literally right out our passenger window. So that could be that back hook trying to come around, and we're right here on the southern edge of the old circulation. So we're going to have to stay right here with it to see which one finally figures itself out, if they're going to fight each other for a while and, you know, do what they've been doing all day and become one. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Great job, Brandon. All right. So, hey, Brandon, I want to point out, just listen to me here. Your roads are going to get really gnarly, and they're not going to be any good. So you're going to have to probably turn back north. There's a new area that you're looking at, but look back to your north. Not very far. There's another area of circulation now just to your north, Brandon, that's back up towards the highway. But your roads, it looks like to me, because of the river, you're going to have to make your way back north as well. So here's Brandon, and new little area of spin right here. Let's see. Let's go to velocity data one more time. Let's see what we have. Yeah, it's not quite as pronounced. There's little kinks right here, but it's not quite like what it was. There's Jeremy's shot. And Jeremy's farther south now.
And it was moving southeast.
I don't hear you there. Go ahead.
It was moving southeast. It looks like it's moving easterly now, too. Just for the trackers in the field. See how it's moving and progressing over, kind of paralleling Highway 62?
Yeah, more east now. Well, I say, yes, that is. And then I look back here, and this is...
Oh, it's almost pivoting, yeah.
I mean, it's like this is trying to do this, and then this is trying to do this.
On the backside.
So, okay, look at Hank's shot. Goodness gracious. So let's see what these storms look like. Let's go to Hank's shot here, control room. We can squeeze back radar behind me. That's textbook. Back sheared anvil. Look at the plates. This is downward convection. It's going up so hard and fast that the convection is coming out of the anvil. See, that's knuckling back. I call those cauliflower knuckles. And it's incredible to see in his video in person. It'll make you take a seat. I mean, it's just like, oh my gosh. I mean, it's incredible. The updraft. Remember, this is going 60,000 feet. You fly in an airplane to here. That's 60,000 feet up. And this whole thing is a deep mesocyclone spinning from left to right. That is an incredible shot. And that's the reason. All those things, that's the reason why we've had a long track, strong to violent tornado today. We're checking on damage. We know we have damage. We're checking on injuries and fatalities. Andrew Adams,
Hank was saying that's the Gould storm, not the other one. So that's the westernmost storm right there.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah, he's on the west side. Okay, still incredible. Still amazing to look at.
Video's ready.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the video here again. And this is from a little bit earlier. We have your times on here for you. And folks, not sped up, real time. 1 tornado, 2 tornadoes, 3 tornadoes. Keep counting them. That goes away. Again, not sped up, real time. No trickery here, okay? Watch it, okay? We get a 2 breakdown, another tornado, another, how many, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10? This is, what, a minute, 30 seconds here so far? Now we get another cone, another tornado, multiple vortex, another tornado. I mean, it's a horizontal tornado. Look at that. Crazy, 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 crazy. Okay, and then here goes another one. All right, so there goes another one. I mean, this thing went on and on and on and on. Who shot this? Was this Val?
That was Jeremy.
That was Jeremy's stuff. Okay. Yeah, that was wild stuff. Okay, we had that live, again, only on News 9. All of our trackers did. They were all, we had this thing circle. I mean, we were slicing and dicing. Our guys and gals today, folks, it doesn't get any better than that. That is precision storm chasing at its finest. Surgical storm chasing right there. Get in on it. Listen, anybody can chase and get 4 or 5 miles away. Great. Nice job. But to get in close like that, why do we get in close? You think people go, well, because you're crazy? That's fine. I'll own that. But also, you get in close so you can tell people at home and the viewers at home exactly where that tornado is, right? Nothing better than eyes in the field. Nothing better than eyes in the field. Looking at the tornado at blank range. I'm at the corner of this and this. That's why we chase like we do. Okay, all right. Thank you, Jen. Okay, so going down 62 here, a little bit of an increase now in that. A little bit of an increase now to the east, west of Hedrick. A little bit back here. And what's going on back in here?
That's the hook. And there's still nothing really organized southwest of Altus.
No.
The air's pretty worked over in this area, but it's trying to almost push to the south on that backside.
Uh-huh.
And I'll say the south end of that, if you look on reflectivity from Frederick in the laps, it looks like it's gusted out a little bit. You can kind of see the gust front south of Valesti and Humphreys, basically from where Val and Jeremy are.
Yeah.
To the southwest.
Yeah, nice catch, nice observation, Andrew. Very good, my friend. Yeah, so here's the deal. By the way, Mesonet, is it showing anything down there that, I'm just curious if anybody's, I'm gonna look at velocity data. Let's check.
You mean wind gusts?
Yeah, gusts out of the north here. Look at velocity data. Let's see what we have here. We're out of Frederick. What do we have? Yeah, so this is coming towards a little bit of a way here, but that looks kind of weird. And then more towards, trying to look at, again, if they have a north wind underneath these, they will not produce tornadoes. They'll produce wind and hail all day, damaging wind, damaging hail.
Altus did have a gust to 68.
Altus did?
Uh-huh.
There's damage in Altus then. At least some. What about power outages when you guys get a second?
Amanda was just talking about that. It was still delayed. I do have it. You do? Okay.
You have it? All right. Amanda, you and Carl at the desk?
You got
Give us an update. Go ahead.
So right now there are 461 customers without power. That is statewide. I think some of those numbers are going to be delayed because there has to be more people without power right now in Jackson County. We've been making calls too on the surrounding areas where this tornado went through, and we did just hear from the sheriff. I want to give you the very latest here. Okay, Jackson County Sheriff telling us they have a lot of power lines down in that area, which we know, we've seen that from our storm trackers. They have several tractors and equipment that have been overturned in the area. And they have, as we previously reported, they also have those reports of the 4 homes that have been damaged on the west side of Altus. They're waiting, though, till they can actually get there because the power line's down and the storms as well.
And, that's kind of the situation when you have, a storm like this. Just takes a second to deploy all those crews out there to get a official damage estimate out there. But that's what's happening right now. Yep. It sounds like as crews are getting out there into these neighborhoods, out on these rural roads and seeing the damage.
So as soon as we get more information, we will let you know, David. For now, though, we'll send it back over to you.
Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. Nice job. Okay. So this is we'll call this the mother storm that produced all the tornado video we've had for you. We've had it live. What time did it start, Lacey, as far as 5:30?
The tornado warning?
What time was it?
The tornado warning.
I've lost track.
Yeah, it was somewhere in the 5 o'clock hour, but the actual tornado, the large violent one, touched down at 7:04.
Okay.
Was the timing. It was
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
ground
the whole
till-
thing,
Yeah,
yes.
the whole thing.
Yeah. Goodness. Okay, so what I like about this shot, well, big storm, big hail, big wind. Big storm, big hail north of Duke. Damaging hail north of Duke. Tennis balls, baseballs. And a hook on that. See how these are sliding southeast? See this green line in here? That's the outflow boundary. So as long as these storms have a north wind undercutting them, not a southeast wind feeding them, but just above our heads, remember that 850 jet I was talking about? That's above this. That storm is still being fed by the low-level jet. That's why it still looks like that, even with the north wind at the surface. But here's the deal. It still has a north wind. So it's almost nearly impossible to get tornado genesis out of that storm because of that green line right there that is accelerating to the south. Producing big hail, big wind all day, all night, right? But this is the problem, is that this green line wraps back into right here. Now, the hook on this is back by Altus, but the other inflow area is a little farther east. But there's nothing imminent right now as far as the tornado, all right? And looking at velocity data, there's broad areas of spin, but right now there's nothing in there where we're like, you know, oh my gosh, or we'd tell you, right? Shear rate, sure, has the line of wind from a west wind to a blowing from west to east. And this is going to be winds in here, you know, 50, 60 to 70, coming into Hedrick. Hedrick right now, going down 62. But the hook is back here with a north wind. So that will not produce.
David, Brandon said he's got an update for you.
Yeah, but points farther east we have to watch. Let's go to Brandon Pennell and get an update from him. Brandon, what do you think? Incredible storm. And what's your wind right there? Give us an update on what you're looking at right now. Go ahead. You're just to the west of Tipton, down southeast of Altus. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, that's right. So we're on Highway 5 southeast of Altus. One thing I can tell you that I heard you talking about it, so we started kind of trying to pay attention and got in a better position. So this is looking straight back to the west, and you can see, you know, that storm's pretty far off. It's got a pretty good lowered base on it, but we're taking north winds here that have undercut this storm on the south and southeast side. Now, that doesn't mean that the storm further to the west isn't getting inflow. And another thing I want to tell you that's coming around that west storm, as I pan back to the southwest, you can see the RFD coming around on the south side of it and pushing all of that dirt and wind back to the west or back to the southeast. So there's a tremendous amount of wind still to our west being pushed to the south and east off of the west storm. And actually now as I pan back to the right and I zoom in, that right side right there is really, I can't tell if there's pretty good movement, but you know, that continues to evolve. I think it's a storm that's probably, this hole in here still needs to be watched. We can still see a little bit of spin. You know, you're saying the 850 jet's kicking in. Even though we have north winds at the surface, we can still see spin in the mid-levels, you know, so it's going to be a question of can it latch back on or does the gust front wash out or whatever. So we're right here with it. We'll let you know if anything changes. Back to you.
All right. Nice job, Brandon. So we're going to keep tracking this. Again, right now, tornado is not imminent right now, but circulation does continue, but it's a far cry from what it was earlier. Okay, so we have two large supercells. We have the mothership, we're calling it. That's the storm that produced, I just gelled my hand, so it's okay. This is the big supercell that produced, again, the large and violent tornado on the ground for over 15 miles, on the ground for 50 minutes, that put on just an incredible show. It was just, oh my gosh. And then this storm has not produced a tornado, but still producing some wind and hail. Your gust front is down here, and this is behind the gust front. But let's go back to what this looked like earlier, and this is when we had it live on News 9. We have 50 minutes of this. This is just some of it, but count the tornadoes with me. 1, 2, there's 3 for the day. We had more before this. This is about number 10 or 12 for the day. Okay, so that goes away. Look how fast. All right, vortex breakdown. Now watch, digging, lifting, digging, lifting. Here comes the next one. Look at that, boom, right? So this is why when it's moving through a neighborhood, while you have a house that would have heavy damage, look at the vortices here. Come on the, oh my gosh. Okay, look at this right here. feel like I'm watching it live again. Goodness, look at all that. I look like Medusa, I'm telling you. Is that right? Is that right? Is that what I'm saying there? Yeah. Okay, all right, make sure. Just asking. Yeah. If I need to be corrected, Phil, free to jump in at any time. Because I know you will.
It looks like octopus tentacles.
Yeah, octopus, whatever you want to call it. I mean, it's a bad deal for sure. That was Jeremy Carter stuff. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. All right. So this keeps moving east-southeast down towards Tipton, right? Lake Frederick, Snyder, prepare for big hail in Snyder. Tornado warning continues, right? Tornado warning, not on the storm back to the west for a tornado, but for hail. And that's going down 62. Let's go to Tom Pastrano now. Look at these shots.
Yeah, Brandon has a great shot too.
Okay, and let's get an update from Tom. Tom, big hail is right on your back end. Big hail on your back end coming right down 62. And Tom, I just want to say, great job today storm tracking. You were all over it from start to finish. Good job, my friend. I owe you a dinner. Go ahead, give us an update.
Hey, thanks. I'll take a steak dinner. But so right now I'm on 62, and I was in some golf ball size hail. It's right behind me, like you said, and I had at least 60-mile-an-hour winds blowing that hail sideways. And up ahead on 62, the power lines are down across 62. So I'm going to have to see what I'm going to do. I might be trapped here and get ready to get into some really big hail. But I'll let you know. It looks like it's closed, though, up ahead. Back to you.
Hey, Tom, real quick. You are coming up on the damage of the tornado. As it occluded, it crossed. You are just past the bend, correct?
Yes.
Okay, it's got to be right where you are. I mean, it was weakening, but it crossed Highway 62 pretty much where you are. Okay, I see power lines, power poles are snapped off there. I see emergency crews in front of you. What's going on up here, Tom? Give us an update.
He's about 2 miles from the heart of the path right now.
Tom, if you heard Lacey, you're 2 miles away from where we think that the heart of the tornado passed. Go ahead, give us an update.
Okay, so right now I see probably about 8 power poles that are just leaning, with the lines leaning also. I don't see them crossing over the road, but yeah, there's quite a few power poles that are down. It's a mess down here. It's going to take a lot of time to get all these poles back just in this path of the tornado. I've seen so many lines, so many power poles snap. So and there's a trailer also that looks like it has a little bit of damage, but everybody's turning around here, so I will see what I can do here. Back to you.
Tom, maybe pull up there and see if you can get through, and then see if you can keep moving east, because just east of your location is where that tornado crossed. It was weakening, and if you have any trouble from the wall, just tell them Lacey Swope said it was okay.
Perfect. That'll
You'll
work.
be good. Tell them Lacey Swope, Cassie
definitely.
Hyder, and Andrew said it was all good. Leave my name out of it.
All right.
I may be wanted down there. Okay. All right, let's go back to it here. And there's your storm track now. We're looking at Tom Seed Reservoir, 852. Roosevelt, 9 o'clock. Snyder, 9 o'clock. Cache, 9:59. Lake Latonka, 1013. Lawton downtown, 1044. Elgin at 1051. And this monster storm marching east. What's our speed? Are we still thinking?
I put it at 20, and it's barely moving 20.
Okay.
I mean, it's moving very slowly right now, but just to give you a little bit of lead time.
Yeah. Okay, so the tornado warning.
It's been dropped.
It's been dropped.
Yes.
Okay. And really right now, that's okay, because this is behind we'll call it, it's a storm generated cool front, right? That green line. You're not going to get a tornado out of that. You're going to get a severe storm with big wind, big hail, like destructive hail, like tennis balls and baseballs. And then this is going down 62. There's Hedrick, but the circulation, this front wraps in right here. See it, how it snakes right on top of Jeremy's car, right here, snakes back in, and then tightens back up just to the southwest of Hedrick. Okay, let's go to our shots here. Let's go back to Brandon Pennell. And Brandon, it looks like you have a north wind right there, looking at radar data. And, the back storm behind you is behind the front. Half of your storm is behind the front. Your gust front wraps in just to your east and northeast, about 5 miles, it looks like. Go ahead and give us an update.
Yeah, David, that's right. So we've been kind of sitting here trying to figure it out. We saw Jeremy and Val to the east. So we've been playing, trying to figure out which storm, the west storm or get blast back to the east. So right now we're kind of headed back west because we saw that couplet. We thought maybe there might be some pretty strong straight line winds coming out towards the old Lusty area. But if you think we should, we'll turn around and blast back to the east and get east on this storm that has come through Altus. We were just kind of trying to play it safe and cover everything. So whatever you think. Right now we're kind of in between, so I really can't tell you what either storm is doing. Back to you.
Well, here's the deal. They're both very large storms. The storm you're on is the biggest storm of the day and has been all day long. But it's going to go right down through Snyder and Cache and then make its way into Lawton. So I tell you what, Brandon, just keep going east. Maybe get back up on 62 and just keep going east. We'll see what it does. Still have dynamics in place. These might start to weaken here, but right now they're still very strong, large hail damaging winds with still a tornado threat right now. No tornado warnings in effect right now. No tornado warnings in effect. All right, Lace, so lots of folks asking about, again, Oklahoma City's right here. And we had the one severe storm today during the 4 o'clock newscast. Moved in, we had some hail, we had some golf ball size hail, but this is not headed towards the metro. So, Lace, what you got there? Let's go to, what do you have that? Links what?
Just showing kind of the broad view here on Links 1, just to show you what's going on, because these storms are, they are way down in southwest Oklahoma. And switch radar here, there's really nothing else going on. And if we go to Links 2, we've got the model data, which has these storms a little further north of where they are. Models aren't ever going to nail it exactly perfect, but just kind of show you what it does.
Links 2 control room.
Links 2, yeah.
And we'll show you here, and you'll see.
Yep, there you go.
So it's not perfect, right?
Sure.
But it's close.
But continues to take these storms and really just vaporize them in the next 2 to 3 hours, with additional storms taking off south of the Red River, down near Durant, and those push into southeast Oklahoma. So if this is correct, and right now we don't have anything north of these storms, this says the metro's quiet for the rest of the evening. So we'll see. Yeah, and we've been down this road before where these are supposed to weaken. Low-level jet says, I don't think so. Yes.
And then they keep going. So we will see. We will track it. We will see what they do here the next little bit. All right,
David,
so, yeah, go ahead, Andrew.
I was going to say, Tom's in that westernmost storm that's heading toward Altus and Olustee right now, and he's got, his shot's not up in the,
I see it.
Little 3 box, but
I
his
see it up
shot
top, yeah.
is blinding rain, hail.
Okay, yeah, it's right on top
winds.
of him. Okay, all right, thank you, Andrew. Let's go to Tom Pastrano. He's in this, and Tom, that's a horizontal wind with hail mixed in, it looks like. Give us an update. You're on Highway 62.
Power lines in a shot.
Power lines down from the tornado from earlier. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's right. So they're draping over 62, and it's closed right now. I did have some golf ball size hail. It seems like the hail is getting a little bit smaller. Also, the winds are not as strong, but I did get some winds, probably approaching 70. So this is a pretty mean storm, and it's moving towards the east-southeast. So I'm going to have to figure another way to get around all this. Back to you.
All right, nice job. So Tom's on the back storm. Still a big wind, big hail producer here. And again, this is going to be sliding east-southeast, right? No tornado warning on this. It's that right here. Tom's right there. There's the hook. You're thinking, hey, Payne, what's going on? Why are we not, what, you know? Well, the cold front that's been generated by the first storm has now undercut the back storm. So you have a north wind. You're not going to get a tornado out of that. You're going to get wind and hail, and that's a problem. And by the way, it's going to come back into Altus and then south and west of Altus, back down towards Olustee. It's been a big day in southwest Oklahoma. Could have been much worse, right? But big hail up here near and west of Centerville, north and west of Hedrick. Big hail in here. What's our hail size? What do you guys have up there? There's baseball. What's it say? Go ahead.
You can see it baseball.
I can't hear.
Baseball size hail, there you go. Can you hear me?
I can now.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, it still is. Wow, it's big hail. Okay, so it's a destructive hailstorm if you're in it. North of Hedrick, crossing now north of 62. There's your hail core right there. That is a problem. This storm looks like to me the hail core shrinking. Looks like that may be the beginning of possibly the weakening phase of this. What does storm strength look like? Has it come down any? I know it's still strong, but has it come down? No. And this thing is, gosh.
And it's that storm is still moving easterly towards Lawton eventually.
Yeah.
I know the winds are rushing out away from it. That's that severe thunderstorm warning for Frederick and Lake Frederick and eventually Hollister.
Yeah.
But the actual body of the storm is still kind of riding Highway 62.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So as of right now, we do not have any. We have damage reports. No reports of anything crazier than
4 homes, I believe, was the latest that Amanda was saying earlier.
I think there'll be more than that when it's all said and done. We have tractors and things like that and everything, but no tornado warnings in effect. Okay. And this is all severe. These are all severe storms coming down 62. The tornado threat right now continues to decrease because they're being undercut. So we're going to watch that as it moves off to the east. So we have been on the air for a long time. Folks, tornado warnings have expired for now. We're going to take a break. We're going to regroup, check in with our trackers. We won't be gone long. We'll be back here in just a few minutes. As always, stay on News 9. We'll keep you advised.
Tom Cole says Paul Bondar doesn't live in Oklahoma. Odd, because here's his home in Stonewall, and here's where he's building his forever home in Caddo. But since he brings it up, where's Congressman Cole? He hasn't voted in person in Oklahoma once in 20 years. Guess he has better places to be than the state he represents. Has anybody even seen Tom Cole lately? Because we asked, and neighbors sure haven't. I guess it's just another thing Tom Cole and Joe Biden have in common. Nobody's home. There's one candidate that truly stands with Oklahoma. Vote Paul Bondar for Congress June 18th.
I'm Paul Bondar, and I approve this message.
Brian Bingman.
Brian Bingman. Brian Bingman.
You might remember that name. A husband, father, and grandfather that shares our conservative Christian values. Bingman is pro-Trump because under President Trump, the economy and energy industry were booming, but Joe Biden's wrecked it all. Brian Bingman will fight to keep energy costs down for businesses and families. It's why Bingman's endorsed by pro-Trump Senator Mark Wayne Mullen and Governor Kevin Stitt. Brian Bingman for Corporation Commissioner.
I'm Tom Cole, and I approve this message.
America is under attack. President Trump needs a fighter like Tom Cole to take our country back. Tom Cole is leading the fight for the toughest border security law in history, to stop Zuckerberg, Soros, and radical liberals from buying our elections, to stop Joe Biden's attacks on Oklahoma oil and gas, and secure pay increases for our military. To save our country, to protect Oklahoma, Congressman Tom Cole.
Well, 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 folks. Meet candidate Paul Bondar, a rich guy from Dallas trying to buy a congressional seat here in Oklahoma. Bondar lives in a Dallas mansion. His wife is a Dallas socialite. His kids go to an elite Dallas school. He even just voted in Dallas. But he wants to be in Congress so bad he leased an Oklahoma property to get on the ballot. What a phony. Don't buy Bondar's Texas bull. Americans for Security PAC is responsible for the content of this ad.
I'm really excited about some of the investments that we're making, whether it's building a bridge, an off-ramp off of an interstate. The Chickasaw Nation is adding dollars alongside where state and federal dollars are being spent. It's a benefit for all Oklahomans. Tourism is a very important aspect of the Oklahoma economy, and the Chickasaw Nation is proud to partner with the state. We are building a new resort in Oklahoma City called Okana. It's a complement to the First Americans Museum that we have for all 39 tribes. We're having international visitors come to the state. Chickasaw Nation is also a lead investor in the restoration of the Skirvin Hotel. We have been longtime supporters of the Science Museum as well as the zoo. We are continually supporting organizations that help the overall economy of places like Oklahoma City.
Oklahoma thrives together.
Tom Cole says Paul Bondar doesn't live in Oklahoma. Odd, because here's his home in Stonewall, and here's where he's building his forever home in Caddo. But since he brings it up, where's Congressman Cole? He hasn't voted in person in Oklahoma once in 20 years. Guess he has better places to be than the state he represents. Has anybody even seen Tom Cole lately? Because we asked, and neighbors sure haven't. I guess it's just another thing Tom Cole and Joe Biden have in common. Nobody's home. There's one candidate that truly stands with Oklahoma. Vote Paul Bondar for Congress June 18th.
I'm Paul Bondar, and I approve this message.
This is a News 9 Severe Weather Report.
And we are in severe weather continuous coverage right here on News 9. We're going to get right over to David in just a moment as he is tracking these storms. But we do want to bring you up to speed on what we've learned from the news desk. As far as any injuries, no word of any injuries, no word of any fatalities. But we do know they are doing somewhat of a search and rescue, although I use that term loosely, there in the Altus, west of the Altus area around Highway 62 and County Road 196. That is where we had heard that 4 homes have some sort of damage. But we even saw from our storm trackers that road getting there is completely blocked off. There are power poles down, so they're having to park and then walk.
That's where Tom Pastrano is right now, and you saw it, his shot right there. He counted, I believe, his 8 power lines that are down just right there. So kind of slow going when you're trying to check on neighbors in that area. It's going to take us some time, but 4 homes is what we have continued to hear damaged, and we're kind of getting some discrepancies on which home we saw kind of going up in pieces there.
So that would be the one in Duke. So this is a separate area than where the 4 homes are. That's what, if you were watching News 9 Live, and I'm sure we'll get that video re-racked so we can show that to you, but you could see a home where the roof was coming off and it looked like a chimney right there. And in fact, we have it right now. We'll go ahead and show it to you. And you could see the tornado. Okay, this was live here on News 9, and you can see that house and the tornado ripping that roof apart. You see the chimney there. And this is from Val and Amy Castor's shot right there live on News 9. So we're trying to figure out if the person's okay who is staying there. In that vicinity, we do know, we just talked to Eric Foster with OHP.
Yeah, and he basically said that he believes the person in Duke sheltered in place and is fine. That's what we're hearing from troopers on the home in Duke that lost the roof here live on News 9. So
well, and we're also thinking that might be a separate home because there was a trailer home where that person actually sheltered in place, and they were okay. So
we're trying to figure out like which home person was
there
sheltering
could be
in place.
A few homes there, but the good news right now: no injuries reported, no fatalities reported. We have calls into the Jackson County Sheriff's Office, the emergency manager's office there. Power lines, that is a definite issue in that area. So if you are around, especially west of Altus, just be aware that power lines are down. So it is dangerous if you are wanting to get out and about. Know that that could be an issue. It is shutting down northeast, southwest roads in some areas.
And we're still waiting for these outage numbers to come out because we're not, I mean, right now it just shows 466 customers without power. So we know that it's probably larger than that as we're going through the counties there in southwest Oklahoma. So we're watching it, but again, the good news here is no reported injuries at least yet, and we are checking with emergency managers in several counties right now.
Hopefully it'll stay that way. I want to bring our chief meteorologist, David Payne, who's been tracking these storms all afternoon into this evening. David, talk to us about what the threat is right now. Tornado warning, that's done right now, right?
It is for now. And again, they're called supercells for a reason because they last for many, many hours, many, many miles, in many, many counties. And they do what they're going to do, whether that's produce wind and hail and tornadoes or all three or whatever. But this thing is still alive. But see this green line right here? That's a north wind, that green line. Look at it like a weak cool front. It's undercut these storms. So anytime you have a north wind, you're not going to get a tornado back in here behind that. You're going to get wind and hail, and you're going to have plenty of that. Lots of heavy rain, big hail. But the big hail core now is north of Hedrick and also back here where Tom is. And that's weakened a little bit back here, right? That's weakened a little bit. I mean, it's still severe, okay, no doubt about it. Sliding off to the east-southeast. The other storm, prepare for a damaging wind and a hail event in Snyder. And the hail size is here. The hail core is smaller, okay? We're not going to take that away from it. It is smaller, which is a plus, but still, radar is still showing tennis ball and even baseball size hail, okay? So, yeah, I mean, I don't know about you, but that's not my idea of a good time. Softballs and baseballs coming through your house with a west wind and moving at, 70, 80 miles per hour. That's a problem. Okay, so it continues to, again, nothing is tightening up right now. There's nothing in here that any one of us here in the weather team are like, oh boy, because we have multiple eyes watching all of this, and there's nothing in here where we're like, oh, hang on a second, we're going the other way. It's not doing that. This is a wind bag. This is a west wind ripping to the east, winds 50 to 60. Let's get back in this here and get an update from, let's go to Val Castor first. Val is a little bit farther south, and bring Val back in. Val, go ahead and give us an update. And again, are you looking off to the north there? Go ahead, tell us what you're doing, and what are your winds there right now? Doesn't look too crazy.
No, David, the winds here are really not too crazy. And I'll tell you what we're doing here. We are out ahead of the gust front. So right now we're going to be, we're halfway between Manitou and Snyder. We're headed north, and the gust front, from our vantage point, wraps in somewhere maybe right near the highway west of Snyder. And to me, that's if we're going to have a chance of another tornado with this, it's going to have to be where that gust front wraps in. That's where it's getting inflow. That's where the shear is going to be. So that's where we're going. We're going to go up to the highway south of Snyder. We're going to watch this as it wraps in. Right now, I can't see any lowerings in that direction. I can see cloud base, but that's what we're seeing from here. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice job today, Val and Amy. Great job out there. And remember, they've had a long week. They were with
Hank
everybody
says
else.
He has a damaged shot
On Sunday. What's that?
Hank says he has a damaged shot.
Okay. All right.
So does Marty, by the way.
Okay. Let's go to Hank and get an update from Hank and Patty Brown. And let's bring in Hank's shot. I think that's it. Go ahead, Hank. Give us an update on your location. Thanks for coming down there. We appreciate it. And go ahead. Give us an update.
Yeah, David. So this is the area just a few miles west of Highway 6 on 62 between west of Alpha several miles. But they've got the power lines are draping across the road here. And so you can see that law enforcement has it shut down. In my shot there, if you look, you can see them power lines are coming down across. So Highway 62 is shut down at the moment because of these power lines. And then I believe Amanda had said something just a little bit ago about people were having to park and walk in. This is where that area is. So to our south, we can see some damage and power poles across the road there too. So Highway 62 is a very slow go, if not blocked off at the moment. Back to you.
All right. Nice job, Hank and Patty Brown. They were up north today on big storms up there that were spinning and producing big hail, but did not produce tornadoes, but they were still tracking those. And when those died, Hank and Patty came down south. And here we go. So you can see the crews are out, power lines are down, and Hank is just on the west side. Hank, you probably know this. You're just on the very west side of the tornado path, it looks like. Is that right, Lace? He should be on the west side. So, Hank, just to your east, it's where it crosses probably EF2-ish, EF3-ish, somewhere in there. If you can make it a little farther east, it'll be close. But we're just going back and looking at velocity data right now, and we're tracking that. And let's go back to links. What do you have that in?
2.
Let's go back to links 2. And great job, Hank. Let's see what it has here on links 2, control room. And there we go. The tornado began back here, and this is a Harmon County line, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, Harmon County, Jackson County, sliding southeast. There's your tornado path, and then it got to Highway 34, made the turn. Look at the velocity data, and it's quite the little cartoon.
You want me to take that off?
Huh?
There you go. You can see the velocity data
I thought
better.
maybe little Brookie had put that on there for us.
No, that's something we have in our system.
Okay,
it does depict the exact location.
Very nice. Well,
yes.
Brooke, you know, she could do it. I mean, she could do
Yes.
it. And Hank's right here, so he's right where it crossed. But again, you know, a tornado will take down power lines, but where he is kind of a rural area. So luckily, we have damage here. We have homes hit here and all that. But
so, David,
yeah,
Marty has damage in his shot right now as well. You can see him. He's to the southwest of where Hank's at.
You can see him on GPS right there, David, right in front of you.
Here's Marty, just southwest of Prairie Hill. Now, the tornado path was actually a little farther south.
Yeah, the center of circulation, but as you were saying, I mean, the wind damage and the wrap around it is easily a couple miles wide.
For sure, and the mesocyclone was clear back to here. Let's go to Marty here and get an update from Marty Logan. Marty, your shot, I know I'm assuming your lights are on. It's just really, really dark. I see a building or something. I can't tell exactly all that is. Go ahead, Marty, give us an update.
Well, the only thing I can identify is a basketball goal right there, but this has got a lot of damage. That's at the backyard. I'm gonna bring you by. The house looks like there may be a little damage right up there. Nope, not much. But look at the barn behind it. No metal on it. You can see flapping metal. If I'm gonna move right there and zoom in, the metal flapping up there on the roof. The Quonset hut. Yep, there's some empty spots right up there on top, and then right here in front of me, got a car. I've been waving at them. I got a power line that's laying low right across the road here. So quite a bit of damage in this area. And I think maybe those...
Marty?
I got a trooper right here behind me. I'll find out if there's more damage and come back to you.
And also, Marty, find out if he knows of any injuries, and hopefully not, we don't think, but any fatalities or any injuries that he knows of. and just kind of ask him everything. Ask him his birthday. Ask him everything you can ask him, and get back with us here when you find something out. All right, thank you, Marty. Great job. Okay, so this is another home that was hit. And folks, this was on the north side of the circulation. This house did not take a direct hit. South of them, half mile, a direct hit, right? And you can see, I mean, that's still standing, but this over here, it's gone, part of that house. I mean, you saw that in the video. Wow, okay. Let's go back to Links 1. And trackers are all still out. And wow. Okay.
Tom said there's some major flooding in Altus, by the way.
Major flood, I believe that. Is he in Altus?
And, he's in Altus, and so
okay,
Tom said flooding in Altus, and then after that, Val has an update.
Okay, let's go back to Tom Pastrano and get an update from Tom. Tom, go ahead. In Altus, they've had a wild day down there. They split the uprights. Tornado to their west. It barely missed them. Strong tornado. What's going on with the rain right now? Give us an update.
Yeah, David, you know, this is probably the most water I've ever seen in Altus. Every single ditch is overflowing. The water is over the curb in many places. Highway 62, there was probably about a 3-mile stretch where they had about 8 inches of water on it. And the rain just keeps coming down. It's coming down really hard, at least a couple of inches an hour. So I'm not sure how much rain has fallen, but I'd venture to guess a few inches just with all the flooding I'm seeing. I have seen a couple of stalled cars so far. But, yeah, it's a slow, tough go on Highway 62 throughout back east.
Nice job. Like those 4 homes that Amanda was talking about, like trying to find that spot. Okay, all right, that'd be fine. We just got to get those guys in place here. Okay, so there's some of the rainfall amounts. Altus, you had a little bit of a dry stretch here going on, but I mean, the drought, no, you're doing good. But man, let's go back to Links 1 here. Rainfall amounts, this is what Tom was talking about here, 5 to 6 inches. And look at the swoop right through and right down to Altus. 5 inches plus, so lots of flooding in here, at least in some localized areas. It's not widespread flooding, but there's enough flooding going on. This storm we'll leave this, and then the waters will recede, and we'll go back to normal, except for the folks that lost their homes and all that. Control room, let's take a look at some of the video from earlier today, if we can. And I have the list. I can go through it. Just surprise me. And let's just start off with some of the video. Start from the top to the bottom here. And we had all this live on News 9.
No. So this is the old...
And this was one of the first areas of spin we were watching. And that was ramping up just a bit. But that was kind of the beginning of this whole thing. And this storm was 2 storms that merged together. Okay? So that was the first lowering there from Tom Pastrano. And then, okay, this was a gustnado. This was not a tornado, but it was inflow into the storm. This was the beginning of this thing, 613. So this is inflow into the storm. Not a tornado, but it did ramp up and begin to tighten to give us a gustnado. Big difference. And then things begin to change. This is from Val also. This is going to be 642. This is the beginning of the funnel. Let's go to the next piece of video here. And then the Val, the tornado. This is the beginning of the tornado. Again, this is going to be at 7:04 and multiple vortex tornado. And it was over nearly a mile wide. And we had this whole thing. Everything you're seeing here, we had this live only on News 9 today. And look at the motion here. Not sped up. This is real time. Faster, faster, faster. Real time. Faster and faster, right? And then this is the house right here. Watch this house come apart. That was live on News 9. You see the chimney on the left. The tornado was moving at 5 miles per hour. Watch the house begin to break apart. You don't think that's not scary? Yeah, that's scary right there. So that was winds of well over 100 miles per hour. And notice how it comes in waves. Watch it here. Watch the tornado. They're inside and underneath the cone, but watch. Here we go. And watch it just ramp up, and then it digs, and it ramps up. And now here it goes again. Winds to probably 100, 120, right? EF2, borderline, maybe an EF3, but right now, and look back here, other vortices, right? Okay, next video. This is from Tom. Now watch this. One cone, but it's a multiple vortex tornado. Watch the cones begin to form. Watch the tornadoes begin to form. Multiple vortex. Big cone, tornado, tornado, and we have a horizontal tube, wrapping around it like a ring. Watch the tornadoes come in on the outside. Boom, boom, boom. All of these. Tornado here. And look how it forms, then dies. Right? Just incredible. And this just kept getting stronger and stronger and stronger. And let's go to the next one here. Look at that. I mean, now we're putting on a show here. Tornado here, over this house, over the house, doing damage right now. Hitting the house. This is 2 tornadoes. We have twister sisters. 2 tornadoes on the ground. One here, hit that house as a tornado, and then there's one back to the right. Look at all the debris. By the way, those are pieces of tin. One of those hit you. By the way, portable Doppler going through. We'll have some incredible data out of this. And here's the main cone. Other tornado, main cone. You see the debris still falling out of the sky, big pieces of tin. It'll catch you like a knife. All right, so that's that. And then now we got problems. We had problems already. Now we've got big problems. Strong to violent tornado winds, 150 to 180 miles per hour, EF3, EF4 tornado. Look how laminar, look how smooth it is. Notice that other tornadoes were ragged and all that. And you're like, where are the multiple vortices? Where are those little tornadoes, little sub-vortices? They're still there. They're inside that. But now it's so strong that it's all being tight. You can't, nothing's loose. No loosey-goosey going on here. That thing is all tight and it's wrapped up and it's just spinning hard and fast. And with that, it pulls everything in. There's no little sub-vortices, except there are, you just can't see them. They're inside this. And that just makes for an even stronger, more violent tornado. Winds at that, we're approaching 200 miles per hour. Look at this. Look at this. Count the tornadoes. 1, 2, hang on, wait just a few seconds. This was live, by the way, on News 9, only on News 9. And by the way, this is not sped up, okay? This is when it was first developing, multiple vortex, okay? Now watch it here, hang on. Watch the vortices, right? So from here above is the mesocyclone, going 30, 40,000, 50, 40,000 feet up. Storm tops about 60,000 feet. There's a vortice. Here comes a vortice. The merry-go-round continues, right? Vortice spins, another vortice, another vortice. Incredible. Incredible. So that's what was going on. Let's go back to links. Hang on one more time. Let me show this. This shot is incredible.
Wow, wow, wow.
Listen to Jeremy. Wow, wow, wow. He doesn't know what to say. Let me tell you, if you ever met that guy in person, he talks nonstop. He doesn't stop talking. And at one point, he just goes, wow, wow, wow. That's it. Jeremy, you're alive? What's going on, brother? But here it is. So look at the vortice form in the middle. Vortice, anyway, vortice over here. So incredible stuff. Okay, great job, trackers, the best in the nation. Why? Because they do stuff like that. Okay, let's go to links 1. Nothing tornadic, big storm now coming into Snyder, going to Cache, going to Lawton. Damaging winds 60 to 70, still golf balls, the tennis ball size hail. Moving east at about 20, we're tracking it. Stay with News 9, we'll keep you advised.
McKeon's Roofing and Construction. Hey, Dad, do we do siding? Yep.
Well, what about skylights and sun tunnels?
Yes, we do. Was there anything we don't do?
We don't do that.
At McCann's, we keep it simple. One call does it all.
As a Cherokee woman, artist, and citizen, I definitely wanted to portray strong Native American women. What I decided to do is showing 3 different Cherokee women in different stages of their life and history. I come as one, but I stand as 10,000, and that is because I know my ancestors are behind me. Very humbling honor, very humbling honor.
Keep on trucking at Lucky Star Casino. Win big and drive away in style with a brand new 2024 GMC Sierra 1500. Earn entries all month long. Come and get your luck at Lucky Star Casino.
Come and get your luck. Ooh, yeah. Come and get your luck.
Arvest Bank believes in the power of serving others. That's why we're committed to working with those who serve our communities, from the ones caring for us every day to those shaping our tomorrows.
the ones dreaming big dreams, celebrating their unique cultures, and discovering the power of financial freedom. Arvest believes that all communities deserve a financial partner who cares. Arvest Bank. We believe.
This is a News 9 Severe Weather Report.
Back here live, we want to give you an update now on some of the damage that we have been seeing in Jackson County in southwest Oklahoma, where pretty significant damage, but we do want to say that no reported injuries yet. We have been checking in with emergency managers, also county sheriffs, just trying to get an idea of what exactly is going on. There is damage down there. Homes have been damaged. Nobody hurt right now.
Multiple homes damaged. We're trying to get a good count for you. We have 4 homes in an area off of Highway 62 and County Road 196, also known as 1960 there, just west of Altus. But then our storm trackers have done a great job tonight, also showing us other rural areas that have damage too, where some farm homes have been damaged. One thing that we reported earlier that we have an update on has to do with the highway there, 62. They had to close it down. They had to close it down every direction because of power lines down. But right now they are saying they were able to clear that so traffic can once again flow on Highway 62. In fact, another issue right there was flooding in of that area. That was another concern. This was even before the power lines went down. They were talking about shutting down the roadways because of the flooding. They said an enormous amount of water was on the roadways there.
Significant flooding in Altus, and not widespread, but this is the shot, I believe, from Hank. And you could see all the water coming down. And I think Hank and Tom both there on Highway 62 showing us the power lines that were down. So they were able to get through to Altus, so we know that Highway 62 is back on. But look at all that water there, still on the ground there. That's just 5 minutes ago. Wow.
So we have some flooding. We have power lines down. The electric companies are out right now. Oklahoma outages are up to over 1,000 customers, 1,069. That number's starting to grow now, so maybe starting to catch up as those are being reported, especially in the southwest Oklahoma area. And then, of course, the other story, the damage to the homes, and that is all being assessed right now.
And we're still trying to get more information on the home that we all saw kind of rip apart there, live right here on News 9. And so we don't think that is part of the 4 homes that were damaged there at Highway 62 and 196. But as soon as we learn more about what happened to that home, I mean, the storm was just right over there, just churning right over that roof. And we just saw it split apart.
That video was taken not too far from where Marty was in our last hit with him when we just checked in with Marty there. He's in that area right there, just south of the town of Duke. And so just south of even where he was, that's where that home was. So he's going to be making his way. We have crews heading that way. So as soon as we get more information on that, we will let you know. Right now, though, we want to get another storm track with our chief meteorologist, David Payne. David, you've been doing a great job all night, you and all of our meteorologists and storm trackers.
Well, I tell you what, it's been a wild afternoon for sure. And we certainly had a risk and a threat for tornadoes today in the west and southwest. And man, I tell you what, this year has it's been crazy for sure. Our count now, we're going to be well over 90 tornadoes for the year, and we average 57, and that's only basically those came in April and now May. So this year, our spring forecast was a big year in the Southern Plains, a big year in Oklahoma, above average tornadoes, and we certainly have been there. Andrew, what you got?
Right now, he's at the gas station right now filling up, and he said one of the people who lost their homes is actually at that gas station.
Can they talk to us? Can they talk? Let's go to Tom Pastrano. He knows what I'm going to do.
Set it up real quick, and I'll get back with you when I'm ready.
Okay, Tom, get it set up. Tell them we'd like to talk to them, and they can just be short and sweet and keep it clean, and we'll get them on the air. Okay, great. And we did this during the Cordell tornado. We just go over and start grabbing people and let them talk, and just tell them they've won the lottery and they're going to win something if they get on the phone with us. So I'm kidding. But everybody's great. Okies are all good. They'll get on the phone. They'll talk forever, right? So anyway, we love it. All right, so storm is shrinking. It's getting smaller now, no longer tornadic. That threat continues to diminish. Jeremy's down here. Val's down here. Brandon's down here. Marty back to the southwest on damage. And does Marty have damage right now?
Marty just talked to, I believe he said it was a firefighter, right? I believe it was who he was speaking with, and said the home that Val was showing.
With the roof and the chimney?
That's where Marty's headed. Yeah, he's a couple miles from there, and said that they think that home is gone at the moment. That has not.
Okay. It might be a different home.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to follow with exactly where I've been told that home that Val got was, and what Marty has heard from a fire department and other first responders down there on what homes have been hit.
Okay.
And as you can imagine, it's chaos when you have multiple homes and multiple damaged areas.
And Tom is ready for.
Oh no. Okay.
For y'all, if you want to go to Tom again.
All right, let's go back to Tom Pastrano. And Tom, if you can hear me, can you ask her? Okay, go ahead. And hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, this is David Payne from News 9 in Oklahoma City.
So my name's Tammy Deo. I live out in the Creta Hills, south of Duke on Highway 34.
Okay.
We went into our shelter and came out, and we lost everything. All of our home, our garage, our travel trailer, everything is leveled, just completely leveled.
Okay.
And
All right.
we're on our way to a motel right now, but it was a nightmare. And we got hit really hard.
And we are so sorry for you and your loss and your family. Let me ask you a question. No injuries to you or your family or anybody that you know of, right? You're healthy right now.
No.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we got in our shelter and we listened to all of the warnings and we're fine. And I thank you all for all of the warnings.
Well, you're welcome, and thank you for watching.
You saved our life.
Well, thank you. Okay, so here, so real quick, is your house? I mean, is it heavily damaged or is it?
It's flat. It's completely flat.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so tell me again where you're located. I'm sorry, the little bit of delay here.
Oh, we are south of Duke on Highway 34, just off of Highway 34. And when we came out of our shelter, we had lost everything. Everything. Our mobile home, our garage, everything in it, all of our little surroundings, everything.
Wow.
Everything.
Wow. Well, we are so sorry, and we hate this.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, we are so sorry. So you have a place to go tonight, is that right? Is that what you said?
We're going to go to a hotel because right now we have nothing and we're freezing wet, and I'm going to get going.
Okay. All right. Do you have friends and family in the area, your church or friends and family that can help you? You're going to be good, right? You're going to be fine.
Yes, we do.
Okay.
We're going to be fine. We're okay. We are not injured in any way, and that is, praise the Lord. So there we go.
Okay.
Have a good night.
Well, there you go. Thank you. Thank you so much for talking to us. You're awful sweet.
Yep.
Wow. Okay. So a survivor, her house, she was watching the warnings, watching what was going on. They went to the storm shelter. You heard it all. They came out, and it was gone. Her house, the garage, everything. And that's exactly why we do what we do. For stories like that, we hate it, but it's part of where we live, and it's part of what happens. So, Lacey, let's back this up. She says
Marty has pretty significant looking damage in his shot.
Okay.
Right on, and he's right on 34, south of Duke. It may be her home or her area for sure, David.
Yeah.
It's right where the tornado crossed 34.
Okay, let's go back to Marty Logan. And Marty Logan, we might have just found the owner of that. We just interviewed the lady. You probably heard that. She's in Altus with Tom. And wow, goodness sakes. Okay, so Marty Logan, give us an update. What's there? What's not there? Was it a well-built house? Was it a mobile home, a modular home? What do you think by looking at it, and what's left?
I couldn't tell you. I mean, all I can see are cinder blocks. I'm going to zoom in. Now, I've got all the lights on, and right back there is part of the house. I'm zooming in on it. And, guys, I had to put it in four-wheel drive. This is clay. There were 2 power lines down across their driveway that I had to drive out in the pasture. This isn't all of it. I'm going to turn, if you'll hang with me, because I'm in four-wheel. And let's see. Hey, there's their cellar, if this is the correct place, right there. is their cellar.
That's probably it. She said they went to the cellar. So you're probably you're probably at the house with the lady we just spoke
right
with.
Right here is their garage, and here's a car completely encapsulated with a garage. There's all right. So car, the lawnmower, the ladder, just a debris field. So you're looking south at where they would pull into their garage. So they would have got out of that car, and they would have walked northeast into what was their house, which I will turn again. And again, I'm in four-wheel drive in their drive. And you hit the brakes here, and you just keep sliding.
Wow.
So I'm just turning around, and that's their house. That's where the house was.
Okay.
And that debris back there, I assume, is the house right back here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right. Marty, she just said they left their home. They were watching, went to the storm shelter, and there you go. And I think you have found her house.
Yep. So they walked out of that. They walked out of that house and walked right there, listening to you and Val to get into safety. There's a tree right here that I remember Val talking about mesquite trees, and I found some in the road here.
Yeah.
Here's a tree with some of their insulation and their belongings stuck into that tree. They live on a hill, and this house is probably about 100, 200 yards off the highway. But you have to come in a gate and drive probably the equivalent of 2 to 3 blocks to get back in here. Well, the power lines are down, and I'm driving out in their pasture in four-wheel drive to get here to it. So, man, Val caught it, and y'all were talking about it, and I was coming from Lipscomb, Texas, as fast as I could.
Marty, you did an amazing job today to get back down here and cover damage, and this is just as important as covering the tornado. Tell the stories of what happened, because these people are going to need help. Some of them, financially, they're going to be okay. Others, not so much. So it takes help from friends and neighbors and sometimes viewers. And how you get the story out is shots like this. These people are going to need help. That lady said she's going to get she's wet and cold and she's tired, and they're going to go to a hotel in Altus. But then they come back to nothing, right? So they're starting over from ground zero. All right, Marty, stay there for a little while longer. We'll come back to you here in just a little bit. We're still tracking storms. Oh, let's go to Links 1 here real quick. I'm going to point out, here's Marty right here, right? Now, watch this right here. Watch the hook go right over them. Right there. And that was it. Right there. One more time. Let's just kind of stop that if we can, right?
Yeah. And if you want David to go also, once we're done to Links 2,
okay.
I've got the path drawn there.
Right here, boom. Tornadoes hitting. There's their house. Inside the debris ball. Okay, go to debris detector.
And it's just behind right here. I just looked at that. There you go.
There's your debris.
Oh, you're on Links 2. Okay, we'll go over there.
Links 2.
We got it. I'll zoom in over here. Hang on.
Okay.
I was on a different box.
Okay. Here's the tornado. Here's the hook. There's Marty. There's their house. There's their house right there. Links 2. Okay. Debris. And what about velocity data? What do we have over us at this point?
Well, let's switch back to Links 1.
Oh, Links 1?
Yep, because that's where I've got the track drawn. So we'll go back to Links 1. You can kind of see it better. There's the debris.
Okay, debris.
At that time.
Over their house. It's hitting them at 7:23. And EF2, EF3? What are your winds there?
Yeah,
oh, yeah, no. Yeah. Yeah, what are you looking at? 124.
That's when it was maxing out.
Yeah, no, EF4. It was violent. Violent tornado. EF4. Violent tornado. Okay. All right, one more time. Let's go back to just regular radar here. Let's talk about the storms down south.
Current.
And then, Jen, I hear you. Let's go back to that real quick. And nothing tornadic, nothing headed for Oklahoma City. All right, this is all still down in southwest Oklahoma.
I'll tell you, the track of this, though, has started to lift a little bit more, David.
Yeah, we need to watch that.
To the east, a little bit more, maybe up to the north. But
yeah, and
it's
folks,
a far cry from what it was.
Again, it's a wind and hail producer right now. Some of the data says this shrinks, but like we've been saying, really, we'll see. But this is going to go right over Apache, Lake Ellsworth, Cement, and it's going to try to come in an Ennecaw, and if it holds together, it might head up towards the southwest metro. We got to watch that, but right now, not tornadic, wind and hail with that. Folks, we're going to take a break. We'll be back, as always. 7 News 9. We'll keep you advised.
Oklahoma is the mother of all Memorial Day sales at David Stanley Dodge, where $1 down could get you into any new vehicle with a lower payment. Leave high car payments behind with every new Dodge, Jeep, or Ram sold for pennies on the dollar and no payments for 6 months. Stuck in a car you hate? $1 down could get you out of any loan or lease, regardless of what you owe. The mother of all Memorial Day sales. Now through Monday. One location only. David Stanley Chrysler Jeep Dodge. Across from Tinker in Midwest City. Memorial Day sales event.
Get this low mileage lease on this 2024 Cadillac Lyriq Tech for around $459 per month. Visit your Central Oklahoma Cadillac dealer today.
Summer EBT is a grocery-funded benefit for low-income families that have school-aged children. It provides funding throughout the summer months.
Those students don't have access to those meals when school's out for the summer, so we help fill in the gap.
The summer EBT program sometimes is the only connection for these kids after school. When the state decided to not reach out for certain types of funding, the tribe started to notice the void that we had. It makes me proud as a father, as a family member, to be able to reach out and help those other families and serve those children.
Children don't have to be Chickasaw, they don't have to be a Native American at all. It's any student on free and reduced meals will qualify for our program.
We've added schools throughout our reservation, and now we encompass all of our reservation. Our collaborations with other tribes, schools, and with families enable us to allow this program to blossom.
Oklahoma thrives together.
Call Comfort Works or visit our website at comfort.works.
This is a News 9 severe weather report.
Folks, it's been a wild afternoon with a large and violent tornado ripping through southwestern Oklahoma, doing damage, taking out homes. I mean, I'm talking about taking homes and sweeping them off their foundation. We're talking about homes are gone, at least scattered, in southwestern Oklahoma. No reports of any major injuries or fatalities, which is truly amazing, right? Because this was a long track, violent tornado, a mile wide, multiple vortex tornado, doing damage with winds upwards of 200 miles per hour. Might have been just shy of that, but it didn't miss it by much. It was a violent tornado for sure. All right, so here we go. Here's what's left. The storm in the back still hanging on, but it continues to weaken. This was the big tornado producer, and here's what it's doing. It's riding now into Mount Scott. It's going to ride up towards Elgin, and it's going to try to come up I-44 and into Grady County. Some of the data saying that it weakens and falls apart. Not buying that right now, so we're going to keep going. I'll say this. There is no tornado threat with it right now. That's gone. It could go the other way, but the trend is definitely not towards tornadoes, but really wind and hail, okay? Let's go to hail detector here and see what we look like on the hail. And some golf balls, but notice the hail sizes are coming down. With that, still some quarters, some isolated golf balls in here south of Cooperton. What about the storm strength? Thank you, you're reading my mind. That ramped up and it's kind of going back down a little bit. Hopefully that'll be the trend and this will continue to weaken. It definitely is smaller than what it was earlier when it produced all those tornadoes. And this is going to keep riding off to the northeast.
Yeah, the latest data brings this up to about Chickasha and then kind of brings it over to the east. So we'll see. I mean, it's on a downward trend, but it's going to go for quite a ways.
Yeah, kind of back out of this just for a second here.
Okay.
Just to, and Chickasha, and here's this down here, again, down in Comanche County, moving into Comanche County out of southeastern Kiowa County. So no tornado warnings in effect. Right now, this is going to ride up I-44. It might make it to Chickasha. Then after that, it might come into Moore or Norman. But it's not tornadic. We're not going anywhere. We're going to be here. It is severe still with some wind and some hail, again, as it makes it to the northeast. If we could get a storm track on that, that would be amazing.
It's on 3.
And on 3, links 3, control room. Thank you, Cassie. And go ahead and lab set. We might have to take that little up to Chickasha. Yeah, let's do that. Go ahead and pinwheel it and take it, yep, a little further. Just for safe, for fun. And then also, Cass, if you don't mind, take it out to Norman and Purcell. Go ahead and take it all the way and lift it tiny, little bit to the north, just barely, like you were doing. Anadarko, yep. Yeah, I just want to include just in case.
Farther?
No. I meant to the northeast. I meant just to include, make sure we get Norman and Purcell in here. Ellick at about 11:47, Blanchard at midnight or 12:10, Apache 10:26, Cement 10:58, Ninnekah 11:28, Ellick at again 11:47. So right now it's not tornadic, it's a wind and hail producer. And winds in here are going to be 50 to 60 miles per hour, more of a wind producer now. Still some hail in here, but it's kind of got a little bit of a bow on it. So we just got to watch this, right? Low-level dynamics are still there. We got to keep an eye on this. But Apache, Elgin, Chickasha, Ninnekah, Rush Springs, Blanchard, Purcell, Norman, you might be on the north sides of this, but if it doesn't die, it's going all the way to Norman. But right now, it's a wind and hail producer, okay? It's a wind and hail producer. All right, Lace, what do you think? Looking at what we're looking at there, debris detector?
Yeah, just going back and looking at a lapse of the debris detector and with the path of that tornado. And, you know, we're getting our storm trackers who are down there in different damage areas. So you can see the debris on links 2. And I'll zoom out here just a little bit, but you can see on links 2, there you go. There's the swirl of the tornado beginning, and I'm gonna zoom out so you can kind of see exactly where this is. There's Duke, and this was starting to the southwest of Duke. The circulation is, and then when you see the blue, that ball is, that's not rain. Hey there. Hi. That's not rain, and that's not hail, that's debris. So that's after this has hit things. This was after it hit the home that Valcaster had live on the air. We haven't even made it back over that far back to survey the damage, but that would have been East 1690 and 1900 Road is going to be kind of the intersection there. And then it crossed over where Marty Logan is.
Yep, he's in damage.
And then it went up and started lifting to the north.
Yep.
And started to go up towards Highway 62. And so that's just another...
There's all, and you can see it dying and weakening here.
Sure.
Still crossing, but it was definitely weakening crossing 60. Man, if there's any homes in here at all, they're either gone or they're severely damaged.
Sure.
I mean, there's your path. I mean, we have that one shot from Marty. Go back to velocity data here, and this is what we're talking about. This is why we were saying strong to violent tornado. I know the Weather Service goes in, they do surveys and all that, and that's all fine and looking at damage, and that's all fine and good. But when we're looking at velocity data and we start seeing debris that is 10, 20,000 feet in the sky, that doesn't happen with an EF1. You're not going to get debris that high up.
Let's go back over to links 1, and I'll take it back over there.
Okay, links 1
so
control room.
See it.
And you can see the hook. First it was moving southeast, then it went south, and then it started to move due east, and it went right over Marty, where Marty is now at that damaged home.
And it was heading up towards Altus at one point.
Yep, it was going to
start swinging.
Yep, it was swinging through, and then it did the curve and went across right here, and then that was all she wrote from that. But man, it put on, I mean, a clinic. Multiple vortex, half mile to a mile wide tornado, strong to violent tornado. Look at the tornado here. We hit all this live on News 9 today with our team of trackers, right in the middle of it, right in the thick of it. And there's your tornado. Watch it, boom. Watch it go away. Actually, it crossed and it died out right there. It almost came back across Highway 62. So
yeah, it tried to loop back to the northwest.
Tried to loop. So incredible. And, you know, this whole thing is insane. Okay. Let's go back to Marty Logan here. Let's get an update. He is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 miles, it looks like, south of Duke. And, well, there you go, Marty. You found, there you go. Oh, Glory. Not on the ground. She's up in her tree. Go ahead, Marty. Give us an update. Oh, Glory's still there.
Yeah, my Boy Scout days kicked in. You don't leave Old Glory on the ground. So I picked it up and put it in that tree there, got it up off the mud. I'm out here. You're going to hear the wind. I'm taking pictures of the debris pattern, the debris, and I'm going to be sending them in here in just a little bit. But I can tell you from when we built our storages in Fort Supply, I'm seeing some welding done on 2.5 to 3 inch square tubing welded down on plate in cement. It ripped those pieces of metal off of that, tore the welding loose, and I've taken some pictures of that and be sending that to Andrew. The garage was not a flimsy, put-together garage. It was put together with love. And
Marty, can you show us? Can you move your camera there and show us a little bit of that as you're talking?
Well, I'm a half a block away from the pickup taking into Andrew. That's why I've got so much wind noise. I'll have to turn around and try to get you a shot. There's also a camper that has been pitched. They're up on a mesa, and it's been pitched off the east side of this mesa. It's rolled down in the canyon, and I've got pictures of it. The debris goes from where I'm sitting, a block going to the east of their house and everything. I mean, goodness gracious. You see this for 30 years, 25 years in the fire service, and you never get used to seeing this kind of damage. Back to you, Dave.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, well, be careful and maybe get back to where the house was again. We'd like to see that one more time, or maybe a couple more times, if you can kind of get back to where they were hit. They are fine. We believe that we interviewed this lady with Tom Pastrano in Altus about 30 minutes ago, and she said they were watching, boom, went to their storm shelter. Storm shelter is out in the backyard. They went inside that. They woke up, came out of it, and boom, it's all gone. I mean, and Marty can show you that coming back up here in just a minute. Okay, so right now, looking for anything crazy down here. No crazy wind going on as far as rotating or anything like that. We don't have any strong couplets or damaging winds. The storm continues to slowly shrink as it makes its way. It was much, much larger, and it continues to get a little bit smaller now, headed towards Mount Scott and Apache, Lake Ellsworth. Nothing tornadic in this line. It's got a big gust front on it. It's going to be a big push of a west wind moving to the east at about 50 to maybe 60 miles per hour. Okay, but nothing crazy, nothing out of control out of that. All right, let's go back, take a look at some of the video here, and let's start off with Val Tornado control room. Val Tornado at 7:04, and that'll be video D, as you have it labeled. And there is the beginning of, again, we had tornadoes on the ground before that, but this is the beginning of the strong tornado. That was a multiple vortex tornado, and that was at Gypsum Creek at about 7:04, and it just keeps getting stronger and stronger and stronger and wider. Cone fills in, that weakens. New cone fills in, and that weakens. And then what it does is, when you have a storm like this, every time it cycles, it just kept kind of cycling and getting a little bit stronger each time, and sure enough, and then you start to see these big chunks of condensate. Some of these are vortices on the ground, rotating around, and then they just start to kind of morph into that one, okay? A big tornado is exactly that. It's made up of a bunch of small tornadoes that are called subvortices that are inside, right? There's one, right? There's one, there's one, there's one there. So this thing has already produced probably a dozen tornadoes, just like that, okay? And it just keeps getting stronger and stronger. All right, let's go to video E here. And this is a house, not where Marty is. This is another house that was basically heavily damaged or destroyed. They're inside the tornado. Val's right there. There goes the house. Watch the roof. It continues to disintegrate. There's the chimney, and it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse as the tornado at this point is nearly stationary. This is near Duke, and this is going to be pretty close to where that lady that we interviewed and where Marty is right now. Watch it here. And you'll notice how it goes in waves. We get winds to 100 to 110, 120 miles an hour, and then it kind of backs off. And then the wind comes roaring back, right? But they were underneath. And look at the wind. You'll see little vortices moving through. Still a multiple vortex. Well, it always was a multiple vortex, but still you can see the vortices moving through from time to time. Okay, Tom's tornado here. Look at this shot. Okay, and watch one main cone. You're thinking, well, it's one tornado. It's a multiple vortex tornado. One cone that you're seeing, but on the ground, we have multiple sub-vortices, again, rotating around. Look at this right here. I mean, this is just a couple hundred feet above the ground. Still a tornado. I mean, still the tornado itself. But it's just a merry-go-round. It's a carousel. It's putting on a dance, right? And rotating from left to right. This is what I would consider to be a strong tornado, EF2. At this point, winds were about 120 miles per hour right now, looking at velocity data, making its way slowly south and east, not very fast. That's another problem. You're going to have more damage. I don't care what the strength of the tornado is. If it's only moving at 5 miles per hour, it sits on top of you longer, especially when it's a half mile wide. it takes longer to get over you, so you're going to have more damage. All right, and look at the vortex there. Okay, next piece of video here. And Tom tornado and debris. This is a tornado hitting a house right in front of Tom in a barn. Debris in the air, big pieces of sheet metal. Well, and again, those will injure you or worse. And then this is Twister Sisters here. We had that tornado on the ground there. And the main cone, Tom was actually headed back to the east. Portable Doppler radar. There you go. And you can hear Tom. And then there's the main cone right there. So we had that, and we had a satellite. We'll call that a satellite tornado on the north side, rotating around. Happens all the time when you have these big monster mesocyclones. And there's the other cone. All right. Next piece of video. We call it Tom. Oh, folks, that is as bad as it gets. That's a strong, violent tornado, EF3, possibly an EF4. Radar data, we had winds to nearly 200 miles per hour, fairly close to the radar. We will find out exactly what we had going because we had portable Doppler radars, several of them right here looking right at it. I mean, they're at blank range looking right at this cone. That's a stovepipe, violent tornado, doing damage, hitting homes, and that's as bad as it gets. This is why we were like, folks, you got to get to your safe spot. If you're in a mobile home, you got to get out. Again, that was at 7:30 today, right? And then let's go to Tom's multiple vortex. And watch this. This is not sped up. This is real time. And if you want to count these, knock yourself out. There's a tornado. There's a vortice. Counts. There's another tornado. Watch how fast they form. You'll see little horizontal vortices come in, another vortice out here. Remember, this whole thing from here to here off the screen is the tornado. But we're just getting these sub-vortices all inside of it. Right? And there's another one there. There's another one there. There's another one there. So this thing just went on and on and on. Multiple vortex. And it was kind of reorganizing a little bit. It was a little bit stronger before this, and now it's starting to kind of get into that overdrive mode, and boy, it certainly did. So just an incredible shot. Now watch this shot here. Again, not sped up, real time. One vortice, two vortice. Three vortice. This is from Jeremy Carter. Boom, boom. And Cass, Lacey, you're still hot. And then vortice here. Another one here, digging a hole, digging a hole, digging a hole. Right? Another one here. Another one here. It just kept going. I mean, just amazing. Little vortice wrapping around horizontally, coming around. Another vortex there. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay. Let's go back out in the field now, and let's go back south. And of where this hit, let's go to Marty Logan, who's at a house that was completely swept clean. It's gone.
Got it.
And Marty Logan, you're hot, you're live. There's the, I think that was the garage, I'm guessing, and the car's still there, so at least they have a car. I mean, I know it's damaged, and we'll see whatever comes out of this, but the house, like you said, Marty, you've had a chance to kind of walk around. Did it look like it was a mobile home, modular home? What do you think? Go ahead.
Yeah, the home, I think, was probably a modular. But this building right here, I'm going to zoom in on the structure of it. This is what we call 3-inch C-purling. And this thing is welded and screwed together. And I've taken pictures of some of the welds. They had metal that was in the cement. Then you stand these up on that metal. I think they were 3-inch square tubings, and you weld it down. It just literally ripped the metal off of those steel plates. I've taken some pictures of that, and I'm sending it to Lacey and Andrew. I've probably taken 20, 30 pics, and I've only got one bar, so it'll take a little while to get back to you, but we're going to get them there. Back to you.
Yeah. Go ahead, Marty. Marty Logan?
That was it.
Oh, okay.
Yep. Did you?
Okay, I'm sorry. I apologize here. Marty, nice job. If you can hang around a little bit longer there, we'd appreciate that. We'll come back to you here in just a little bit as you kind of make your way through their home. So this is the lady. We have confirmed it now that we interviewed. Say her name to me again in my ear.
Tammy
Deo. Okay. Thank you, Carl. Carl's like, what? Tammy Deo. Okay. Anyway, we had her on the air. Do we have that interview? Is that still, can we still play that again? Maybe we'll save it. Gotcha. Okay, we'll show that coming up here at 10 o'clock. All right, Tammy Deo and her family, this is their house. They left this. They got in the storm shelter, which Marty was showing earlier, right over here. They left the house, went to the storm shelter, got in it, all wiped clean, pretty much. The house is gone. It is gone. And that's what's left. So, you know, they're starting over. She was saying they were wet and cold, wanted to spend the night, and obviously in a hotel, and I asked if she had friends and family and whatever, and she said, yes, you know, we're going to be okay. But folks, I don't know. I mean, that's not okay, right? I mean, I know they will be, but this is hard for anybody, right? Hard to deal with, hard to see, hard to watch. Okay, anyway, so be thinking about them tonight, right? Right? Okay, so we still have severe storms in southwest Oklahoma, and nothing crazy out of this, but Lacey, they're not stopping.
They are not stopping. The storms are actually picking up speed a little bit and kind of making their turn up to the north, which they typically do.
Go ahead, Lacey.
This time of evening, this time of night, whenever you get that jet kicking in, kind of feeding up out of the south, that's happening. So the storm is severe. This is what was the supercell that produced that multi-vortex tornado. That tornado was on the ground for about 50 minutes and went about 15 miles. Now it's not tornadic, but a wind and a hail threat, and that is heading up towards Apache, Fort Cobb, all the way to Mount Scott. Val, Brandon, Jeremy are right there. They're still with it. And I know, Cassie, you've got that storm track. We'll get that in just a minute for folks. But kind of to show you some of the products here that we're looking at as it's around basically Highway 15 from Sedan down to Cache. And winds within that are disorganized. Could have winds to 60 miles per hour. Could also see hail within up to the size of quarters. So it had baseballs with it, maybe even some softballs earlier when it was producing that violent tornado. So the threats have come down, but it's still a severe storm as it heads up to the north. And I'll tell you, Carl was just pointing out that Grady County, there's several customers now without power down the line near Grady County. And we were checking through the anvil of this storm. It looks like we had a heat burst at Acme just a bit ago, and that caused the temperature to spike a few degrees, but caused winds to gust over 50 miles per hour. So the winds ramped up, not with the thunderstorm, but through the anvil and all the precip kind of coming down and that cooler air kind of sinking quickly over the Grady County area. So that's the current storm that is severe, and we got the track, David, on Links 3. Cassie has that for you.
Okay, let's do that. Let's go to Links 3 and take a look at it here. And you'll see the track, again, it's not tornadic, and she just said all that. It's not, but it still has some wind and hail in it. And again, it's making its way through Caddo County. Val's down here, Jeremy, and we'll get them in on this here coming up. So we'll get them on the turnpike. We'll sample this, see what it does as this thing makes its way to the northeast. But, you know, this is still a severe storm. Nothing in here that's rotating, which is good. But right now, running from Cache at 9:55, Fort Cobb at 10:27, Chickasha, 11:28. Tiger Safari, not the one you're thinking about, at 11:54. Moore at 12:37. And how about Norman at about 12:38? Okay, there's Norman. And this is going to be down to the southwest. All right, so let's check it back in with our trackers here. And let's go to Val. Oh, Val's refueling right now. Okay, let's go to Brandon Pennell and get an update from Brandon. And Brandon, still have the big storm to your west. We need to keep an eye on that. It's not tornadic, but it is, again, making its way up the turnpike. Going to have some big wind and big hail in that for sure. Wind right now about 50 to 60. It might have some quarters, so nothing like what it was. But give us an update here on what you've had the last half hour. So I know it's not quite like what it was earlier. Go ahead.
Yeah, David, that's right. So we're in Lawton now. We actually got way out in front of this so we could get some diesel, and then hopefully, if it's going to stay together, we'd be able to bring it up the turnpike for the people in the metro. But just earlier, you know, well east of Snyder, you know, the storm still visually looked pretty good. The gust front had come well out in front, but it was wrapped back up right on the north side of 62. Probably 20 minutes ago when we left, we could still see what appeared to be a pretty decent lowering. Nothing, you know, obviously it's nothing like what it was, you know, back with the video you were showing earlier. But we are in the process of repositioning. We're going to get fuel just in case we can bring this thing up the turnpike into the southwest metro and south central Oklahoma. Back to you.
Okay. All right. Nice job, Brandon. So, again, we've had a number of storms today. We really had 3 big ones, or really 4 for a while. We ended up with 2 storms that merged. And that's when the wheels started to come off this whole thing. And those storms merged together and just kept getting stronger and bigger and faster and all that. So, It was a mess. Okay, so nothing tornadic. Severe thunderstorm warning now coming into Caddo County, down into northern Comanche County. There's nothing turning in this right now.
You can see kind of a bow almost forming, David. And on the northern end, kind of a bookend area.
Right there?
There's weak circulation. It's not tight. It's not close to being tornadic, but that's kind of something we always watch for when you start to get the winds rushing out in one direction. On the northern side, you can try to get a little bit of
It's right there, and it's definitely there. Okay, and we still have... What's that?
I was going to say, Hank's got a little bit of a, slight, what looks like a lowering. It's only visible with lightning, but from his vantage point.
Okay, he's back on the southern storm. No, he's in between storms.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, let's get an update from Hank. And again, he's on the tail end of this, and he's going to go through cash. We'll bring this all back into Oklahoma City. Val and Brandon are going to get out ahead of this, and we're going to bring this thing through. I think Val, and also Andrew, see if Val's going up 62, or is he going to keep going up towards Cyril and Cement? Find out what he's going to do. Hank, give us an update. Go ahead.
Yeah, David. So just northwest of Cache, this is where Brandon was talking about the outflow boundary or gust front wrapping back up into the storm. There's a little bit of a notch, kind of a pseudo notch right there just northwest of Cache. And that's what you see on the left side of our screen here when lightning illuminates it. There's a little bit of a lowering there. Nothing like it was before, for sure. But there is still a bit of a lowering there. It's still getting some inflow. It's still trying to breathe. So we're going to, just like what you said, we're going to come through Cache, we're going to come through Lawton, and we'll bring it up the turnpike as far as it, comes up into the city. So we'll stay here and we'll keep an eye on it. Back to you.
And then video. Okay. All right. Nice job, Hank. So we're going to keep this, again, going northeast. This thing has not died, and we're not going home till it does. And this thing has been a pain for sure today with a big storm, big tornado. And Andrew, when you get that graphic up, let me know. We'll be showing that. Folks, we're going to take a break. We're going to regroup. We have a lot to show you and a lot to talk about today from what happened today coming up here at 10 o'clock on News 9. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you here in just a few minutes. 7 News 9. We'll keep you advised.
A new day, a new team, a new way to wake up. The new News 9 This Morning. Your place for the latest news, your stop for overnight updates, your home for the most powerful radar, your ticket to avoid traffic tangles. A new team, a new plan, a new day for you. Robin, Lacey, Colby, Lacey, and Jay. There's never a dull morning on Oklahoma's own News 9 This Morning.
The David Stanley Chevrolet Memorial Blowout with 60% off original MSRP on pre-owned. 60% off. Best selection? See David Stanley Chevrolet with blowout deals on every new Chevy. Sign and drive. 0 down and no payments for 6 months. $389 a month Trailblazer. $429 Equinox. Plus tires for life and more. Even $9,000 trade assistance on Silverado. The David Stanley Chevrolet Memorial Blowout. Don't miss 60% off. We make the deals.
That sounds pretty cool, right? For about 15 seconds anyway. When you're ready for the noise to pipe down, we're offering $50 off any plumbing repair. Call Air Comfort Solutions. We'll face the music with you.
Hi, I'm Mike Rowe, and I just learned that people of Oklahoma Oil and Natural Gas have just restored their 20,000th well site. They've been doing this work voluntarily now for decades, spending tens of millions of dollars restoring one well site at a time. Many of these old well sites are 50 to 100 years old, abandoned by their original owners. But now, the land is restored so the current owners can make it productive for generations to come. See how they do it at oerb.com/micro.
I was known for my smile. When it started to deteriorate, my confidence deteriorated. I'm never going to have me again. It's never going to be Amy. I saw the commercial and I thought, okay, there's no harm in just going and talking to them. Everybody was so nice. They just bent over backwards to help. Best decision I made was to actually invest in my smile because it'll be there forever now.
Call now to find out how full mouth dental implants can change your life.
Home of the 6-hour smile.
405-266-COOL.
Oklahoma's own News 9 starts now with severe weather.
They get together, they're going to shake hands, and they're going to crank up. I mean, that is a classic monster storm.
Tornado on the ground, tornado on the ground. It's a big one, guys.
You're seeing it live only on News 9.
Boy, that thing came down very, very, very fast.
Folks, this you don't see all the time. Merry-go-round of vortices, merry-go-round of vortices, strong, violent tornado.
We went into our shelter and came out and we lost everything. It was a nightmare.
Spring is once again rearing its ugly head across Oklahoma, this time the southwest corner of the state bearing the brunt of the damage. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Amanda Taylor.
And I'm Carl Torp. Our meteorologist David Payne and our entire team of meteorologists and trackers have been tracking this storm for hours now. And this is a storm that is just now kind of quitting, but you know, you don't want to turn your back on it, do you, David?
No, and it's still headed towards the South Metro, but here's the deal. It's not tornadic anymore. It's a wind and hail producer. Here's the setup. Quiet from Oklahoma City north and back out west, but this has been the terror the last several hours. This tornado was on the ground out of that storm for 50 minutes. It was on the ground for over 15 miles. As a large and violent tornado. Here's what's happening right now. It's a wind and hail producer. There's a little bit of spin on the north side of this. It's moving east-northeast towards Cement, Chickasha. It's going to try to head up towards Norman over the next hour and a half to 2 hours, okay? Moving northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. Hail sizes, not too big and bad, nickels and dimes and quarters. And also winds in here are going to be 50 to 60 miles per hour. Val's here, Brandon's here, Jeremy's there, Hank's there, Tom's there. I think we have it covered, right? And our guys and gals, I'll say it again, have done an incredible job today with precision, surgical storm tracking and chasing in the field. All right, let's get to it here. Links 3, and here's your storm track. We're going to bring it into Moore and Norman. We'll say Elgin at about 10:27, Cement 10:41, Chickasha 11:03, Norman at about midnight tonight, Moore at about 12:18. Not tornadic right now. We're watching it. Wind and hail is the threat out of that. Don't go to bed quite yet, though, okay? Don't do that. Let's go to some of the video here, and let's start off with what was going on today. Live from Val and Amy Castor. Watch the house disintegrate down near Duke. This was a half-mile wide, multiple vortex tornado. Watch the house just slowly break apart as the tornado was sitting right on top of the house. It was getting stronger as it was doing this. Right now, winds of roughly 120 miles per hour, give or take, in that tornado as it was over that house. So just crazy stuff going on. All right, next piece of video looks like this. Now this is when it really started to put on a little bit of a show. You have the main cone, right? Big cone here. And then watch all the other little vortices begin to do the merry-go-round dance around this tornado. Watch the spin going on as it, again, is in southwest Oklahoma. This is down near Olusty. That's at 7:18. Look how fast that changes and suddenly becomes a strong tornado. That's at least an EF2 right now, okay? Let's go to the next piece of video here. Let me show you what this looked like. Tornado on the ground doing damage, taking out and hitting a home in a ranch from Tompastrano, south of Duke. It's still getting stronger. That is a weak satellite tornado. We had all this live on the air, by the way. Only on News 9, right? That was live on the air. This was live on the air. And then Tom pans to the right, portable Doppler radar. More on that coming up in just a minute. There's the tornado, the big cone. That's the main cone, the main tornado. What you just saw was a small satellite tornado. And then the next piece of video, here we go, the big tornado. Look how laminar, look how smooth it is. That is what we call a stovepipe, violent tornado. Winds in that were nearly 200 miles per hour. Folks, as far as radar goes, that's an EF4 or an EF5 tornado. But remember, the F scale, the EF scale, is not on storm wind, but on damage caused by the tornado. So if an EF5 moves across water, it's an EF0. That's my problem with the scale, is that if you have a portable Doppler down here looking right at it like we did, you got to go with the data because the data doesn't lie. Never has, never will. Matter of fact, the data is as best as ever been, right? And then, look at this. Look at the octopus. Check it out. Look at the Medusa here going on. We've got snakes. We've got fingers going on. Count the vortices. 1, 2, 3, 4. Look how many we have going on at the same time. Absolutely incredible video from our storm trackers. We had all this live again on News 9. And just count the videos. I mean, again, all the little vortices inside of this, going from left to right, rotating around. They spin up, they spin down, they spin up, they spin down. Getting its act together, just insane. Lacey, where's that track again of the tornado? Which box?
2.
Let's go to links 2 here and take a look at that on links 2. And this is the path of that violent tornado. This is going to be the Hardeman County line. It moved southeast, made the turn, and lifted to the north. And there it is. It was on the ground for nearly 15 miles, but on the ground between 7:04 and 7:57. It was a violent tornado. And again, right now, it looks like an EF4, maybe, possibly an EF5 tornado today in Oklahoma. So, wow, incredible stuff. Guys, we'll update you. We have more video to show you, more incredible shots from today. And what happens with those storms down southwest, what happens tonight, what happens this weekend. A lot going on. 9-day forecast coming up as well. Guys, back to you.
David, thanks. And we do have an update on the damage caused down there in Jackson County. We have been speaking with the Jackson County Sheriff down there, and he's basically saying that the number of homes is now up to 6 homes sustaining damage.
He's talking about the 4 that we've been tracking or watching that was close to Altus, just west of Altus. He said 1 north of there, and then 1 south of the town of Duke, which is, we had a homeowner on the air earlier. We're going to hear from them in just a moment. We think those numbers are going to go up, though. And the reason we think those are going to go up is because we had video, and David showed it to you. In fact, maybe we can roll it right now. Unbelievable video.
This is the video out of Duke, the home being torn apart right before our storm tracker Val Castor's eyes.
So that is not included in the number of homes that we have accounted for right now that have damaged. We did, however, talk to one of the homeowners who had damage. Tom Pastrano, our storm tracker, he happened to run upon her at a gas station after she had left her home. She talks about being in the storm shelter when the tornado came through. Take a listen.
We went into our shelter and came out, and we lost everything. All of our home, our garage, our travel trailer, everything is leveled, just completely leveled. And we're on our way to a motel right now, but it was a nightmare, and we got hit really hard.
We're so glad that Tammy Deo there is okay. In fact, Marty Logan, our other storm tracker, happened to pull up to the damage at her house, south of Duke, just off Highway 34. That is where she reported her home leveled. You can see, as she reported, it's flattened, and so much damage around there. I should also add, and this is so important to pass along, this is from the sheriff himself, no reports of any injuries there right now.
Tammy telling us live on the air that she praised the Lord, knowing that she came out of this okay along with her family, but it was a nightmare going through it, and she is safe because she went to her storm shelter. Also keeping an eye on the outages across the state right now, and so this is a live look at the outages right now, around 3,000 customers in the state. That's just right now, and the majority of those, actually 2,300 in Grady County. They had a lot of wind damage there this evening, so that's what that number is from. And in Jackson and Kiowa counties, kind of waiting to hear more on those numbers and what exactly they look like, because this isn't quite up to date right now.
We're also monitoring the storms that are going to be coming over the weekend. So if maybe you're going to be away from your TV, we want you to stay connected. We have live coverage. Our radars are going to be on our app. We have all sorts of ways to keep your family safe. Our app is a free download in the app and Google Play stores. Stay with us. Another check with David on the storms when we return.
A night of tornadoes.
Every 10-15 minutes or so, spitting out a tornado. There's the tornado. Oh, wow, your shot is
just right in front of us.
Tornado on the ground doing damage.
Lacey Swope and the News 9 team.
This is a very dangerous situation.
Taking you there.
The wind is screaming. It's horizontal rain. Multiple vortices, multiple vortices.
You can always count on the locally owned station.
Be in your safe spot right now.
Lacey Swope and the team, only on Oklahoma's own News 9.
The David Stanley Chevrolet Memorial Blowout with 60% off original MSRP on pre-owned. 60% off. Best selection, see David Stanley Chevrolet with blowout deals on every new Chevy. Sign and drive. 0 down and no payments for 6 months. $389 a month Trailblazer. $429 Equinox. Plus tires for life and more. Even $9,000 trade assistance on Silverado. The David Stanley Chevrolet Memorial Blowout. Don't miss 60% off. We make the deals.
I'm Tom Cole, and I approve this message.
America is under attack. President Trump needs a fighter like Tom Cole to take our country back. Tom Cole is leading the fight for the toughest border security law in history, to stop Zuckerberg, Soros, and radical liberals from buying our elections, to stop Joe Biden's attacks on Oklahoma oil and gas, and secure pay increases for our military. To save our country, to protect Oklahoma, Congressman Tom Cole.
Buy more and save more on a Bosch appliance package is back at Hahn during our Memorial Day sale. So come in during the sale to save up to $500 on a Bosch kitchen package. Buy this range or a wall oven and cooktop with this microwave and this dishwasher and save $300. Add a refrigerator and save $500. That's $500 of instant savings on Bosch's award-winning design products. Memorial Day savings, 12-month no-interest financing and free delivery at Hahn Appliance Warehouse. The right price on the right product right now.
You're way shorter than I thought you'd be. There's a shirtless selfie of me by the dumbbells. Here I am. I do air drumming. I'm a competitive air drummer.
Oh, wow.
By the way, I forgot my wallet at home, so sugar mama.
Will you excuse me?
The Hyundai Tucson with advanced tech and safety features. There's joy in every journey. Now get $2,000 bonus cash on the Tucson or lease for only $269 a month. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today.
A lot of brands focus their attention on the green paint, but fall short on reliability and durability. Don't be misled. Shop John Deere tractors and P&K equipment.
Airco's technicians always provide you with a detailed explanation of your problem.
This is Oklahoma's own News 9.
In other news tonight, the Republican primary race for Oklahoma's U.S. House District 4 is reaching a bigger audience with a new series of attack ads.
Current Congressman Tom Cole faces 4 challengers, but one is an unfamiliar name, and he's outspending the rest of that group. Our Matt McCabe interviewed Paul Bondar about his background and decision to run for Congress here in Oklahoma, and also how the Tom Cole campaign is responding.
Well, Amanda and Carl, these ads have been everywhere, and inside there's several different claims. But the question receiving the most attention is, who is Paul Bondar and does he live in Oklahoma?
Military.
On televisions across Oklahoma, there's a showdown inside the Republican Party.
He pretends to be an Oklahoman.
He hasn't voted in person in Oklahoma once in 20 years.
Oklahoma's current U.S. representative for House District 4.
I'm Tom Cole.
And a sudden and outspoken challenger.
I'm Paul Bondar.
Have not wasted any words or dollars casting stones at each other.
I think it's unusual for somebody to come into a district and run when they've never voted in that state before. They don't know the district.
Election and property records prove that Bondar voted in Texas as recently as March and owns a home in a Dallas suburb.
If you just look at logic and we just think about this, Tom Cole has been in Washington for 22 years as a career politician.
But Bondar points to other property records which show he owns land in Johnston and Atoka counties. News 9 has independently verified those land records. The Bondar campaign fired back, taking aim at the political action committees supporting Tom Cole. Bondar claims he has not yet received help from similar groups.
But if it was strictly a Republican political action committee, you would take the money?
I'm just one man. And I'm not going to sit here and say I would not take funding from somebody that aligns with my values and Oklahoma's values.
Bondar is connected to other homes in addition to the 2 properties he owns. His campaign filing lists a Norman address. He says a supporter offered that home as office space for the campaign, but he is registered to vote at a rental home in Stonewall. He says too much attention has been paid to his home in Texas.
Why? Because I go home and see my kids once in a while, and we go there, and I don't want to bring my kids into the election because I've had threats of violence against my family, because I'm getting strange calls, because my wife is being followed, and I don't want to bring my family into the election.
And is it realistic to assume that it ever will be safe for your family to move to Oklahoma?
Yes, when we win the election, we start doing, yes, when this whole thing dies down, it will be.
And I also talked to Bondar about his background, and he says that he made his money through an insurance company he started and later sold in 2021. He has never held elected office before, but worked as an assistant city manager in Marquette, Michigan for a year in the early 2000s. In the studio, Matt McCabe, Oklahoma's Own, News 9.
Matt, thank you. The primary election is June 18th, and whoever wins will advance to the general election in November. And we have more from our hour-long interview with Paul Bondar and our sit-down with Tom Cole at News9.com.
Also, because of tonight's severe weather, our special report, Saved from the Storm, was preempted. A couple thanked our David Payne for all of his work chasing storms. The gift a decade in the making. We'll have that for you tomorrow night on News 9 at 6 o'clock.
That was about, what, May 2013 and more. And we kind of had, I mean, obviously not what we had tonight here, but but still, when you look at the strength of those tornadoes, powerful stuff.
This tornado was probably as strong as the Moore tornado from 2013.
Oh my goodness! And you tracked it for one tornado for what, 50 minutes?
50 minutes,
miles?
and just over 15 miles. So Lacey's here, Cassie, Andrew, weather team's still here, trackers are still out. So it was a grind, and we had those two storms that merged. We were talking about it. They merge, and you get two single things together, they get weird, and that's exactly what happened. And does that make any sense?
It does, yeah.
Sometimes you explain that they fight each other.
They can.
And that can be a good thing.
It can, and they can go either way, but more times than not, when they merge like that, on a day like today, what we have with the conditions, you get bad things. So that was our big worry, so it happened.
Some people are talking about the winds right now in the state, really strong winds.
Yeah, we have a south wind, but then down with that storm, we have winds 50 to 60.
Okay.
So that's what's coming towards at least the South Metro. If it doesn't die, we'll have to be dealing with that here the next hour to hour and a half.
And it's knocking out power to some folks.
Yeah.
Chickasha, Grady County area.
You know, but poor folks in the Southwest, I mean, so many homes, at least, I don't know, half dozen, maybe more. We'll find out later tonight and tomorrow how many are just gone. Gone. Okay. Let's take a look at it here. And first of all, this is from near Olustee, and we'll start you off with the, I don't know how many, folks, we've lost track of tornadoes today. We had probably at least a dozen, and if you start to count all the little vortices, we had over 20, I'll tell you that. But big cone down near Olustee, two storms merged. We started off with this, and it started with this, and it just kept getting stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. Let's go to the next piece of video. That's about an EF2 right there. This is from, again, Tom Pastrano. One tornado right there going through this ranch or this farmhouse, debris in the air. That's a satellite tornado. That's the cousin that nobody wants that's rotating around the main tornado, right? This is a weak tornado here. And then watch Tom go to the right. And by the way, I'm going to point this out. This is a portable Doppler radar on the back of a truck. I'll show you that. Remember that shot coming up. There's the big tornado, right? Getting stronger, big debris cloud around it. Going over homes, going over whatever, businesses, whatever, down in southwest Oklahoma. All right, next piece of video, and that is a violent tornado. And remember this shot. This is going to be the shot that the portable Doppler radar was looking at. I guarantee it. This is a violent stovepipe tornado. It's smooth, it's laminar. The other tornadoes were wispy and doing all that. Not this one. That's because it is so strong and violent. That's what it's doing. Okay, next piece of video looks like this. Again, this is another phase. Look at all the octopus arms hanging out, multiple vortex. This tornado is not as strong as the one I showed you before. Same tornado, just a different phase of life here with it. But man, multiple vortex tornado going on, going on. Let's go back to another piece of video here. Let me show you this and watch this show. Count the vortices. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, it just goes on and on and on and on. All of our trackers, Jeremy Carter, Bowcaster, and again, Tom Pastrano, we're right there, close blank range. This is why we chase like we do. You get in close so you can tell people at home, whether it's in the country or whether it's in a city, where these tornadoes are. Vortice, dancing, it's a merry-go-round. Here we go, another one. There goes debris, another vortice, another vortice. This thing put on a clinic in a bad, bad way for sure. Okay, let's go to Marty Logan. He is on the damage. We showed you the interview we had with the family that were hit. They were in their storm shelter. Let's get a quick update from Marty. And Marty, I tell you what, the damage, it's gone. I mean, their car is still there, but most of what they have, their house, like you said, it's been swept clean. Go ahead, Marty, give us an update. Down south of Duke.
Yeah, so, I'm about 7 south of Duke on the east side of the road. Yeah, you got me?
Ed.
You got me? Yeah. Okay, so I'm 7 south of Duke on the east side of the highway, and what I'm showing you right now is their carport, and I think they had a living area in here also. This is where that steel purling was welded down to the plates that were anchored in the cement. So it took quite a bit of force to do this. Their home, I'm pretty sure, was a modular home, and it's completely thrown it off to the side. Camping trailer down in the canyon, and you interviewed them. They've lost everything, David. Back to you.
All right, so sad. We hate to see that. It's horrible, it's tragic, and they're just one of several that have lost everything tonight in southwestern Oklahoma. Remember that mobile radar I was showing you here? This is a picture from that mobile unit, and winds of 210 miles per hour. The radar beam was hitting the tornado at 630 feet away. It was less than a mile away. That, my friends, is an EF5 tornado in southwestern Oklahoma today, measured by a portable Doppler radar. That is an EF5 tornado. Storms tonight. What about your Saturday? What's it look like? And look at all your weather coming up right after this. Don't go away.
It's here, Galaxy's great backyard event. Jacuzzi hot tubs from $49.99. Or swim, play, and exercise all year round with our all-season pools. 72 months, no interest. The largest hot tub and all-season pool event. Sale ends Monday at Galaxy Home Recreation, 3 locations.
Oklahoma, it's the mother of all Memorial Day sales at David Stanley Dodge. Where $1 down could get you into any new vehicle with a lower payment. Leave high car payments behind. With every new Dodge, Jeep, or Ram sold for pennies on the dollar. And no payments for 6 months. Stuck in a car you hate? $1 down could get you out of any loan or lease, regardless of what you owe. The mother of all Memorial Day sales. Now through Monday. One location only. David Stanley Chrysler Jeep Dodge. Across from Tinker in Midwest City. Memorial Day sales event.
Who are the 8,000 employees of your local Coca-Cola bottler? Well, we're delivery drivers. And loaders. And of course, expert bottlers. We run assembly lines. And fill coolers. We're supervisors and trainers. And when we aren't doing all that, we also make your favorite Coca-Cola products. Coca-Cola Southwest Beverages is proud to serve where we live and live where we serve.
When did travel turn into this? And how do we get back to what vacation was meant to be? In Kansas, you'll discover a landscape that's dotted with destinations that separate the well-traveled from those who traveled well. From rest and relaxation to adventure and exploration. From off the beaten path to on the water. From the scenic route to the stars. Come reclaim your vacation in Kansas.
Tom Cole says Paul Bondar doesn't live in Oklahoma. Odd, because here's his home in Stonewall, and here's where he's building his forever home in Caddo. But since he brings it up, where's Congressman Cole? He hasn't voted in person in Oklahoma once in 20 years. Guess he has better places to be than the state he represents. Has anybody even seen Tom Cole lately? Because we asked, and neighbors sure haven't. I guess it's just another thing Tom Cole and Joe Biden have in common. Nobody's home. There's one candidate that truly stands with Oklahoma. Vote Paul Bondar for Congress June 18th.
I'm Paul Bondar, and I approve this message.
Have you ever seen an insurance commercial and asked yourself, are they really telling me the truth? Well, guess what? They're not.
Somebody runs a red light, and you think all of a sudden their insurance company's going to be all neighborly about it? Insurance companies aren't in the business of saving you money. They're in the business of keeping your money.
So remember, save our number in your phone so when tragedy strikes, call Rob and Will.
The excellence of driving a Buick is matched by the excellence of the dealership experience when you own a Buick. Buick, exceptional by design.
Sign and Drive is here. Get this ultra-low mileage lease on this 2024 Encore GX Preferred for around $343 per month with zero due at signing.
It's here, Galaxy's great backyard event. Jacuzzi hot tubs from $49.99. Or swim, play, and exercise all year round with our all-season pools. 72 months, no interest. The largest hot tub and all-season pool event. Sale ends Monday at Galaxy Home Recreation, 3 locations.
All right, everybody, welcome back. What an evening. Still talking about severe weather, not tornadic, some wind and hail, though. This is that cluster of storms. This is the big storm that produced all those tornadoes today and the violent tornadoes in southwest Oklahoma. It's now a wind and hail producer, heavy rain, lightning and thunder, moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour. We'll say Elgin at about 1026, Anadarko 1042, Chickasha 1105, Norman at about midnight, and we'll say more at about 12:03, and pink at about 12:27, Shawnee at about 12:48. So right now, it stays in the South Metro. It has weakened, nothing tornadic, wind and hail. That's the threat with that. We're going to be here all evening, the rest of the evening and tonight, watching that carefully in case it gets a little squirrely on us. All right, let's get to it. Links 1. So here's what's happening. Trackers are still out. Val and everybody. Again, Marty Logan, Jeremy Carter, Hank and Patty Brown, Tom Pastrano. So this is Future Next Gen Live. It takes this storm east, and it does weaken it at about midnight tonight. Finally, it starts to go away. But I'm not convinced that it's going to make that turn and miss the metro. I think it tries to make its way into the South Metro, so we're going to go with that. All right, lows tonight, 60s and 70s. Cold front begins to make its way in later tonight. It'll be cooler in the northwest and also back out in the panhandle. And then let's talk about tomorrow. Highs into the 80s. Little front comes through. We'll have a north wind. We will have a chance for storms tomorrow in eastern and southeastern Oklahoma. A few of these severe. The main threats, damaging wind and hail. There will be a tornado threat down here tomorrow. It's low. We'll have to watch that. And let's talk about Saturday. Highs into the 80s, 90s out west. A very dynamic system comes out on Saturday. Strong jet stream. We're extremely unstable. Right now, we're going to go with a 40% chance for thunderstorms, kind of up and down the I-35 corridor. Better chance in the north. But folks, there might be 1, 2, 3 storms. We'll still go with a moderate threat of severe weather, but that cap or that lid is in place. We might get 1 storm along I-35 Saturday afternoon or evening. But if it goes, it would be big, very large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes are possible if those storms develop, okay? Oklahoma City would be in on that. But again, this is a large area. There might be 1, 2, maybe 3 storms on Saturday. But if we do get storms, they're going to be big, they're going to be bad, and we'll have to watch them carefully. Your holiday, Sunday, Monday look good. Possibly, I think, more severe weather Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of next week. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
For all your foundation repair and waterproofing needs, call Groundworks.
When the power goes out in your neighborhood, don't get left in the dark thanks to a home generator. And a new whole home generator can be installed at your home for as little as $150 a month.
Let Airco prepare your home for the next power outage.
Hi, I'm Sean O'Connor, and I've been a steel dealer for over 30 years. Premium quality equipment built right here in the USA. Steel commercial zero-turn mowers are built for comfort. 4-wheel premium suspension, deluxe seats, and headlights for mowing when it's cooler at night. For a limited time, get a rebate up to $1,500 and 60-month 0% financing on any steel commercial zero-turn mower. For a guaranteed low price and award-winning service, shop O'Connor's by Quail Springs Mall.
Well, 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 folks. Meet candidate Paul Bonder, a rich guy from Dallas trying to buy a congressional seat here in Oklahoma. Bonder lives in a Dallas mansion. His wife is a Dallas socialite. His kids go to an elite Dallas school. He even just voted in Dallas. But he wants to be in Congress so bad he leased an Oklahoma property to get on the ballot. What a phony. Don't buy Bonder's Texas Bull. Americans for Security PAC is responsible for the content of this ad.
This one tiny cell sparked one curious insight. And a one-of-a-kind treatment for a patient at OU Health Stevenson Cancer Center. Discoveries like that attract more elite doctors who enroll 1 in 4 patients in promising clinical trials, which earned us a reputation as a national leader and the state's only prestigious designation by the National Cancer Institute. And today, we're saving precious lives because we're focused on one thing: you. OU Health Stevenson Cancer Center. Because there's only one you.
A story spanning thousands of years comes to life in Sulphur, Oklahoma, at the Chickasaw Cultural Center. Walk through a historic journey spanning generations of Chickasaw people and culture. Enjoy special exhibits, events, and live demonstrations at one of the most comprehensive First American cultural centers in the country. Experience the heartbeat of a nation at the Chickasaw Cultural Center in Sulphur, Oklahoma. Chickasha Poya.
When the power goes out in your neighborhood, don't get left in the dark thanks to a home generator. And a new whole home generator can be installed at your home for as little as $150 a month.
Let Airco prepare your home for the next power outage.
Well, this kind of wraps it up. Again, these are, well, all three shots from three different of our storm trackers looking at the same tornado. Look at the different views from different angles and just incredible stuff. Multiple vortex. It was nearly a mile wide with winds of 200 miles per hour at one point. So that will be an EF5. Remember, the EF scale is derived and that number is put together on what damage that winds produce EF5 damage. They don't find EF5 damage, it'll be whatever it is, but we know we have homes that are just basically gone from at least an EF3 or EF4 damage, so we'll see. It was an EF5. The radar data is there, it doesn't lie, so there you go. Let's go to Links 3 here, storm track, storm moving northeast. It makes its way into the South Metro. Here we go. We're looking at what matters here down the road. Cement 1040. Norman, at about midnight tonight, we are here.
Keep it right here on News 9.
More updates to come.
No need to shy away from your growing to-do list this summer. We've got the seat for you at